Howdy, folks. How we doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Welcome back to the second day of competition here at the Calling in Valencia. I am Howdy Minds. It's, of course, Carlota Fdez. How are you this morning? Are you
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah.
You feel hungry? I might be a little hungry.
I might be hungry.
How was your first day in the booth? Did you have a good time?
It was great. It was amazing. Yeah, I enjoyed it to the full, and I am willing to keep having some more action today.
I'm very much looking forward to casting some more great games with you. We have quite the day of competition to look forward to. Second day of competition here. Of course, we had 7 rounds yesterday, and we're going to have a chunk more today as we make our way towards that top 8. Let's look at exactly how this event breaks down this time around. 7 rounds of Swiss on day 1 leaves us with 4 players who have perfect records going into that second day of competition.
Yes, then we have day 2, of course, and we have here for 5 more Swiss rounds before we get to top 8.
We certainly do. More importantly, for the folks at home, if you're not joining us here on the sunny shores of Spain, we have some goodies for you during the final. We'll be drawing a giveaway in the chat for a full sealed booster box of Super Slam, so do make sure you come and join us for that one. We'll let you know more about it as we get a little bit closer to the finals. Of course, these players are playing for some pretty substantial goodies, a full $20,000 in cold hard cash, and plenty more of appealing things.
Yes, we have that first place with $5,000. That is amazing, a huge amount that will be followed by the second place getting $2,400.
Absolutely. Gold foil legendaries and Pro Tour invitations also available for our top 8 this weekend. Lots of money and lots of goodies to grab. Of course, brand new prize card was unveiled at the World Championship. This lovely trophy alongside a Marvel quick dodge flexors.
Yes, those quick dodge flexors are a thing. I can't wait to see them live because they look amazing.
They are beautiful. A few other goodies up for grabs over the course of the weekend as well. 16 World Tour points. We said yesterday, Jacob Clements started last year with a brilliant run in Florence to kickstart what was a great charge towards that World Tour title. They are currently 7-0. This weekend again, and likely going to try and pick up some more points as we go.
It is amazing, and it's been a great round for Jacob, as well as some of our players that we had yesterday on stream as well.
Absolutely. Jacob is just one of those 7-0 players. One of the others is on Kano Drakai of Aether. Now, that's a little more important than normal, because if we take a quick look at the Living Legend leaderboard, you will see at the very top, first, 992 points for Kano. This might be his final weekend.
It could be, and Andrea is piloting him like a champ, and it's proven that it is possible to do it. It's possible to go and send off Kano finally as a living legend.
I will be sad and happy simultaneously, which is a weird combination of feelings. Of course, not just Kano in the conversation, the only one who can Living Legend by winning this event, but there are plenty of heroes here who are on the way up. KO Armed and Dangerous had a pretty strong showing at the World Championship. We have seen some players finding success this weekend with the deck as well, but all the way down this leaderboard, a story of new and old, heroes from all over the place.
It is amazing, and the only one that we have not seen here succeeding as much is probably, well, Badlands is in the least favored place of all those 3 metagame heroes, maybe.
She's had a rough day, but Verdant's still turning up in terms of performance compared to, say, like Fi or Katsu, who have definitely been holding their own on this leaderboard for a while. I'm hopeful Compendium of Wraith brings them some new toys to continue their charge towards Living Legend. Let's take a reminder about how the field looked as we got ourselves into competition. Yesterday's metagame, 422 players here in Valencia, and there was 34 different heroes.
Yes, we have, in the first place, we have Cindra with 79 players, and then Gravy Bones with 45. Then Badlands is the third represented hero with 41 players, and not surprisingly, Marionette is also causing some struggles among the biggest represented heroes, with those 32 players followed up by KO very closely.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did kind of have an established big 3 going into this weekend. We expected Cindra, Gravy, Verdance to be those top competitors, but the story of the event is Arachne Marionette. It is the deck that is having a breakout performance this weekend and is in the hands of many of the strongest players in the field. A little bit further down, Dash.io, Oscilio, 2 copies of Oscilio, undefeated overnight at 7-0. Definitely some potential to be found there as well. And huge shout-outs to Jason Rolfe, one of only 2 Lyath gold main players, sitting at 6-1 overnight. Now, this field has to narrow eventually. We do have to find ourselves with a conversion rate for day number 2. The percentages do have to change. Let's take a look at exactly how that played out. Big number in the top left-hand side of our screen. Out of all of the Arachne marionettes in the room, 50% of them converted to day number 2. It is now joint with Cindra as the most played deck in the competition.
It is amazing, and not only that, we also see Dash.io surpassing Gravy Bones as the third represented hero on day 2, so that can come as a surprise for some.
So very much an expected performance from Cindra. 20% is a reasonable number for the most played deck in the room as a strong conversion rate. Arguably a little less than you'd expect from Gravy and Verdance, but not embarrassing numbers all the way through. A few numbers that are definitely worth looking at though. Dash.io, even Rhinar here, 4 copies post-Armory deck making their way into the second day of competition. It's hard to ignore. Marionette at the top of the standings here is going to be the story of the event. Let's take a look at how our standings look heading into day numero 2. We see 4 players at the top of the leaderboard here, sitting on undefeated records. Martin Holík, Jerome Francois, both rocking that Oscilio. Andrea on Kano, Jacob Clements on Arachne.
Of course, and we did have Martin and Andrea on stream yesterday, and I feel that we will soon see some of Jacob Clements as well.
We may well do. If we look through the rest of this standing, the story is pretty clear. Just a little further down, all these marionettes. We've got to look at Emad Kashi, the mastermind of this build in the first place. Currently sitting at 6-1 after losing to Martin Holík on camera in our last round yesterday. Brody Spurlock, Andrew Rayner also presenting marionette this weekend, having a phenomenal time. We look at Jason Rolfe, our only Lyath left in the competition, sitting in 8th at 6-1. It's going to be our round 1 feature match if you're in the mood for some more short Guardian as we kick things off this weekend. But a little further down the page, some more interesting deck choices to look at too.
Yeah, allow me to give a huge shout out to my local player Juan Tacan with that 12th position in our table and going 6-1 on Gravy. We also have some other good names like Jose Soria. This is free, very known in my community as well, going 19th place with that 6-1 on Arachne as well.
Gonna see Manuel on Rhinar in 15th, Vari 7th on Dash.io, and even Daniele Frattarelli on Cindra in 17th. Not all the results we've got for you though. Let's take a look at the second page of our standings and see who is chasing down the tracking pack as we make our way through these rounds of the day. Gianluigi, of course, also at the bottom of this page there, worth noting on Dorinthia, very well known for being a established fatigue player on this deck. Typically, Decimator Great Axe is the plan of action there. Does switch between Dawnblade periodically, but a very fatigue-centric strategy. All right, we have some mildly balked standings, so
yeah,
you at least enjoyed the top 20 there for one way or the other, but we'll get some more results to you as players make their way through the feature match area and as things come a little bit more together. So, happy to see where we stand heading into the competition. It's been a pretty phenomenal day. I have some favorites in the field, and so do you, clearly. So how about we play a little bit of a game with those? How about we have some caster picks for the weekend?
Perfect. Sounds great.
All right. Let's take a look at who we chose. Carlota, walk me through your 5 juggernauts that remain in the field and why you picked them for this event.
I mean, I couldn't help it, and I'm sure the spectators know already they have something in common, right? You can see it there. It's Juan Tecon, Jose Soria, who is Jose Luis for us, or free for friends, and Daniel Folk, Josep Tarrida, and Jorge Tomas. They are all Spanish players. They are all in day 2. Well, Juan Tecon is one of my teammates. What can I say about him? He has top 8 so many times in big events. He has had a top 32 in Worlds. He is from Madrid. He is very young, but he is ready to cross it. And we have 3, as I said, he's part of the Sunflower Samurais. He has top 8 and top 4, some big events, sealed events mainly. For example, Colin Leon as well at the Battle Heart. And sealed is normally his specialty, but he is today in Arachne Marionette, and he is here to make a stand. Daniel Falk, he is coming from Granada. He is on Cindra. He is a pretty good player, but more of a local player, so he is probably very excited to be here, and he promised his community that he would open and welcome to race Alpha.
Ooh.
Yeah, an Alpha pack if he made it, so I am very curious to see what he finds in that. And Josep Torrida is also a local player. He's coming from a rather small shop with like 6-7 players, Amoris, the usual. And he started playing Azalea, but now has obviously had to switch to some other heroes. And Gravy has found a home with him and is bringing him to the calling. And we have Jorge Tomas. He is kind of new to the game. He has a lovely story because he bought the Das.io Armory deck.
Perfect.
And he brought Das.io today, and he's making an incredible calling.
Very happy to hear it. Gabe.
Taking over. I have an interesting list. On the bottom here, we have Gary, Paul, and Jaap, who are 3 of my teammates over in the Netherlands. I love all of these players, and they were all able to scrape into day 2 on X2. Jaap, a very well-known Dash.io player, if you've heard of him before. If you've played Dash.io, you've definitely heard of him. He is considered one of the experts of that hero. Finally able to play again after a couple months off, and obviously killing it this weekend. Paul van Gijssel, he's a PT top 8 and a calling top 8 off of a great 2025. I think he ended 4th in the World Tour Player of the Year, also at 5-2 there. And then Gary White, a good friend of mine, picked up Rhinar a couple days ago and was like, oh, I love this deck, and decided since the Armory deck release he was going to show up on Rhinar this weekend. Great meta call. We also then, at the top of my list, have Vara Savens. If anyone was watching my last calling that I cast with Calling Hamburg with Scott, we had some great games covered by him, or played by him, showing us just the most fun version of Dash.io I've seen. He just hits face, and he's so good at it, and he brought some real joy to the game. He's a great player, great guy. He was really fun to watch as a player, so that was why I picked Vara here. I feel some attachment there. And then, of course, at the top, good friend of mine, Ahmad Kashi, piloting this Marionette deck that seems to be the story of the weekend, sort of one of the originators of this deck. And he's a good friend of mine who's helped me in both of my top 8s, helped me get through those top 8s and helped me prepare for them as well. So shout out to Kashi, and I hope he does well this weekend too.
Lovely stories, lovely picks. I got a few in my back pocket myself. Hard not to pick Jacob Clements when he just keeps winning. Really easy to make myself look good on camera if your pick's just incredible at trading card games. So we'll stay with Jacob while he's winning, especially on Arachne Marionette, the breakout deck of the weekend. Hard not to also pick fellow countryman Jason Rolfe when they are the only Lyath gold main still in contention in the room. I have a lot of respect for Jason. Did turn around to me and say, hey, I wanted to try something new after Worlds. I'm not super familiar with the deck, but I wanted to have fun, and I wanted to catch people unprepared. So I've picked up something new, and it seems like the audience at home are coming along for the ride. Gianluigi Lia is a favorite of mine, personally. We alluded to them just a moment ago. Well-renowned Dorinthia player, often leaning into more fatigue-based strategies with that deck. I'm a sucker for a specialist. Really big fan of someone who puts their craft to work on a certain hero, sitting at 6-1 as a reward for that dedication. Patrick Judd, I'm going to be completely honest with you, not a player I know. Not someone I've had the familiarity of casting games so far. But I like to pick curveball heroes and people that have picked something that is a little off meta and have found success, made their way into the second day of the competition. Patrick has done so on Marlin, a deck that we haven't seen too much success from in Classic Constructed. Still sits as a bit of an underdog despite showing up somewhat at the World Championship. And so I felt the need to reward that dedication with a slot on my caster picks. Last but not least, Tommaso Vecchido, another name that I think is just one of the most explosive and renowned names in Europe. But a soft spot, much like Gabe for myself. I had the pleasure of casting Tommaso's final game on New Alluring Desire as they sent that hero over to Living Legend, and therefore I feel a need to highlight them when they're doing well once more. It's been multiple 9th place finishes at the Pro Tour level for Tommaso last year. It's a brand new World Tour. I can't wait to see exactly where they end up.
Scott?
Ethan?
There's something missing, man.
No, there's 3 casters, Ethan.
Can you tell me where the Oscilios are? Oh, that's right. They're on a whole page. I'm tracking 5 Oscilios, folks. There are 5 who made day 2. And look at the top 2 undefeateds. Martin Holík, who we saw yesterday on stream. Jerome, who we haven't seen yet. But 2 7-0 slots. Are you kidding me? I love this hero. I mean, we've seen in Europe before how successful Martin was able to make it back in Copenhagen. I'm hoping we have another deep run from one of these players, from one of these Oscilios, because there's 5. There's 5 folks that we're going to be tracking today. 2 7-0s, 3 5-2s with Kiran Lee, Sami Belkorfi, and Tim. All right, we're giving up. I'm not an EU caster, but this is what I'm going to be watching, folks, because it is wildly exciting. 5 whole Oscilios that might make top 8. 5 in top 8? Possible. It's possible. All right, Scott, back to you.
Who hired this guy? What? I can't even get a clean run at the
Amazing.
opener of the show. Oh, Ethan, unacceptable.
Having Ethan join is just...
Of course, no. He's
Well,
part of the crew. I joke. I'm always happy to hear from Ethan. I just wish you told me about it. It makes my life significantly easier. But no, happy to see Oscilio doing well. Happy to see so many caster picks doing well. So many great faces in the community and a variety of different decks. It's very exciting stuff. It will not be long now until we are up and ready for our first round of the day. So thank you for joining us for the pre-show. It's very much appreciated. Don't forget, we do have a giveaway coming in the finals over the course of this event. So make sure you're tuned all the way through if possible. We'll let you know a little bit more about that Super Slam box on the way there. Carlota, got to ask you, because I asked Gabe yesterday, do you have a favorite match moment from day number 1 of competition?
Well, I must say that moment where we saw finally Martin getting away with his Oscilio.
When he started blasting?
Yes,
I enjoy it when
it
he started
was
blasting.
amazing.
It was
Yeah,
good
I
stuff
loved
to me.
it. Yeah.
Happy to hear it.
It was good.
Well, I'm sure we'll have plenty more Oscilio for you to look forward to then as well. But for now, I don't want to keep the folks at home waiting. We are ready in the feature match area, so let's make our way down into round number 8. We're going to see Jason Rolfe on your right-hand side, rocking Lyath Goldmane, the underdog of the event so far. On the other side, Daniele Frattarelli on that Cindra Drakai of Retribution, one of the most expected decks of the weekend, and I believe a pretty problematic matchup for a deck like Lyath.
It might be, and to cut a long story short, I must say that I am expecting some tricks up of Jason Rolfe's sleeve. And I think that he might be able to leave us all hanging.
Let's take a look at how we got here. We're going to see Daniel's record through day number 1. Just a single loss to Nicolo on Dorinthia. Otherwise, a strong performance through multiple Oscilios. Rhinar, Kasai, all over the place.
Yes, I see a familiar name here. That is Carlos Gutierrez. He is a guy from my community. Yeah, I barely know him. I just got married to him, and
might be vaguely familiar,
so,
perhaps.
Yeah. I'm excited to see his name there on the screen. Amazing.
Let's take a look at Jason instead. Walk me through exactly how Jason got to this position in day number 2.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is an incredible ride, and you can tell that this Lyath is not joking around. He has taken his things very seriously, only listening to Oscilio.
Okay, let's head to the overhead. Our players are way in front of us currently. We're going to see some Kunai of Retribution to kick things off. The first one blunted by Rampart of the Ram's Head. Lava Vein Loyalty also blocked out. Looks like the second Kunai did connect to allow Cut Through to come on through for 4, allowing Jason Rolfe to reevaluate how they wish to navigate this first turn of the game. We see in the palm of the hand, so this card you'd be tempted to deploy on the first turn if given the breathing room. But some interesting equipment choices available here for Jason. Walk me through Quelling Slippers on this side from Lyath. What are we looking for about this one in this matchup? Why is it so good?
It's a great, I think it's a great tool for Jason because, well, pitching and being able to keep those little breakpoints from Cindra coming, it's an amazing option to have at your hand.
5 intellect hero covering up 1 point sources of damage. Definitely at a premium in this matchup, especially alongside that Rampart of the Ram's Head. We'll see Booz on blocking duty. Cut Through will connect for a point as the kunai is flicked to keep that Mask of Momentum chain open. Jason Rolfe falling down to 38 here, taking 1 more from the Cut Through, down to 37. Last card in hand remaining will be a Lava Burst from Daniele, who is looking to draw a replacement card off Mask of Momentum and force those final cards out of the hand of Jason Rolfe.
Level Blast is always a strong move, and it comes after not a bad chain. I wouldn't say that is the longest combat chain we've seen on Cindra, but obviously it's a good turn for this player, for Daniele.
Not a bad start at all on turn number 0. Getting that Lava Burst off the natural does mean that we have to force the Arcanite Skullcap block out of Jason early here to deny Mask of Momentum. Cindra will be activated to rebuy the one kunai that is flicked away and available, and we'll make our way back over to Lyath Gold main. Of course, first turn of competition there as far as we're aware, so that Rampart will come back and Jason will fill up to a full 5-card hand to work with. Let's see what their first assault can manage to put together. Looks like another in the palm of your hand in the hand as Jason folded it behind a concealed object. We'll see what else is lurking there in just a moment. Of course, the Lyath activation nice and early there, thanks to the Rampart. Had floating resources, means there is a Might token available here for Jason going into the first turn.
Yes, and I'm really looking forward to see how Jason is able to come up with those big turns every, 2, maybe 3 turns. He has this big opportunity. He can't miss, because if he misses, obviously Cindra will take over, and the tempo is the most important thing here.
Very much a matchup where Jason will have to get underneath Cindra, find one of these big turns with an impressive on-hit, and then snowball from there, not miss on those opportunities. And we're going to start for one of those bigger turns by starting with in the palm of your hand. This turn round, not super exciting, just replaces itself on the way in, but in 2 turns' time will be a bonus card in the hand for Jason Rolfe, which should put together a massive 6-card turn and hopefully line up alongside some of those bigger, more impressive auras. Boo's going to get booed, courtesy of that come into play effect there to make an additional Might token for the future. Jason will continue extending here with Escalate Violence. This blue was very impressive on camera yesterday. If you have access to Might, you're going to make a chunk more Might, so a very efficient card given how small Lyath's attacks normally are.
Yes, and what we want to see here is Jason finding a way to disrupt Cindra. And if you get to strip her from her cards, and in this case Daniele from his card, obviously you are going ahead in this matchup, and that is what Jason is looking for, obviously. Just sitting the board and having some patience.
And we're going to see this a lot from Daniele over the course of the game, just confirming what cards do exactly. Unsurprisingly, Lyath Goldmain, not a renowned hero at this moment in time, arguably quite reviled. And so some of these cards are a little confusing, a little unexpected. And so we're going to see Concealed Object double-checked. We're going to double-check where this Might tokens came from our Escalate Violence. And this is the sign of a premium player that we see at 6-1, a competition like calling Valencia. You don't get here without swallowing your pride. If you don't know what's happening, you need to process in real time, you need to read cards, you need to ask questions.
Yes, absolutely. Also, we are looking for a confidence token at some point.
Going to be a tough one to get out of Lyath. There is a couple ways.
There is a couple
ways. You do get 2 steps ahead, but it's much, much harder to make those confidence tokens than something like Pleiades. So with a bit of luck, maybe. We're also looking for like Tear Asunder, for example, which is a card that could give some Dominate and force it through that way as well. So a fewer pieces of evasion to keep your eyes out for from our Guardian player. For now, Kunai of Retribution coming across to start the turn here for Daniele. Does pitch away a Throw Dagger to enable this. So going to have plenty of resources to work with this turn.
Yes, and I want to see what Daniele has up in store for us, because this Kunai looks like a very innocent way to start his turn.
It does. It's somewhat difficult to soak up these Kunai without using Rampart for Jason. He's in this spot that committing to Rampart isn't quite as easy as it was for a deck like Oldhim back in the day. There's no Crown of Seeds to always funnel those resources away. You're kind of obliged to use your hero ability if you pitch a blue to facilitate the Rampart. So we're not going to see it jumping in front all of the time. It's going to be about playing Mass Denial in strategic points, and we don't see it here. So that Kunai is going to connect. Thankfully, no Blood Splattered Vest for, in this case, plenty of resources available. Lava Vein Loyalty, the follow-up.
Absolutely, and I would say that this is just a pretty standard Cindra move. Lava Vein Loyalty, okay. So it's just 3 go again. No problem there. Just Jason has to think a little bit more than other heroes, because obviously block 3 is not easily an option here. and he's doing his maths. Obviously, Lyath has a lot of maths going on because you have to, you know, divide the defense value of your cards, and then, well, you really need to be fast with numbers, I would say. And then Rampart, of course, as you said, is going to offer so much value if it's properly used. Like, it could represent a lot of damage points along the game, and I'm really interested to see how.
And we're going to see Jason committing to blocks here, and so we'll activate Lyath Goldmane to remove that debuff by giving +1 defense to his cards. Mocking Blow will then soak up the hit from this Lava Vein loyalty. We'll see Daniele reaching for that Flick Knives. He's more than happy to keep the chain link here. I guess bread and butter Cindra plays that we've come to know and love. Mask of Momentum very much is the pivotal piece of tying these big turns together, and so keeping those chain links as hits, very much the most important part of pressuring a deck like Lyath.
We're looking for things like Leave Them Hanging, for example, that instant aura that Lyath has, and that is a perfect tool for stopping Cindra in her tracks. Like, with that mass of momentum threatening you all the time, if you have the possibility of intimidating a card in Cindra's turn, you are pretty well equipped.
Definitely a card to watch out for as the game continues. For now, Jason with a difficult decision. Blaze Headlong a little more awkward as the third chain link. Of course, we do have access to Rampart of the Ram's Head to cover up that point, but we'll earn another block 3 from the hand. So we'll see, cut a long story short, forced to play defense this time around to prevent this Blaze Headlong from connecting. Cindra will activate, pull back those kunai for another assault, and will send one in immediately, courtesy of those floating resources.
Yes, absolutely, and I must say that I love the names of these cards, like Cat, a long story short, Leave Them Hanging. I mean, in the palm of your hands, it's just too much flavor in there, and I just have a lot of respect for that developing team.
Kunai of Retribution does connect here. Jason happy to take a point of damage. Daniele will reevaluate how to spend that last card, whether he'd rather have it in the arsenal for a bigger assault next turn, or simply threaten damage while Jason is expending cards. It is 4 more from Art of the Dragon Blood this time around. Not draconic, nothing fancy, just a raw 4 damage.
Yeah, it's a pity to see that go to waste, because it's usually, if you find a way to make it draconic, you get a lot more value from that card. And also a pity to see that Cat, a long story short, block in there, because it's a good, very good tool for Lyath later on. But you have to make decisions.
I think it's a very heads-up read from Daniele. It's hard to not want to try and save this card to line it up with Bramble Cinderclaw or some other fealty token later on, but understands that Jason was already kind of sheepish about blocks, has activated Lyath, was trying to keep hold of some number of cards to utilize those 6 might tokens, and so pressure is just worth more in this spot. Either guarantee your damage or take away options from Jason as all those might tokens come back together. So for now, back over to Lyath Goldmane, 2 cards in hand remaining, 1 in the arsenal. 2 nickel tick up, all those might tokens will trigger as we get closer to in the palm of your hand. Booze, importantly, also going to trigger here to make another might for a following turn. We've talked about this a few times with Lyath Goldmane over the course of the broadcast. You're going to be looking to kind of set up these big turns, but each one needs to also facilitate another big turn in the future. So it's not just about might tokens being made now, it's about also making sure there's some auras and might tokens for later as well.
Absolutely, and that is what Jason is going for. We have Daniele taking out
1 in hand.
1 in hand.
Jason's card, just making sure that he does understand what Short Shrift does. And as you know, if it has a greater strength than its base, it gets +1, but it also has Crush. So if it deals 4 more damage to the hero, they will discard a card. That is the kind of disruption that Cindra doesn't like. And we are talking about 3 that combats to 12. So that is kind of hard for Cindra to block.
Big numbers certainly help. We see Short Shrift on the combat chain here. Definitely the kind of attacks you're looking for in this matchup, as you correctly alluded to. Just taking cards away from Cindra is super important. You need to deny the ability to threaten Mask of Momentum, and it's much easier to do that on a 3-card hand than it is on a 4 or 5. We do see Daniele happy to take the heat here for 12. He will be discarding a card as a result. It's Cut Through that makes its way into the bin as we make our way back over to the Italian.
Absolutely, and I would like to be in Daniele's mind right now, because it must be buzzing in there, because that is something that you don't want to see early in game, that disruption, that in the palm of your hand about to pop.
Cards in hand.
And yeah, must be a difficult moment for Daniele, even if it's his turn now. And we're starting with Rising Resentment.
Rising Resentment, pretty much a spicy head jab, if you like. A little bit of added flavor onto one of those 3 power go-against starters. We are going to see a response to the Resentment here. Jason going to go after that Mask Trigger proactively with Leave Them Hanging. We alluded to this one just a few moments ago. Feels like an Icelander card in some ways. Definitely a favorite of mine. Tax the opponent during their turn by intimidating away cards proactively, and in a few turns' time, or sometimes immediately, courtesy of those attention grabbers, you can fire off an extra 4 points of power. Definitely one of the marquee Majestics for Lyath Goldmane.
Yes, this is a power move for Jason. It comes in a pretty good timing. You have there Daniele taking out what it does, which means that he's probably now wondering a lot about what this means for him in the future.
It's random?
It's random, yeah.
So both players there just confirming it is an intimidation. Daniele was taking a moment to consider which card to temporarily banish there, but bad news, my friend, you don't get the choice. We're going to be knocking one of these away free of charge. And this is a bit of a problem here, because I believe there is an Art of the Dragon scale in the hand for Daniele, which if that Bramwith Cinderclaw is lost, it might not be a way to make the best use of that this turn. Jason now left defending that Rising Resentment once more. Does have to be a little more careful with their card count here. It's not going to be a huge turn, only 1 Might Token available, but palm of their hand will be coming off as well to provide an extra card, so wants to make sure they convert every card they find.
And the disruption that he has caused already to Daniele this turn is absolutely worth it. So yeah, I mean, intimidating a card in the opponent's turn is just busted.
3 no cards in hand.
Okay, some struggle good luck here for our Cindra. Did not get stuck with the 1-cost card in hand afterwards. Bramwith Cinderclaw will come on through for 3 more points of damage here. Jason going to consider if it is worth another card.
Yes, just thinking a little bit. I guess he's considering his options for the next turn. As you said, he has to be very careful as in terms of how he manages his resources, obviously, and he has to be very mindful of his life there as well. But blocking efficiently is not easy.
There are some unknowns here. In the palm of the hand, obviously very powerful, but the top card of the deck really could be anything, so not entirely sure how to put this together. We see Villainous Pose, Mocking Blow, and a Nimbalism in the hand here for Jason, and an unknown card in the arsenal. So that pose, a little hard to make use of without a blue alongside it, but we will have a functional Mocking Blow turn. But we see the pain point. Wants to make sure the life totals remain ahead, which is easy enough to do thanks to that Leave Them Hanging. Going to be in the lead heading into the turn here. And we're going to see Jason converting on these attention grabbers, reaching for these to knock a counter off Leave Them Hanging, looking to make this turn even bigger than it already was.
Another beautiful example of that naming the cards incredibly in tune,
Block 3.
pun intended, for this beautiful, beautiful art
No
from
reaction.
Pylades.
3 block declared, counter removed from Leave Them Hanging. Will be the end of the turn as the intimidated card comes back for Daniele. He's done for now. Over to Jason Rolfe will go.
Again in my turn, Tunic.
Tunic will tick up in the palm of your hand, will tick down. He'll draw a card as a result and have a full 5 to work with, despite
1 Might.
activating, pitching a blue last turn, I should say.
And then this is going to go as well.
See that Leave Them
It's gonna
Hanging
be +5.
expiring. A total of +5 will be given
And
to that first attack. Let's see if we can take a peek at what Jason pulled. I believe that is a long story short found in the hand here, and a
Oh, you got your
battered,
hand, yeah.
beaten, and broken in the arsenal. So a variety of attacks available here. Most importantly, found a yellow, so a resource card that can facilitate this villainous pose if that's what Jason wants to do.
Absolutely. You want that cut a long story short to be even bigger than it would be currently. So yes, probably as Jason needs the resources, is going to end up in the pitch zone, and we are going to see a different move with that, that nimbalism coming from Jason.
And so we see some deliberation here because it's not obvious as to where this damage is supposed to go. Jason knows that raw numbers aren't typically a thing that matters against Cindra. She's very happy to race you. So he's got to take a moment to consider which of these attacks is best placed, Battered, Beaten and Broken, or something like Mocking Blow. Mocking Blow much larger, at risk of being a bit problematic later on if the damage coming through from Daniele is far too much.
5, 10.
But more efficient right now. But in exchange, you give up the intimidation and potential interaction of a card like Battered, Beaten and Broken.
Villainous Pose,
And so we will see
which boos me, which makes me a mite.
Villainous Pose played here off the Tunic and the Mocking Blow, and just looking to convert cards and maximum. Love to see this sequencing here from Jason, keeping that Battered, Beaten and Broken around for later on. So we have the +5. And this is very important, actually, here. Jason did not have this cut a long story short in hand when they made the decision to block with attention grabbers. But they knew this was a possibility thanks to the tools that were already available for them. Knocked a counter off, brought it in line with the rest of the turn, and suddenly this cut a long story short is coming in for 15. Now that's, just do some napkin math, that's above 13, which is a bit of an issue thanks to this tower ability. When this hits a hero, they discard their hand. If you thought Short Shrift was good, this might be a bit better.
That is the magic number for Jason. Some others might find it unlucky, but for this cut along story short, it's just the number that you want. You want to go above those 13, and then you have it. So we couldn't see Jason get into that number before, but obviously he had the tools very well covered in his hand, and he used them in the perfect way to get those 15. And now Cindra has to lose all her hand.
A very painful hand to lose at that. 3 block 2s in there. Double Ravenous, Rabble, Blaze, Headlong, premium aggressive cards, forced to block. 6 damage still taken from Daniele as he passes back to Jason. Going to see a hand come together here on the pass. And let's look at this monstrous set of options here. Imposing Visage, Concealed Object as blues, double Edge of their seats, and another copy of Leave Them Hanging. Now, a few ways to sequence this. I think, this is so tough. I think if it were me, I would be looking to establish these edge of their seats potentially now at the end of Danielle's turn to get these to come down a bit faster. Unlike Pleiades, you don't have the ability to remove those counters proactively. You've kind of got to get a bit tricky with your windows of opportunity. And they're just bigger numbers. More importantly, Leave Them Hanging is much better during the opponent's turn. If at all possible, you could rather park that in the arsenal, make sure you can deny a mask trigger later down the line or something to that effect.
Yes, and I don't know if I would go more for like a full setup of, or if, I mean, you want to get the most of your tempo. Now, Cindra is just a spectator at this very moment because obviously had to discard the whole, well, not discard, but block with the whole hand, or either it was going to be discarded. So Jason has to take the most of it, and it looks like he's trying to go ahead and play those edge of their seats and keep the suspense for another 2 turns here as he navigates the rest of his hand.
So this is the more interesting decision point. I think this first edge of their seats was always going to happen. Jason now has to decide which of these they'd like to tick down proactively, be it the Leave Them Hanging or the edge of their seats. It's, for me, again, pretty clean cut of a choice. I think just leaning on this edge of their seats is where I'd want to be. But we do know about that Battered, Beaten and Broken in the arsenal. It does have to come out. Jason here reaching for Concealed Object to utilize during their turn, potentially. Decides that is, in fact, a little bit less efficient than setting up the bigger edge of their seats turn.
I honestly would have gone with that second edge of their seats too. And now the decision is tough because Leave Them Hanging obviously could also be a powerful tool, as we saw.
So this is really interesting. We saw Jason pausing and debating over-pitching to facilitate this edge of their seats and getting the extra red out of their hand, which means he's thinking about keeping that Battered, Beaten and Broken around to line up with these bigger auras next time around. Instead decides that going bigger is going to be the plan of action and is likely just going to utilize this Might token alongside an attack for 4, a somewhat lackluster one, to get that extra aura into the arsenal.
Yes, I mean,
Battered, Beaten and Broken.
we are seeing here Jason going ahead,
Now,
attacking as you
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
predicted.
6, 0.
This isn't
And-
nothing here.
yeah.
It's worth noting that Bad, Beaten and Broken does require you to control 3 auras. So
And this is for
obviously
2.
Daniele doesn't know the
on
card
here.
in Jason's hand. He's unaware of how many auras could be in play. This could be a Lyath Goldmane activation. If you want to activate the hero ability to create a might token, you threaten suddenly this on hit that would destroy the intimidated card. So it is something that our Italian has to be a little aware of at the very least. We know it's a red, so it's not going to happen, but it's a very real threat in this spot.
It's also a very challenging game for Daniele, because I bet Cindra is not very used to being intimidated both in the opponent's turn and on his own turn. So it just, yeah, kind of tricks your mind into being in a different state than the usual. So you can't really plan ahead because you don't know what is. It's like having this fly around bothering you constantly and distracting you from
I've
real
heard
stuff.
Lyath Goldmane referred to as that fly that bothers me. It's very appropriate for the character. Very much inclined to agree. So intimidation complete here from the Bad, Beaten and Broken, and now Daniele aware of the card he will lose if an activation comes on through. We'll decide if it is better off playing some level of defense, going to reevaluate the cards played so far from Jason before making an informed decision.
Of course, Daniele has to check how many of those auras and intimidating cards have been used already.
Jason just hovering his hand over the hero. It's very telling. Just, yeah, maybe I want to activate this. Maybe I don't know. Looks like a judge call for our folks here. I imagine this is probably just Daniele checking, hey, if the aura is made from Lyath Goldmane, am I in trouble? Which is a very fair question to ask. This isn't exactly a scenario that people have found themselves in very often.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just something that we have to wait and see what Daniele comes up with.
No need to wait. Judge call done.
Yeah.
Let's get ourselves back down into that feature match area and see how this one played out. So
That
both
was-
players happy with the result one way or the other.
That was fast, luckily, and yeah, we're back into action, and we are just waiting for Jason to decide on that activation or not.
Again, we know no activation here. No blocks was declared in the end. So no punish for that either. Intimidated card will come on back. A whole 2 damage scored. That's Lyath Goldmane numbers right there. And we'll make our way back to Cindra for what feels like the first time in a moment to have a full barrage of damage. But it does kind of need to force the issue here. There is a rather egregious amount of damage sitting on the board in the form of those 2 edge of their seats. And we know Leave Them Hanging is in the arsenal there as well. Now, it is worth noting that one will not be able to line up with these edge of their seats because we're not Pleiades. We can't take the extra counter off in time. But it is likely to allow Jason not to block all that much this turn and maybe not respect Mask of Momentum twice by extending it here and keeping the rest of that hand safe for these edge of their seats.
That is precisely the reason why Jason saved that aura, and Daniele is going to be presumably upset by this interaction, because I don't think he's expecting it necessarily, and it's going to come up in one of his, more like little opportunities that he has had to play with a full hand and arsenal in this match. So. Yes, it's going to be a tough one. It's also a very tough decision in terms of timing, because Jason needs to decide when to use that aura, and you need to be aware of Mask of Momentum and all that is or might be coming from Daniele's hand.
By 225 to the end, I ask you to play a little bit more.
Players here just being fair and honest about it. This is something that you should very much indulge in at the competitive level. Players need to play at a timely pace. And of course, decision-dense turns do happen for both of these players as the game gets into its final turns. There's a lot of moving pieces, especially for Lyath Goldmane. So just being aware of that ahead of time before we get down to the wire, good, healthy habit to have.
Yes, Daniele was just kindly asking Jason to keep up a good pace here, and I mean, we are kind of okay. We still have 26 minutes left. It's not like we're too close to the ending of this game, at least in terms of time. But of course, yes, absolutely agreed. Both of those players have to bear that in mind and keep a healthy habit, as you said. we have a fire tenant here, strike first, and Jason is just considering how to
Cards in hand?
proceed, because that leave them hanging is still there, as we said, and it might be the right time, it might be a little bit early, we don't know yet.
This is a tough decision point. I think the resource being made from Blood Splattered Vest is probably the tiebreaker here. We'll go, words are hard, chat. I think the fact that it's pretty clear Daniele wants to go 4 wide, needed the resource to facilitate the turn, makes this Intimidate very appealing. You're going to deny something meaningful the majority of the time. And so this is the window. 1 card left in hand, 1 card taken away. And then Jason may re-evaluate the block on this Fire Tenant. And we'll see it's Art of the Dragon scale in the arsenal there. So not Draconic, not currently capable of picking up that bonus from Fire Tenant.
I do have... yes, it was an Ancestral. Yeah, I thought it was. I do have a feeling that it's an Ancestral there in his hand, but it is. It is, and it goes ahead, offering that card draw that Daniele needs now more than ever, because with that Intimidated card, obviously, you need to keep things going.
So a meaningful pause here from Jason in response to the Ancestral Empowerment. Wanted to debate whether or not this was time for those Quelling Slippers to come into effect and soak up some of this damage. Ancestral Empowerment will resolve, card will be drawn, and Fire Tenant will make its way up to 4. So we're still in that spot. There's 1 card in hand, 1 in the arsenal here to follow up. Jason considering anything in reactions.
They are still thinking.
I think we're actually on Daniele here. I think Jason has passed and is debating how to navigate this turn now. Did make a resource with that Blood Splattered Vest, and of course has an unknown card from the top of the deck, courtesy of Ancestral Empowerment. Is going to want to use that resource to facilitate Art of the Dragon scale, but drew a Snatch, so unfortunately will not be able to utilize both the Draconic buff from Fire Tenant, or in this case, both of the attacks that were available. So that leaves them hanging, doing spectacular work at shutting down this turn from going any wider. The Snatch from draw from Snatch here, pretty non-funked. We know there is obviously a mass trigger on this as well, but what are you going to do with these extra cards? You have no go again.
That is the thing, and yes, I mean, as I anticipated, Daniele is probably a bit upset about how this turn played out. And Jason, I think, made the right call there with that leave them hanging.
Forgot to flick.
Oh, so I think Danielle has just noticed their own slip up here. So with a Flick Knives activation, Dragon Scalar Flight Path was available. We were missing on too many Draconic Chain Links and needed the resource. But by flicking on that Chain Link and creating another resource from Blood Splattered Vest, he would have been able to gain go again on those Dragon Scalar Flight Path and still throw the Art of the Dragon Fire. So a small misstep here is going to give Jason Rolfe a ton of breathing room. He's going into this big 10+ damage turn from edge of their seats with a full chunk of cards to work with, 4 remaining, and we see Tear Asunder front and center in the hand here, which is going to be played to grant this damage dominate.
Yes, you can definitely tell that Daniele is having a tough time there. He lost a little bit of focus with that, all of that disruption coming from Lyath. Jason is keeping it coming. Daniele has a thrown there, and well, now this Sword Thrift is coming for 14.
More importantly, 14 with Dominate, on hit, discard 3 cards. So bad news if you are Cindra enjoyers. This one is going to be rather hard to navigate with most of a turn intact.
Yes, Daniele is trying to find a way out of this, but I am afraid it is looking a bit uphill for him.
A poor time to find Wrath of Retribution, one of the more powerful tools available to Cindra. Big turns often come together off the back of that card, this time forced to play defense rather sheepishly.
Still doesn't want to let go, but of course, I mean, a 3 block here is your only sensible...
There is some consideration for some equipment, trying to get some value out of that while you know Tear Asunder is providing Dominate, but unsurprisingly, this is take 11 damage, watch my entire hand disappear into the abyss. We know that Arsenal is a one-cost Art of the Dragon scale, so there will be no follow-up immediately from Daniele. And Jason Rolfe has all the momentum. He's going into his turn with a 5-card hand and 19 life to work with. The downside of that, this hand is wholly unimpressive. That is multiple copies of Power Play, a blue full of Bravado, Short Shrift, and a Calming Breeze. We're going to see a Lyath activation and a pretty anemic attack.
Yes, it's a pity for Jason because he had all the tempo, as you said, and still
It's fine.
you have to set up. So if you miss one turn here
Okay,
and you're not
Shunnet
able to set up yet, it
+5.
means that you might have to wait 3 turns until you finally get another huge blow that ends up.
So thankfully,
With that,
it's not
one.
nothing. We're in a spot where this leave them hanging is coming off of suspense. So we will have a total of +5 thanks to a Lyath gold main activation. But Jason would really love to have found a few more of those nimbleism style effects to make this a really problematic turn. As it stands, it is going to be 8 coming across from the Short Shrift. And again, this is meaningful interaction. This is going to force a discard if it manages to crush. And of course, Daniele doesn't know that those 3 cards in hand aren't Razor Reflexes or other ways to make this additionally problematic.
Yes, Daniele is just thinking and going through his cards. That is a Burning Blade Dance, there is a Rise and Rebellion.
Ignite in
And-
the middle there as well. Can't quite get the last card on the edge of the hand, but a pretty premium aggressive hand, not afforded the luxury here to keep it all.
Yes, absolutely. Cindra needs to go wide and also is missing one of those kunais already. So that also has some importance if we try to find out what Daniele is planning for his next turn.
Tough spot for the accomplished Italian. Has to find a way to survive. This is one of the better case scenarios. They're not aware of it yet, but he's found himself in a spot where Jason cannot meaningfully convert these other 3 cards, but does still have to provide reasonable defense. Quite the life total left to get through on the other side of the table.
Also, it's not like this attack for 8 is coming with Daniele sitting comfortably at like 20 plus life. No, it's coming at a point where Daniele is at 5. So obviously, you really need to commit some cards or, well, equipment. I don't know. There are so many decisions to be made here. That Mask of Momentum is there. It hasn't been activated once. Jason is merciless in this sense, and Daniele has to start committing some equipment, playing around with those pieces already.
We're seeing Daniele reach for Dragon Scale of Flight Paths here. He's also going to reach for that Mask of Momentum. I like this a lot. I think this is playing to win instead of playing not to lose. There's a lot of spots here where any additional buff effect is going to rip cards away from you alongside this Short Shrift crush ability. But those aren't the games you win as Cindra anyway. So this is Daniele saying, hey, Jason, you don't have it. This is the best I can do to have a chance to win in this game. I'm going to keep as many cards as I can and make my way into my following turn. So he will start things off here with a pretty premium starter one way or the other. It's going to be Ignite reached for. Will no doubt fund a kunai or that Art of the Dragon scale later in the turn if somehow a fealty token appears.
Yeah, Ignite is kind of okay for a start.
Jason, of course, still stuck with those power play in hand we knew about, but has found another edge of their seats, a Cruel Ambition and a copy of Peace of Mind. That Calming Breeze was placed in the arsenal, a card that looks very appealing against Cindra typically. Very good at blunting those kunai. In this case, it will be soaking up some Ignite damage to start the turn, but not all of it will be paired alongside that Rampart of the Ram's Head to cover up the rest.
Yes, that Rampart doing its thing. I mean, we haven't seen as much use as I was expecting at the beginning, but it's because Jason obviously has had all the tempo here.
As we kind of alluded to early in the game, Rampart here very much a bonus tool, not a must-have part of this game plan. It is situationally used more than it is a case of religiously used, like it would be in other Guardians in the past. For now, demonstrate devotion in the follow-up, and that Calming Breeze now looking very appealing. That breakpoint's going to be covered up nice and cleanly, but of course, we know it's a peace of mind in hand for Jason Rolfe here, which will also take care of that 4 damage and generate a Ponder token in the process.
This is just
Negate the Feng.
crazy value for Jason right now, because he also wants to see as many cards as possible considering the last draw. So yes, Daniele doesn't know it yet, but for sure Jason is happy, very happy to have found that peace of mind right now.
Rising Resentment,
No blocks.
Chain Link number 3, no blocks declared. Flick Knives will be reached for here.
Flick yourself.
Yep.
And so I love this play. This is such a heads-up, experienced Cindra decision. Calming Breeze here would prevent a flick from connecting and therefore couldn't make a resource with Blood Splattered Vest. So instead, Daniele is going to flick himself. That way the damage does connect. He takes an extra point of damage for the honor, but the resource will be made to pay for the rest of the turn. It's incredibly heads-up choice.
It is incredible.
Going
and
to see
it's
that fealty being broken as a result was made. Tons this draconic.
This is something that we also see sometimes when they play Verdance. When they play against Verdance, Cindra also tends to do, well, not tends to do, but has this
You don't
resourceful
want
way
to.
of
Five, right?
flicking that knife to themselves and stop Verdance in her tracks.
It's amazing to think that in a roundabout way that Calming Breeze has been worth about 4 damage. It kind of dealt a point in the process as well, which is that's a darn good card.
It is an amazing card, and it comes
Block 4, 5.
very handy for Jason right here, right now, in this very precise matchup where those breakpoints are so important.
Does proceed to block 5, leave 1 card in hand for Jason. That Ponder token looming to refill the arsenal at the end. We know that last card is a Cruel Ambition, so it's going to be making 3 Might token for the following turn, letting that Ponder refill the arsenal and saying, Danielle, you're allowed a full hand, but you don't have Mask of Momentum anymore.
Thinking if I want Arsenal.
What can you do?
It is going to be a very tough moment for Daniele, who is now at 2 lives only because of that kunai use. And Jason is going through the graveyard.
I'm so curious.
Yeah,
So
to make
Jason
sure.
verbalized it, that he isn't sure if he wants to Arsenal.
Pass.
And I'm trying to think what kind of card at this point you wouldn't want to Arsenal. I didn't quite catch it on the draw, but clearly wanted more information by going through the graveyard to figure out how many copies of other cards are left available. And I'm very curious to figure out what that is.
Absolutely. I really want to know too. And Daniele is now just really focused on his hand.
Let's see if we can get a peek at what Daniele is working with. Heart of the Dragon, Blood at the front is going to play resource duty this time around. So
First of
maybe
all,
a bottleneck of go again. No starter available by the looks of things. It will be Kunai of Retribution to try and tie the turn together. We see another Calming Breeze in the hand for Jason Rolfe. And of course, those slippers still available as well. The last copy of Leave Them Hanging immediately coming out of the hand here for our Guardian to knock away another aggressive tool. Every time our Cindra player finds himself with a full hand, it has been meaningfully interacted with on defense.
It is just crazy timing for that Calming Breeze and that Leave Them Hanging. It's just incredible how things are playing out for Jason Rolfe.
And so the Calming Breeze blows through the feature match area. Kunai of Retribution going to be soaked up as things currently stand. Now, worth remembering, Leave Them Hanging does take an additional turn to come to fruition. So not going to be partnering up with those Might tokens for a Goliath hit just yet, but that's both a blessing and a curse. It means that that damage is spread across 2 turns for Jason. It means they can probably meaningfully pressure multiple times going forward. For now, display Loyalty, the follow-up here. That fealty token, surprisingly important. We know the last card that's in hand here for Danielle is a copy of Art of the Dragon Fire, which unfortunately lines up kind of badly into Calming Breeze.
Yes, Daniele is probably considering that at the moment as well. And we're going to see a flick knives activation here with the other kunai being sent straight to Jason.
Daniele has to flick
Oh, so
himself
sorry, just to
again.
Daniele, yes. So, yeah, it's just once again, he does the same old trick of hurting himself. And
Oh, that's
this
so
is getting...
backbreaking.
Okay, in response to the fire,
Going to 1 in your own turn, not a great feeling.
sigil to go to 18.
The sigil to 18 in response to the Art of the
Then
Dragon
I'll take
fire.
damage to the fire because of this.
Yeah.
And so 1 point prevented, courtesy of the remainder of that calming breeze. Jason going to reach for the rampart
I'll
here
block 1
and that
and take
tunic
4.
resource to block 1 point of physical damage. Take 4 points from the Art of the Dragon, falling down to 13. Means there is 2 cards left to work with and 3 might tokens coming off this turn. Will almost certainly take the majority of the hand away from Daniele this time around.
kind of in a confident spot right now, sitting on those 13 lives, as compared to Daniele being just at 1. So, yes, could only,
3 mites.
you know, recover those mites. That leave them hanging, obviously, is 1 step closer to popping next turn, and we have just a casual Titans first for 6.
Definitely the small upside of playing Lyath in Classic Constructed compared to doing so in Super Slam. If you do miss on the attack or you are forced to play defense, that Titan's Fist is always loyally waiting for you in the arena to carry those buffs in a pinch. Does earn 2 cards from Daniele, who will then be forced to pitch a throw dagger to swing in with that kunai of Retribution. We see Heart of Fiendel at the front of the hand for Jason Rolfe. Not likely to be very helpful in this scenario, given the overwhelming life lead.
Yes, exactly, and also Daniele, being at 1 knife, obviously has had to block things that we know for sure that Cindra doesn't like at all, meaning that he only has, a couple
no
of
blocks left.
cards left.
12.
No blocks declared this time around. Falls to 12. No risk of blood-splattered vest resources anymore. So Daniele will have 2 cards to work with. It's the arsenal they reach for. Swiftly put back down as Display Loyalty makes its way onto the combat chain for an additional fealty token.
Lovely, Ethan was kindly showing us here the Qualin, just in case Jason decided to go and pitch for that kunai, but he finally decided not to.
Gotta respect a man that reaches for his slippers in the hardest of times. It's a good place to be. Display Loyalty here. 3 go again. That fealty already created from the upcoming ability. Jason just motioning to the leave him hanging. And yep, don't remind myself, I am going to be swinging for 4 additional points next turn. And so I'm more than happy to take some damage to put my big barrage together. Do you see Daniele holding in reactions, will be flicking that kunai for an additional point of value, and it will be the slippers that are reached for in this case. Snug, comfortable, and damage preventing. Good place to be.
Yes, obviously Daniele this time couldn't throw the kunai himself, right?
I would advise against it.
It wasn't an option here.
Probably not the cleanest line.
Well, go to 10.
So these slippers have quelled twice. If you're not familiar with these, they can be used multiple times over the course of a turn once they have been activated. So 1 paid on the flick, 1 paid on the Display Loyalty, and no doubt 1 more paid on this Ravenous Rabble to cover up that breakpoint in a pinch.
Yeah, beautiful to see that Corazón de Fiendal, I think, right? Is it in Spanish?
Very possible. Very apt and flavorful for the
Aw.
location.
Some
Jason
Spanish
knows how.
stars in our,
Of course. Jason knows
in
how
our
to score points
Valencia
with the local
calling.
community.
Yeah, extra points for Jason. Absolutely.
I'd like to confirm the casters are not biased in any way.
We are not.
So Rampart and that Goon beat down, I believe. Battery, perhaps. Tucked away underneath there on defense duty. So Kunai will be rebought for Cindra as we make our way back to Lyath Goldmane. 1 card in the arsenal, 3 in hand, and leave them hanging, coming off of suspense. 4 bonus points of power to whichever attack Jason Rolfe chooses to volley this turn. He's leading on Nimbleism and Cruel Ambition. It will be 3 points this turn, 3 points next turn. Solid value from the 5 intellect of the Reviled Guardian, and it is going to be that Goon beatdown from the Arsenal as the attack this turn. The Ponder was successful for Jason here. Unsurprisingly, a moment of deliberation on those resource cards, but lined up perfectly with that copy of Cruel Ambition means this is up, active, and online. A blue attack coming in for 11. On hit, you get booed, but mostly because you've won the game.
Can Daniele block this? That is the question. And we see that Oath of Loyalty going away along with the rest of Daniele's hand.
Full 12 defense available does keep Daniele alive, but it means it will be a full 6 cards and a Tunic resource alongside these 3 Might tokens for Lyath Goldmane. We see 3 additional Might to start the turn, and a handful of options, kicking off with Booze to get booed ahead of time. Make a fresh Might token for the following turn.
He's going full speed here.
Seems very confident about how this turn is going to be navigated. Cruel Ambition for additional Might tokens being made. Only 3 of these available this turn. Looks like a car, long story short, in the hand. It's Tear Asunder from the Arsenal, which is going to be good enough to lock things up. There is only 1 victor in our feature match this round, and the name is Goldmane.
Incredible game from Jason. That has been a wild ride.
And Wild Ride's a brute card. Didn't get any of those this time around, but a pretty
It
impressive showing, I think, from both players there. Some solid understanding of the situation Daniele found himself in. I love people flicking themselves. I think it is just one of the most incredible plays you can make. It's a bit painful to be in that spot. Jason there just continuing to demonstrate that he understands how Lyath Goldmane works. It was an unusual pick for the weekend, but one that is clearly paying off.
Absolutely, and it's a rather brave move, I think, to have on the stream as well. And kudos to Daniele. We hope to see him going on.
Still in it, still very alive at
Yep.
X2 on Cindra. I think many folks at home are more focused on Lyath for the obvious reasons, but
Obviously.
still very much in contention. I'm focused on Lyath because it might be the deck that I've recently been playing in Silver Age. A brand new format here in Flesh and Blood, and one that I want to talk to you about right now. If you haven't caught up so far, a selection of pre-constructed decks coming in Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 on February 13th, 2026.
I think it's going to be a great opportunity for people to join Flesh and Blood. I have some of my locals very interested to get a copy of those. And the interesting part of it is that some heroes are back.
It's been some familiar faces that we haven't seen for a hot moment making their way back into this format, as all of our heroes will be legal as we kick things off. A brand new way to play with common, rare, and basic cards only. Silver Age is designed to be a fast, fun, and affordable format, and these pre-constructed decks serve as your $20 ticket to the $2 million World Tour.
Scar for Scar, Snatch, Crouching Tiger. They are all cards that, well, you tell us it's got.
Yeah, of course. Great examples of the kind of cards you can play in this format. Commons available, rares available, and of course, those tokens available for the decks that generate them as well. If you're looking to get involved with Silver Age, there's a few opportunities for you to do so early on, starting off in Seattle very shortly.
Yes, it starts on December 12th to the 14th, and then we have Hong Kong, December 19th to the 1st, sorry, and we will have Bryce and Michael Feng covering for those, right?
Should be fantastic. Yeah, those Battle Hardens will be on display. Unlikely to be streamed from my understanding. We'll have to see if we get a bit lucky with how the main event goes, but happy to see Silver Age finding success during early access. So those unlikely to be on the broadcast, but you'll be hearing all about them in the near future, no doubt. If 2026 is more your kettle of fish, don't panic. More early access Silver Age Battle Hardens before that big event in London. Akihabara and Columbus will be the dates you're looking for, so get them popped in your calendar if you're so inclined. Got to ask one more time. I know Azalea is a favorite for you here, Carlota, but if you can't have Azalea, if you're going to the world premiere and you're getting handed some of these pre-constructed decks, and I stole all the Azalea ones, who are you hoping to see?
I would like to try out Dorinthia, for example, and also Das. I think those are pretty good picks. I mean, Das is always a nice one for starters, and also Dorinthia is a classic, and I think she probably is better in stage than the performance that he has been having in the big leagues recently in Constructed.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Personally, I'm going to take Icelander and accidentally a second copy of Icelander, but I'm pretty sure that no one's going to have a problem with that. Each of these precons does come with a booster pack of Compendium of Rays to set you up with some upgrades ahead of time for that $20 price point. Fantastic new stuff. Ban list has been updated ahead of these early access events. Some expected choices and some unusual ones here. Walk me through them.
Yes, Fiddler's Green, Honeyhood, Nimby, Olnoka, Vigorous Mossap, and Reality Refractor. Obvious good tools for some of our preferred heroes. For example, Honeyhood would be very interesting for Azalea in some cases. And, well, obviously, we have to keep it a healthy and nice, lovingly format for everyone.
Yeah, just got to keep those tough nut players in check. Can't let them have any fun in this format whatsoever. So the full timetable, early access battle hardens for this format throughout November and January. The world premiere in London will take place throughout February alongside release and celebration events at your local game store. So make sure you get out for those along the way. The format will then be appearing at your local game store and at World Tour events from March forward, including Pro Tour Yokohama. Hopefully, I will see you there. More importantly, it is not up to the Team Legend Story Studios how this all plays out. It's a brand new format, a brand new approach, and so we want to keep things fresh. There is only one person I'm holding responsible for how this format plays out, and it's you, Carlota, specifically you.
Specifically me, so I'm not voting for Azalea, that I can tell you.
Oh,
but
no.
apart from that, thinking of, well, maybe some of the stronger heroes might find it harder to stay alive and legal in Silver Age. That is for you to decide, guys.
Yeah, regular voting on this one will allow heroes to come in and out of the format with some amount of frequency. The community will decide en masse most of those. LSS will have their say about one of them as well, no doubt. Silver Age, very exciting stuff. Happy to have the power in the hands of the community as we make our way into a brand new era of Flesh and Blood. Make sure you check it out. Grab yourself a pre-constructed deck and make sure you hand me the booster pack. You won't be needing that. Carlota.
Amazing.
Not a bad start to the day, do you think? Pretty good feature match, do you not think?
Yes, I think it's going to be Oscilio, right?
Coming up next? Yeah, absolutely.
Coming up next?
Yeah.
And
How did you know that? Someone
it,
told you ahead of time.
isn't that what you asked me?
No, I wanted to know if you enjoyed the next game. You're taking too far in the future.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Fine.
Well, I'm too eager to see what happens.
I don't blame you. We got to go fast when Lightning is involved. And so Oscilio will be in our feature match area next round in the hand once more of the Lightning Lampion himself, Martin Holík, who is still undefeated on the deck. On the other side of the table, though, well, we've seen this before. Arachne Marionette standing in the way of Oscilio, but this one's in the hands of Jacob Clements, who is still undefeated. Don't go anywhere.
See you there.
gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she ain't the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she ain't the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Lyath Goldman continues to impress in the hands of Jason Rolfe, but that's last round. We have much more to get to throughout this day, and so many more heroes still represented at the top of this field. How's your day gone so far?
It has been great, but it's good to see you, Gabe.
It's nice to be here. Nice to be back in the booth with you. Let's take a look at the standings so we can see what's going on at the top of the tables in this day 2 after one round of play so far. Of course, we see Martin and Jacob announced as the round we're about to watch. So those are the top 2 remaining undefeated players. At the end of this round, only one will be left. But down the road, we have 12 more 7-1 players. A lot of heroes represented here. What's catching your eye?
Well, of course, I mean, Andrea with Arcana going 7-1, still going very strong. We saw him yesterday on stream. It was amazing. And Cassie, you have said it before, he's a great friend of yours and also a very good Mario that is causing some struggle among the Cindras and other heroes. And, well, Roddy, of course. But what can I say? I mean, look at that 10th.
10th place.
Who is there? There is my boy, Juan Chacon. He's our youngest team member, and he is incredible. I cannot love more this guy. He's great.
Also the last remaining Gravy at 7-1. Very impressive run from Juan. We also see a Dorinthia at 7-1 in Gianluigi, and 2 Dios left in that bracket as well. Down the line, we have quite a number of heroes in the 6-2 bracket from 15th to 20th as well. We see some Mario. We see a Rhinar still at that bracket in Manuel in 18th. Some Cindras represented in the 6-2 and 7-1 bracket. We can take a look at the next page. Sorry, we cannot take a look at the next page, but from my understanding of these standings, I believe we also have a couple more Rhinar there, a couple more Mario, a couple more Cindra. So a lot of the heroes that you see here are on both of those pages at 6-2 and better, still in the run for top 8. I just want to get into it. We have a Oscilio Mario match. We saw how this played out yesterday. It went the way of the Oscilio in Martin. He remains undefeated, but he has another champion of the Marionette deck coming in this game, Jacob Clements. Let's jump into it. Let's see how these heroes have gone so far in the last 2 days and how they might fare in this one.
I can't wait.
We're going to be having Martin go first again, which means he probably won the die roll. That is the favorable position in this matchup.
He is going first, and he is going strong. We know that he is 8-0, as you say. He's 8-0, and what he wants, I think, is to stay away from those lower life points. Like, going below 15 can get tricky here for Martin. And Jacob, of course, wants to get sure of getting the most of those codexes, for example, disruption for the arsenal. Well, I can see a very interesting game coming.
So, Blast hitting the table here, and we've got a couple blocks out of Jacob. This is turn 0, so really what Martin's doing this for is just to generate that embodiment of lightning that he'll be able to do by popping this first Sigil of Conductivity off of the board with the other one. He's just doing a little bit of a setup turn, getting some of those resources available for the future turns.
And we get that first Blast of Oblivion here. Blast to Oblivion here. And yes, setting up, as you said. Jacob already choosing some blocks here, and well, that is a big setup already.
Yeah, these conductivities, they serve one role. They get bounced for an embodiment of lightning by Blast to Oblivion, and I guess they serve a second role of making your Volzar free. So seeing 2 on turn 0 after having used the Oscilio activation already means he's just going to put that second one on the board, even though it might not present that much opportunity for him. Passing to Jacob for the real turn 1 of the game, we see Orb Weaver Spinneret, always what these marionettes want to see in their hand on turn 1. Also a Savor Bloodshed, I believe.
It is Sable Bloodshed. There it is. Coming to give a plus 4 to that Hunter's Clave.
Does Jacob have unsleeved equipment? This is crazy.
It is crazy, but, well, let's see how Martin tries to block this. Well, yeah, those 2 Sigil of Lightning here in Martin's hand were not very useful right now.
No, not very good to block, and of course he already has the embodiment of lightning on the table. Of course, Jacob here presenting the Savor Bloodshed. This doesn't currently represent a draw because Martin is not marked yet, but having 2 Hunter's Glaives means he can, in the react step, mark him with flicking the other one, as he's doing right here, and then when this comes through with 5, the first dagger that's the actual attacking one will end up drawing Jacob a card.
Which is very good for Jacob, because obviously you want to go as wide as possible, knowing that Martin can find himself with cards that don't block or doesn't want to block with, and obviously now he's also marked, and that will give Jacob the opportunity to, yeah, transform, maybe. We'll see about how the rest of the turn goes up.
Orb Weaver Spinneret turn hits the table every time we see this Marionette deck, especially this more dagger-focused deck. On the stream, we talk about the importance of getting a turn 1 Graphene Chelicera. Often they will try to mark and use that Mask of Deceit to turn into Orb Weaver if they don't have the Orb Weaver Spinneret in hand, but he did find it, and he did find the red version. So not only does this enable the macro game plan of getting that Graphene, of course it enables high damage right here as well. 5 Go Again being presented with the Graphene Chelicera.
That Sink Below is quite useful, however, for Martin. At the very least, he gets to, you know, filter his hand a little bit, which he clearly needed.
Get some damage prevented, filter the hand, and maybe he's not going to be able to arsenal that at the end of this turn anyways, so he's just taking the high value where he can.
But in the backside here, being played for 3 Go Again by Jacob Clements. And this is also another way, an interesting way of continuing this really good turn 1 for Jacob.
Yeah, this is as close to how you can draw it up as, or how you want to draw it up as possible. Another benefit of this pain in the backside is on hit, you can flick, which means you can flick that Hunter's Glaive and end the turn with a mark, even though you're attacking with a non-marking card. So we'll see a 3 block given from Martin. No mark, he doesn't want to let Arachne Marionette flip on this first turn. And of course, that current funnel not representing much offense anyways. Jacob thinking on Arsenal, I believe, and deciding to pass.
Going back to Martin now. Only 2 cards in hand, but that's a gun in a flash.
With the Embodiment of Lightning, this is what we call maybe a mini combo here for Oscilio. He's not actually doing any massive combo, but he's just going to throw some attacks, bounce the Gone in a Flash back, so you get that same card, can attack maybe once or twice or on a turn, and then of course you put it in Arsenal and set up for the bigger combo down the line. So seeing Blast to Oblivion hit from the Arsenal as the first action here with Go Again, he will be able to play an instant, bounce one of those Sigils of Conductivity back to his hand. That'll create another Embodiment of Lightning, and he can do the same thing then with the Gone in a Flash on Link 2.
I think Martin is also coming from a Oscilio's Mirror, I believe.
Oh, Oscilio Mirror to remain undefeated is quite the way to start day 2.
Absolutely. I saw him walking around here plenty of time between rounds, obviously, because that, you know how it goes. It goes kind of quick.
The deck can go back.
And yes, he was excited for this day 2.
Jacob having a think on blocks. It looks like he has a mix of 2 blocks and 3 blocks, and just trying to see how offensively potent he can make his hand if he takes everything, maybe. Not willing to show us too much of that hand. There you go. We have several dagger reactions.
Is that Toxin? Was it?
I think that might be the promo
fast,
Toxin, and we have Stains of the Red back
no.
and To the Point, and then of course we have that cut from the same cloth, which will give the ever important hand information, so you can understand how your opponent might block later in the turn and what they might be hitting you back with on their turn.
Let's see. It's definitely not Toxin, I think, but I think that Jacob is taking his sweet time to think this over, because obviously he has had the best first turn.
Yeah, and it's a match that can go quite quick, so Jacob knows he has a bit of time for flexibility. And of course, it's a match where you can die from a very high number, because Oscilio can have these very, very big combo turns. So Jacob being careful, even though the Stains of the Red back presents 3 offensively as well as 3 defensively, if he wanted to be able to find a market and play it, he decides to prioritize his own life total. He's throwing it down as block, and keeping the turn. Maybe more respectful numbers from his own side, but making sure he doesn't take too much damage this early in the game.
Absolutely, you have to be respectful. You know, you have to have a lot of respect for Oscilio and for Martin in particular, who has proved to have an incredible record in this calling and previously before as well. And we see that sigil of conductivity being gone. Yep. As we would say, good enough flash. And that good enough flash is still in Martin's hand, going like up and down constantly while he thinks this through.
Yeah, of course, that Sigil of Conductivity came back to the hand off of the play of the Sigil of Lightning, Blast to Oblivion's own effect, bouncing an aura on board, recreating the embodiment of Lightning. Then he cycles that away. He doesn't feel like he needs 2 Sigils of Conductivity on the board. Drew another card, didn't get a peek of it, but he's debating whether or not he plays this Gone in a Flash. Whether he wants to keep that embodiment of Lightning for the next turn is probably the key thing.
And Jacob went 1 down only with this Blast to Oblivion.
Right, it's a null shock drawn, which is maybe what's giving Martin his pause here. So he will have an embodiment of Lightning for next turn anyways with Sigil of Lightning, but unfortunately he can't play that Gone and then bounce it back, because the null shock that he drew is a 1-cost instant, not a 0-cost instant like the one he cycled away. So Gone in a Flash hitting the arsenal, but not as big a turn as it might have been had he kept that Sigil of Conductivity. Showing the hand from cut from the same cloth when Jacob plays it, and that is quite the hand to see. There's a total of 3 block in there for the Oscilio player. Of course, Oscilio not activated yet, so more block can be found. Jacob having a look and contemplating how this influences his own turn.
At least he has that Gone in a Flash secured, quote-unquote, in the arsenal, so that is not information that Jacob gets yet. But Jacob has many ways of disrupting the arsenal, so we are, you know, at one of those tipping points that can't go anywhere if Jacob finds the right tools.
Players discussing there whether cut from the same cloth will ever actually mark someone in this matchup, and deciding no, it won't. Lightning Press is an instant, of course, not an attack reaction, even though it feels like one. Jacob holding onto 1 card. It is that Tarantula Toxin we discussed earlier, which would punish that current funnel block. So Martin deciding not to get punished by it and choosing no blocks. Tarantula Toxin hits the board just with 1 mode plus 3, 8 being presented right now.
Yeah, trust your guts, they say. So yes, it was a Tarantula Toxin coming, and there it is. It is a dreadful one to face when you're blocking. I'm not a big fan of seeing that thrown at me by someone like Jacob Clements. I can imagine how Martin is feeling right now, and we can see him trying to, you know, out things up. Discarding that Lightning Press.
Discarding the Lightning Press. I don't think we saw an attack other than the current funnel. Of course, there is a Gone in a Flash, but that doesn't work so well with Lightning Press. That's not a great combination to have. So discarding it and seeing what else he can do with the hand. Choosing to do this in the react step in case maybe he drew a Sink Below or something else off that draw. Going into his turn, it looks like the replacement card was an Electromagnetic Somersault, I believe.
It's not a Sink Below, sadly, for Martin. So, yeah, he was hoping to see something a little bit more useful, probably, but wasn't the case.
Embodiment of Lightning going into his turn. Although current funnel is not exactly what you want to be starting with, it is still an attack, so he's still able to do something. Sigil of Lightning leaves the board, and of course 2 Embodiment of Lightnings. They don't stack together, but representing the auras correctly just for the sake of the game state. Playing out Channel Lightning Valley. It is already known by Jacob, so there's no reason trying to conceal that. And then playing it out before the Gone in a Flash, of course, enables you to get that Gone in a Flash draw and not have to bounce it with the Channel Lightning Valley. for Go Again. Instants available up the wazoo, as we say.
And now this is when Jacob Clements is getting aware of that gone enough flash and is rethinking absolutely everything. We can see him going through his cards and considering how to act next. It is a pity because he does have a Command and Conquer that would have been a great threat for that arsenal before, but right now is not feeling as useful. And, well, you have to find the best way to approach this. Obviously, we can see the mark of the Black Widow as well there.
Of course, Jacob maybe contemplating whether he thinks this is the real go-off turn, the real combo turn with Old Knocker and the Lightning Greaves. If it is, then maybe he wanted to block. If it's not, then perhaps he wants to hold on to that CNC because we can imagine this Gun in a Flash getting reparked into Arsenal at the end of the turn, so that CNC does indeed threaten it again. Martin drawing a card off of the Channel Lightning Valley trigger. Looks like it's another Gun in a Flash.
It is.
So, of course, now able to maybe expend one of those Gone in a Flashes as an extra final action point and not have to bounce it back, depending on how he plays out his hand, or potentially use it for pitch for this Null Shock and Arsenal the other one.
Just taking, some time to decide. Don't forget that he's already at 21 lives, so that means he's getting closer to the red zone here. For Arachne Marionette, we know that Arachne Marionette is capable of doing crazy things with
Very
reactions.
big turns.
And that can be something to bear in mind too.
Have you ever faced down Dagger for 19 against a Marionette?
It is crazy. It's amazing. And with those Blot Saber, for example, and the rest of the, and then the reactions as well, you have to add all of that up. And it can get real big.
Martin considered playing that electromagnetic somersault to bounce back this Gun in a Flash, choosing not to, choosing instead to fish for a different card with Oscilio off of that. Draws that Mind Warp, which could be quite powerful here. Of course, the only instant available to him now is this Null Shock, which will cost 1. So in order to bounce back this Gun in a Flash, he will have to find a pitch card.
Mind Warp is just such an interesting card. And yes, I think it absolutely challenged the way Martin was going to play out this turn. And now he is rethinking his options.
There's several lines available, of course. With the current funnel, you can play this after the Gun in a Flash, and then it will have Go Again, meaning you can use that as a lightning card before that Mind Warp. You can pitch the one Gun in a Flash for the Null Shock to bounce the other. Will give your opponent full information that you have the 2 Gun in a Flash, so you're still arsenaling 1. That seems like probably the ideal line given what he has left available to him after this Oscilio activation. Just having a think, though, maybe finding a priority of pitching the current funnel, although that misses a Volzar trigger amp here. Of course, wants to get a lightning card into the pitch zone if he can. That keeps the Channel Lightning Valley around. So honestly, although paying 1 for Null Shock not always the most happy outcome, when you could have a 0-cost instant to bounce this, it actually is worth a card here equivalently with keeping this Channel Lightning Valley around. And maybe if next turn happens to draw into what we call like a big enough combo, like he draws the right pieces for that, then having CLV up for that turn as well, of course, is a very, very big opportunity. So this is a good move here. Plays the Null Shock in the resolution step of the Gun in a Flash, bounces the Gun in a Flash back to the hand. 1 damage coming in from the Shock.
Of course, pitching that Gun in a Flash. There's information for Jacob too. So yeah, that's also a different way to look at it. Like, from Jacob's perspective, now he has extra info about those copies of Gun in a Flash and where they are. And Martin is now going with current funnel.
Jacob reaching for it to read the card, just confirming what it gives Go Again to exactly. And of course, and whether it works with the Gun in a Flash no longer being represented on the chain as it's bounced to hand. But it was the last action card played this turn. It was Lightning. And so this has go again. The next one has go again. Maybe Jacob considering whether this is going to be a gun and a flash after this as well. Takes two physical, not really what you are interacting with as Marionette in this deck. Mind Warp comes in for 6 with the Volzar activation, and Jacob not very happy. That CNC that he was sort of holding on to threaten the well-known Gone in a Flash that is in Martin's hand. Of course, now he can't find a way to keep it. He has to shuffle his hand back into his deck, draw 3 cards. He's shuffling in 4, draws 3, and hopes, I imagine, to find some kind of Arsenal interaction off the back of this.
Yes, that is exactly the thing that I was referring to, because Jacob had more, like he had extra information that now feels kind of going away, maybe. So, yes, we can see that he's not super happy about it as he shuffles that deck. And, well, Martin is just expectating there.
Shuffles and stares into the distance. Mind Warp can sometimes gift your opponent a nice hand. I've had times where I've Mind Warped an opponent and it's improved their hand, if anything. But in this case, I think Jacob was pretty happy with what he was holding on to. He did choose not to block earlier in the turn, meaning that he was excited to keep that offensive hand. Shuffle is done. 3 cards drawn.
The Command and Conquer is gone. Maybe he drew it again, but...
Doesn't look it. We can see cut from the same cloth at the front of the hand, Orb Weaver, Spinneret, and Scar Tissue.
And draw 40 goal. My Tunic goes to 3. I'll play a cut from the same cloth.
Cut from the same cloth, giving hand information. We saw Jacob quite fond of that last time. He was able to plan his turn around what Martin would be throwing back. Of course, getting this again. No mark from this, but not expecting that necessarily. Quite the oh my gosh, quite the combo hand. Knowing that there's a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal, we have 3 instants here. One of them a real 3-value instant in Electrostatic Discharge, and we have a spell to end the turn. So Martin having, with Channel Lightning Valley on board, a very happy Gone in a Flash turn coming up. I imagine he's going to be reaching at some point for this Lightning Greaves block.
We also see Jacob at 26 lives. We can't forget that. So that means that he is also closer to what Martin might be willing to do.
Closer to kill range for sure. Martin taking a look at the right side of his board at his equipment and just debating what he wants to use here, how much he wants to commit. Lightning Greaves, I imagine, is going to be going forward. He's doing some math on what's the maximum available from Jacob. Nothing can get him, I think, is what he wants to check.
Yeah.
Flash of Brilliance also available. He can bounce that Sigil of Conductivity and create the additional action point on the combo turn in case he wants to do a double spell or he draws into a second thing that requires an action point off the Channel Lightning Valley. Also lets him play Gone in a Flash an extra time at the end of the turn.
It's not only the Orb Weaver that weaves. I can see Martin weaving and weaving, like trying to chase the numbers around and making like crazy maths in his head. It is impressive to see the train of thought of an Oscilio player.
Reaches for the Lightning Greaves and Flash of Brilliance as maybe expected. Brings them back and just wants to make sure he's not getting greedy here and this is the right moment. Reaches back for them and he'll put them forward again. So this Flash of Brilliance will require a discard of a Lightning card in order to bounce an aura to the hand. So he's going to be discarding, looks like Electromagnetic Somersault, since the Gone in a Flash sort of duplicates its effect, bounces that Sigil of Conductivity to his hand, and it creates an embodiment of lightning. Sort of a neutral play from the perspective of the potency of a combo turn because of the number of cards in hand and the number of instants in hand, but it adds this embodiment of lightning, which can add a couple extra points of damage. So Flash turns into that embodiment, which can be up to 4 or more on this combo turn here.
And Jacob decides on just flicking those knives to go and mark Martin with that Hunter's Clave as he goes ahead with his turn.
Flick Knives and Scar Tissue coming forward means a mark in the Flick Knives. Graphene Chaliceral will now have the Arachne Marionette effect of getting +1 and go again on hit. Scar Tissue, of course, buffing it up even further, up to 12, bringing Martin down to 10, and marking again on hit. So this Graphene now has go again,
Oh, sorry.
and he remains marked.
I thought you said, and I'm not marked.
I And then Jacob seems to be passing to the end of the turn because he's rolling a die, and we turn into a funnel web. Not maybe exactly the one he wants on this turn. He imagines this arsenal is going to be cleared. He's going to be getting hit with as much damage as possible on this turn anyways. Jacob does have access to the Mask of Deceit here because he did mark his opponent, so he will be able to turn into Trapdoor, turn that Mask of Deceit from a 2-block into a 5-block on this turn. Embodiment of Lightning pops with this Gone in a Flash being attacked with. Of course, we are starting off the turn, and I don't think there's any doubt in Jacob's mind. I don't think there's any doubt in our mind. In the later steps of this chain link, we will be seeing Old Knocker and Lightning Greaves activated to start this amazing Oscilio combo. 1 counter on Volzar.
Just 1 less number in that die, and he could have been transformed into Black Widow, which goes beautifully with that Kiss of Death that Jacob has in hand. But now, let's see.
Martin dropping his hand on the table. This, of course, was open information with Jacob having played cut from the same cloth. There was a flash of brilliance that bounced a card out of hand, but it just drew the Sigil Conductivity on board. So Jacob knows Martin's hand, and maybe the player is just having a cordial moment there, showing the information and saying, yes, this is what I have available. You know, you can do the math if you'd like to do the math. Jacob saying, cool, it's 3 instants and a spell. That's all I need right now.
Yes, they both know where they stand, and now it's all in Martin's hands.
First time we get some damage coming through, there will be a draw off Channel Lightning Valley. So there'll be 1 card that Jacob is working with that he's not aware of. Of course, Oscilio activation is available if he wants to go for it. These instants do represent a full 4/5 damage because they bounce the Gone in a Flash, they get your action point back, and they are a lightning spell with Volzar. So instants are good enough even if they don't deal any damage on their own. So the Electrostatic Discharge, of course, a lovely card in hand, but that Sigil Conductivity still represents a Gone in a Flash bounce for Martin if he wants to not search with Oscilio. Jacob just deciding, I imagine, whether he wants to let this Channel Lightning Valley trigger early in the turn or whether he wants to try to delay it as much as possible, whether it actually influences the damage he's going to be taking. Reaches for a Relentless Pursuit on the block.
Rethinking it. Ooh, rethinking that movement. And this is one of those very important moments for Jacob. It's a...
Take 1. So no Tunic or other card committed here on the block, meaning 1 damage comes through. Channel Lightning Valley draw early in this turn. Martin draws an extra card. Jacob down to 25 on the first Gone in a Flash. Here we are in the damage step after damage has been taken. Old Knocker activation creates a resource. Lightning Greaves activation with that resource. All of your instants have go again this turn, and we're off to the races with Martin on Oscilio here, having a think about what the order of instants he wants to play is. He'll start with a Sigil of Conductivity, second lightning card played, and bounce the Gone in a Flash to hand.
Sorry, I let you just...
And now Martin has 1 extra card that Jacob isn't aware of, because obviously he knew all of his hand, but now he has gotten to draw an extra card and has now a little bit more extra concealed info.
Martin being very clear with the order of events there. Of course, first the trigger of Gone in a Flash resolves on the play of Sigil of Conductivity. That bounces the card. Then Sigil of Conductivity itself resolves, getting go again. 1 action point for Oscilio. And there was that Embodiment of Lightning on the board on that Gone in a Flash. So that go again resolves after all of that, getting a second action point. 2 action points available for Oscilio. And he plays the Yellow Blast to Oblivion, which is what he drew off that Channel Lightning Valley.
And yes, this is what he was clearly concealing from Jacob. Not so much, because, I mean, not so long until he decided to show off that draw. But as things keep on developing, we are going to enjoy some Oscilio action here.
Last, maybe changing some plans. Jacob has to consider whether he thinks that this is going to be a channel bounced, an arsenal, or maybe the Sigil bounced for an extra source of go again. The
reactions.
3 block, Martin says, in the reaction step. Play an Electrostatic Discharge. 4th lightning card of the turn. This will bounce one of these lightning cards into the hand. Sorry, one of these auras into the hand.
Oh, Jacob reaching for Martin's graveyard and making sure of what he might
Of course, Jacob aware of the Etchings of Arcana being the spell in this hand, so maybe checking what sigils are actually available in the graveyard to be reached for Martin from the quote-unquote on-hit effect of that spell. Getting an understanding not only of this turn, but also of next turn. Martin being very careful. We're still in the Blast to Oblivion trigger, deciding what to bring back to hand. Of course, it's the Sigil of Conductivity that comes in. When that leaves the arena, we create an embodiment of Lightning Aura.
It's just securing, go again once.
Blast resolves, sorry, Electrostatic Discharge resolves. That creates 1 action point with the go again off of Lightning Greaves. Next attack costs or gets +3.
Yes, it's just securing and go again once and again, like making it go on and on and on around the merry bush.
I think at this point he will have an extra action point because I think he'll be on functionally 3 at the resolution of this attack. We have 1 instant that will be played that'll create a second action point, and this Gone in a Flash itself creates a 3rd action point. Of course, I think 2 would be enough to play both the spell and the additional Gone in a Flash if he wants to just empty out his hand and deal maximum damage here. But representing the correct number of action points still important. Mask of Deceit, Codex of Inertia, put forward on block, that's 4, flips into Trapdoor. That means he'll be searching out a trap, and that will add the last 3 to cover up this Gone in a Flash.
Still shuffling around those 3 cards. Martin Holík is reaching now to have a look at Jacob's transformation.
Again, it's always, these players know these effects, but they want to make sure exactly how it works. Maybe he wants to make sure whether it's playable only on this link or throughout the whole turn to prioritize or to preempt what might be coming from Jacob. It's probably quite equivalent from Jacob's perspective. I don't think he necessarily minds.
I have no reactions.
Yep.
And it's Inertia Trap coming forward. I guess this does have some influence, of course. This one being buffed up with the Electrostatic Discharge. This is the moment to play it in order to secure that Inertia and make sure that Martin is not able to hold on to an extra Gone in a Flash in the arsenal or some other Channel Lightning Valley or some other way of bouncing cards, perhaps.
Absolutely, we were talking about this disruption that Arachne Marionette is capable of, and that Martin has to be very aware of, because obviously you don't want to miss your arsenal as an Oscilio player.
Yeah. And with the Etchings of Arcana, of course, coming at the end of this turn, he would be able to get that extra sigil in order to arsenal it, but we'll have to play it in this scenario. Plays out that Sigil of Conductivity again to bounce the Gone in a Flash. 3 action points from the resolution of that. 6 amps on the Volzar.
And going strong. I mean, that Etch is still there, that Gone in a Flash is still there, the Sigil of Conductivity is still there, so yeah, it's just a time for more action.
So that Etchings represents the fetching of an additional instant, meaning Martin just being careful before he plays this Gone in a Flash of whether he's supposed to hold on to this till after the Etchings and do more Gone in a Flash bounces, but no, he's making sure, no, of course, he has 1 more still he can play before he has to do that. Gone in a Flash comes down as the 7th lightning card of the turn for 4, 1 coming through to Jacob to bring him down to 24, and during the damage step, we will see Sigil of Conductivity, the 3rd one, hitting the board, bouncing this.
Once again.
Gone in a Flash.
As Jacob is stripped from his last card, being that Keys of Death.
We see chain closed, get maximum damage through. Hand is Etchings of Arcana and the Gone in a Flash. Etchings of Arcana will come through, activating Volzar for free, thanks to having a sigil on board. This is 3 and 8 is 11 Arcane. Jacob has no cards left, so takes all 11. A sigil comes from the graveyard into hand. That's a Sigil of Lightning. Martin just having a check, is there anything else? But no, he'll grab that Sigil of Lightning, bring it back to hand. Uses 1 action point for that. And then the cards left in hand, of course, are Gone in a Flash and Sigil of Lightning. With the Inertia on board, he will just play out Gone in a Flash, get it back, and play it out 1 last final time. Still taking up the Volzar just to make sure everything is correctly represented, even though it can't be activated this turn. Gone in a Flash comes in for 4, with Jacob having no block on board. Another Sigil of Lightning, another Lightning card, bounces the Gone in a Flash, uses an action point, plays the Gone in a Flash.
It is just an incredible turn from Martin and Oscilio.
Jacob started on 26.
Yes.
He blocked with 4 cards out of hand. 1 of them was a 2 block. He also blocked with his Mask of Deceit. So that's 13. And then the trap that came off of Trapdoor is 16. We now see 2 equipment coming forward, blocking an additional 2. So 26 and 18 block, and he's down to 7 life after it's all said and done. Blocking with the equipment instead of holding on to it because he doesn't have a lot of daggers, meaning that Flick won't do that much more damage this game, I imagine, but also not wanting to die to Arcane, only having 1 Arcane available on board. So we go to the end of Martin's turn. Martin draws up. Now we're in Jacob's turn, and Jacob says pass. Martin saying, let me think. I might have something to do. Sink below. Flittering charge. Electromagnetic somersault.
And Sigil
of Solace available.
Yeah.
Flexible hand. He can choose to hold on to that sigil and play it to give that flittering charge go again and gain 3 life. Maybe keep away. If he's not able to kill Jacob in these next few turns, then he doesn't allow Jacob the opportunity to present one big turn that does kill him with that Sigil of Solace played and that Sink Below stuck into the arsenal. Of course, there is also a line where you can Oscilio away the Sigil of Solace and hope you draw something maybe that deals arcane damage or that is more offensively potent to pair with that flittering charge.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to be very careful and very mindful of your decisions at this step because we are getting closer to the end game. And Jacob's just, yes, waiting for Martin to decide if he was to proceed or not and checking his graveyard as he offers Jacob the opportunity to just, Arsenal pass and back to Martin.
Yeah, no Oscilio activation there. Sigil of Lightning will pop at the top of Martin's turn. Embodiment of Lightning hits the table, and Flittering Charge probably the first thing to be played this turn. 4 with Go Again from the Embodiment of Lightning.
Let's see how Jacob can block.
Oh, those are not the cards you want here. You wanted those 3 turns ago. Double up sticks and run red hitting the board as 4 block instead of 8 buff. Flittering Charge being bounced back to hand with the Electromagnetic Somersault, getting a second source of Go Again. Of course, doesn't do anything. And coming back, another 4 offense facing Jacob. At this point with this Flittering Charge, there could still be a Go Again. There could still be an Arcane Source. No information given to Jacob at this stage. Blocks 3, takes 1. Has to close the chain. And Martin playing that Sigil of Solace. He doesn't want to instill fear into his opponent. He just plays that Sigil of Solace, gains 3 life. No Go Again on the Flittering Charge because, of course, we know there's a Sink Below hitting the arsenal there.
Gotta play safe, man. That is Mark of the Black Widow coming in for 4 as Jacob holds just an arsenal now. And Martin has a full hand, of course. It's not like he is in a bad position here. He has that reaction as well. So, well.
Good 1-card hand here from Jacob, presenting 4 with Disruption, thanks to the Mark token that or Mark effect that is on the board. Of course, +3 from the arsenal. This is 7 and Disruption, but Martin seems to have the opportunity to play around this to an extent. He has Channel Lightning Valley in his hand and a couple of shocks, meaning what he can shock for some arcane damage now that Jacob has no hand left. Replace one of those cards with the card draw of Channel Lightning Valley and still go into a hand playable. So that's what he'll do. We'll see 1 Channel Lightning Valley hit the board. That's the first Lightning card played. Volzar to 1. Then we see Consigned to Cosmos Shock. Of course, just played for the Shock side, but Shock is a Lightning card, so that takes Volzar up to 2. Activate the Volzar, and Shock comes through for 3 Arcane here. Jacob has no hand, will be taking 3, and Channel Lightning Valley trigger. Draws 1 more card. Martin now has a hand of 2 blues and a Comet Storm Shock. That is going to be quite a bit of Arcane facing Jacob on this next turn. And if he finds a way to live through it, that Channel Lightning Valley can still stick around. 7 coming through to Martin. He will have to lose one of those cards, but that still works.
It looks like bad news for Jacob.
It does.
And yes, we can see in his body language as well that he is kind of aware of his position. Martin, however, is having a blast here and enjoying the use of that Sink Below as he continues to shuffle his cat and makes his mouth in his head.
Plays that Sink Below just in case it happens to change anything for him based on the draw. Might as well. Again, if Jacob finds a way, Martin just wants to make sure he can make this hand, or make future hands work as well as possible as well. Mark of the Black Widow will connect for 3. Martin down to 10. Loses 1 card to the Banished Zone here. I imagine it's going to be either that Sigil of Brilliance or that Current Funnel, and the other one will be kept as a pitch card for the Comet Storm Shock.
That incredible Oscilio turn was a real table turner. And as usually we see with Oscilios, because it's either that or a complete bananas game. Here we see
There we
the end.
go. Fist bump comes forward as Comet Storm Shot comes in for just 5 Arcane. Jacob able to live through it, but he knows he's dead on the next turn anyways, or not able to live through it with Arcane Barrier 1 and Spell Void 1. All he has available to him, no Sigils of Solace drawn. Martin remains undefeated in round 9 on Oscilio. Martin Holík off of a top 8 in Copenhagen with this hero, now undefeated round 9 with this same hero. Takes down Jacob Clements. Yesterday he took down Imad Kashi. Of course, this guy is the Marionette killer now.
Incredible record. I mean, come on, Martin. Amazing.
Amazing show from him. If you want to be part of this amazing game, Flesh and Blood, if this is getting you exciting, we have some great products that you can get in to the game very easily. Of course, Armory Deck Pleiades was released earlier in this year. This is one of the best Armory Deck products we've had so far in terms of being a complete deck right out of the box. Classic constructed and Blitz playable in stores now. This hero hasn't been seeing much of a showing in CC, but I've heard in Silver Age it's actually quite potent.
I am happy to hear that because I am rooting for her. And also, well, fun fact for those who don't know that, which I doubt are many, that was one spoiled hero by the greatest Max Ferocity. Very well-known cosplayer and a friend of mine.
Of course, in this deck, you get some special majestic cards like Standing Ovation alongside all of those commons and rares playable in Silver Age, but the CC deck itself is very powerful and very ready out the box. Other decks also available. The newest Armory deck so far, Rhinar, out now, released at the Calling, or at the around the Calling, Philadelphia last week during the World Championships. A lot of new special cards in this deck. Of course, we get one more blue 6 in that Alpha Instinct, but a lot of mechanics built around, or cards built around this beat chest mechanic available in this new Armory deck Rhinar that has transformed Rhinar. And of course, I'm hearing we will be seeing Rhinar next game on stream in a deck that hopefully has some of these Armory deck Rhinar's cards buffing it up, and we'll be able to see the full extent of what he's able to do in round 10.
It is all tying up beautifully together, and we see some other examples of those incredible equipment pieces, and those trampling truckers have found a way also to get themselves pumped into that Armory deck.
Absolutely, lots of equipment available, some majestic, some rare in this set, but all built around the beat chest mechanic. That's not all. We have one more Armory deck coming in December 12th, 2025, live for the Calling in Seattle in a couple weeks. Releases that Friday, I believe. Arachne slipped through the cracks, our final Armory deck of 2025, featuring a lot of goodies, including this new Chaos Assassin action, Meat Madness, which enables Assassin or Arachne to have disruption available to him without relying on the marked effect. If you want this, it will be available in stores December 12th. And of course, if you're attending Calling Seattle, you will want to pick this up. It will be played during that weekend, I imagine. New stuff for Arachne, as we've been seeing the cousin Arachne Marionette show off all this weekend. And now we're going to be seeing...
Yes, I mean, yeah, it's just great to see Arachne getting some, because it's a new opportunity for Arachne players to show the love.
Yeah, and having lost Bonds of Agony, of course, we see Madness may be replacing it. But we have more Armory decks coming in 2026, including the most exciting, the premier Armory deck. Our second Armory deck Origins is Hala, the Warrior. We're going to be seeing built around this Sharpen effect that we don't know much of how it's going to work. Of course, we know what Sharpen means. Put a +1 counter on a weapon and remove all +1 counters from it at the end of the turn, but much to still be revealed in the future about how Hala works and how this Warrior will impact the meta game in April of next year. Incredible game, our second game between Oscilio and an Arachne Marionette. Next round, we have a classic. We have a Rhinar on the one side, showing off the new Armory deck Rhinar cards, and on the other side, we have Dash. Not Dash IE, not one of those Crucible of War heroes, of course, that's or matchups, of course. That hero has been living legended for a while, but the new Dash IO against Rhinar. This feels like an all-timer. If you want to watch it, we will catch it in the next round, representing round 10 here at the Calling Valencia.
Belts, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping and no one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Nine rounds complete, 3 to go in this calling before we see the top 8. We just watched an amazing game between Oscilio and Arachne Marionette for the second time in this tournament, and we have a great one coming up between Dash.io and Rhinar, of course. But let's check the standings to see what other heroes are available. We'll be checking that in just a moment, and for now...
Now you see how our players are doing, aren't you not?
I'm very excited to see the how players are doing, which we'll get to just in a moment before this game.
It's okay. I mean, I think I might have a winner horse here with Juan Chacon. I'm really hopeful
That's who you want to see up at the top?
Well, yes. I mean, he's my friend. And what can I say? But who are you expecting to do best
I'm
of
hoping
your
to see
chosen ones?
Ahmad Kashi was one of my list, and he's on a Marionette, so let's see how that goes. We had
Great.
Juan Chacon in 10th at the end of last round when we checked in last, and now he's up in 7th. There we see still on 8-1, won the last round. So did Ahmad Kashi, of course, there in 5th place at 8-1. Martin Holík, of course, at the top of this table, undefeated, still in 1st place. We just watched that game, knocks down Jacob Clements into 2nd. Still a wide variety of heroes represented in this top 8. The clean cut at 8-1. We have Dash.io, Gravy, Marionette, Kano still living at 8-1. Still the dream is alive that Kano might living legend this weekend. A second Marionette and of course 2 Oscilio. So that's quite a variety up in that top 8. But in the 7-2 bracket, we have a whole bunch of heroes represented as well. Anything catching your eye?
No, it's just crazy that we have to go to 14th place to find the first Cindra, isn't it?
Wow, that is true, and only one Verdance on this page as well. So coming
Yeah.
into this weekend, Gravy, Verdance, and Cindra were maybe the dastardly trio, but there's only a couple Cindras on the board, one each of Verdance and Gravy, and we see a lot of other heroes represented in the Dash.io, the Marionette, and we have that Rhinar down in 18th place. We'll be watching this round, of course. Several Cindras at the bottom there as well. Lots to still come here in the Calling Valencia. I think I just want to get into this game. We have Dash.io and Rhinar, as we've been talking about. Let's pass to it. We have, on the one side, Ihor Kotaiev. He's from Ukraine, but I believe you said he plays here in Spain?
Absolutely, he's part of my community, yeah. Great guy. He's choosing to go first, I think.
He is choosing to go first on the Rhinar side. Let's take a look at what he has played against in this tournament so far to get to this 7-2 record. We see in the first round, he played against a Verdance, took that down, lost to a Cindra round 2, lost also to a Verdance again in round 8. Day 1 went. We have the first 7 rounds. He got 1 loss yesterday to Jason Rolfe on the Lyath. What a gamer. Otherwise, took down a wide variety of heroes with the Mechanologist mirror matches, the Verdances, the Cindras. This first round of the day today, he lost to Vara Savants on the Dash.io mirror. Vara, of course, a person we've seen on the stream before. Round 9, played against your friend, Jose Luis Soria, who on Arachne Marionette, but was able to take out that matchup. Win for Mirko Dolce to bring him to 7-2 going into this round 9. And let's hop into the game as these players are starting to play. Equipment being represented. Everything standard, it looks like, on the equipment. We've got the Savage Sash, the big fridge on the Rhinar side. We've got also an equivalent fridge on the Dash.io side. Oh, seems like Dash is going first, so we see a throttle being played for boost. Sprocket Rocket, take another look at the item that is on the top, or the card that is on the top, maybe hoping for it to be an item, fishing further in his deck. 6 block put forward.
Yes, you're deciding to just, follow block, obviously. We are in turn 0, let's remember. And Mirko is just continuing with the action here with a boom grenade that will stay there for next turn.
Nice find off the top of the deck on that second card off the top of the deck, thanks to the boost. Of course, boom grenade may be the ideal find there. Pitching a blue to get that onto the table. Considering what else he's going to do with his turn, will he try to make it hit, or will he just use it on the next turn instead?
I think he's also considering both options here.
Decides pass, keep that potent turn 2 going first, I mean. Available for Ihor here is quite a variety. I think that's 2 swing bigs with that new ProQuest promo and a Strongest Survive yellow.
Let's see how this plays out for Ihor.
Strongest swing big coming in for 8. This is just a bread and butter brute play, coming in for a 2-card 8, pitching a yellow. Strongest Survive, one of those new additions from Super Slam that is very important to the brute decks as they are now. It's one of the first pieces of disruption that's been brought to the brute kit. In this case, it's the yellow that's available in the hand, so we'll be seeing the pitch zone as Ihor just presents 8 and starts off this game plan of maybe, let's call it mid-rangey damage, but a bit above average for that because he is a brute after all.
Of course. I mean, you gotta love brute, right? It's just about going mid-range until you're not mid-range anymore. You find out blood rush in your veins and go for it.
Arsenaling that last card, holding onto a swing big here for Ihor as well. And there you go. You put that on too. You said Blood Rush, and there he draws the Blood Rush. Alongside, I think that blue is that new Smell Fear card from the Armory deck Rhinar. But we will be paying attention to the Dash.io side of the game here. Plays a Cerebellum Processor out of hand, cranks it to get an action point.
Amazing find as well. That is looking pretty good for Dash.io.
You want these items on the board in the early turns. Boom Grenade, you want to be able to pop it this turn, of course, because it does not have a counter, so you need to present enough offense to get through that 4 damage, uninteractive damage off the top. Mirko reaching for a card, and the pitch zone outpace. 4 go again with boost. Fast and Furious found off the top decides to add the counter to the Cerebellum processor and not the Boom Grenade, trusting that he's going to be able to hit thanks to this outpace that doesn't let equipment block come forward. So if Ihor wants to stop this outpace from hitting, 2 cards will have to be used from hand unless he happens to have a defense reaction.
Yes, absolutely. But the thing is that Ihor has now found up Blood Rush. We were mentioning it. I feel like I called it.
You did call it. It feels like Blood Rush is, you know, you first of all need a couple cards in hand. You need a pitch card, you need the Blood Rush, and you need the discard card. But also, you just want to make a Blood Rush turn as big as possible in these brutes with 2 claws. So outpace, although it represents 8 here with the on hit of the Boom Grenade, I can't imagine Ihor is deciding to throw some block. If he does, the turn is likely to play out whatever's in Arsenal and maybe Arsenal that Blood Rush, taking up a reach for 2 cards, and he will decide to block indeed. So maybe this is telling us a bit about what Ihor has planned for this matchup. I've heard that some of these Rhinars will plan to fatigue out -IO because basically every card in your deck blocks for 3. You have that incredible equipment suite that blocks for an insane amount. 2 block on every equipment, 3 on several, and Scowling Flashback, of course, can represent way more on those big offensive overlap turns for -IO. So deciding he will indeed block out this Boom Grenade, thinking he can turn off this whole turn from Mirko and make sure that Boom Grenade damage never comes through.
Scowling Flashback is an incredible tool for Brute in cases like aggro decks, for example, like this -IO. And also, yes, of course, Fatigue is a plan. I mean, it's just another option because obviously -IO goes so fast through her deck that it's, well, something to consider as a Brute player if you can defend properly. Yes.
Fast and Furious comes to the table, presenting 4 damage because, of course, Crank has been used this turn off that Cerebellum processor. Ihor deciding to block that with his 2 block equipment, Savage Sash and Scabskin Leathers, and now taking a look at his options. Going to be reaching for that Arsenal card.
Playing it quite safe, I would say.
This is
I
a
think,
brand new card. We can take a look at it. Hopefully, let's catch it in the top right here. Oh, we can take it this way. Beat Chest. So this is, as additional cost to play this, you may discard a card with 6 or more. Different from those Welcome to Wraith cards, of course, this is an optional effect. Not doing it here, as we know Ihor has that Blood Rush Bellow in hand, so there's no reason to beat Chest. When this attacks, if you've beaten Chest and you don't control a Chest, it gains Go Again and +2, so can be quite offensively potent. In this case, it was just a card in Arsenal that Ihor wants to get out of Arsenal and wants to put that Blood Rush into Arsenal. So this is a 2-card 6, but it's more about what comes next than what comes now.
Absolutely. You're just getting ready for next turns as Mirko is checking the state of his graveyard and making sure of what might be coming for him next, and probably the tools that he still has available for navigating without knowing that that Blood Rush is still there in Ihor's hands and presumably is going to end up in Arsenal for next turn. So we'll see how that plays. We see Red Protocol.
A lot of options available for Mirko here. Of course, maybe he has a hint that this is an important card hitting the Arsenal because the Swing Big was blocked with, and there were other options for how to play this turn, but instead the Arsenal being cleared. Mirko deciding, can I take 6? Can I continue to play this game? Is this hand good enough? He's got a Heist available. No targets in the Banish Zone, I believe, right now. He's got a Pulse Wave Harpoon, which is a way to present interaction, and that Protocol you presented, of course. Reaching for those 2 cards, decides to block. This hand is not necessarily good enough for him to hold on to. He will throw those cards on block instead, make sure he doesn't fall too low. That Blood Rush can't kill him in 1 or 2 turns.
Okay, so let's see what Mirko comes up with that, backup protocol.
Backup Protocol hitting the table, reaching immediately for the graveyard, which might mean, as it's cranked, we might expect it to be activated right here.
It is an interesting one to play because, I mean, he has been checking his graveyard a couple of times now, so I guess he has a clear idea of what he might want to retrieve at some point.
Of course, -IO always considering what will be off the top of the deck. So, of course, if you have boost cards available, maybe you want to order them in a particular way such that you can boost, put some different cards off the top of your deck and play an item off the top when you do find it. Fast and Furious coming in here for 4 boost, 4 thanks to having cranked that Backup Protocol red. 1 resource floats. We know, I think that's a Sprocket Rocket in Arsenal that he semi-flashed earlier in this turn. So Fast and Furious is blocked for 3. 1 taken. Ihor down to 39. Mirko now having a think based on what's on top. Clearly no Boom Grenade, as that 1 damage did come through.
Absolutely, and Ihor is blocking with a blue card, which is interesting in a way because we know that there might be a blood rush coming soon, a blood rush turn coming soon, and you need a blue for that.
Well, you do, but he also has Reckless Swing and Eye of Ophidia in that hand there.
That is
so
why.
his A, blue flush, and B, they're not exactly the blues that pair well with Blood Rush Bellow. None of them get discarded as a 6 power, of course, and some of them are hard to use defensively, like this Eye and Reckless. 2 cards you never really want to see together. So Ihor will have to find a way to navigate out of this situation and still play that Blood Rush Bellow either on this turn or maybe hold on to one of them after pitching for a Claw and use it to power up the Blood Rush Bellow on the following turn. Putting that Show of Strength forward as a 3-block, he wants to make sure to not take any extra damage. So we'll be holding on to those 2 awkwardly blocking cards in the Reckless Swing and Eye of Ophidia and throwing the Show of Strength as a 3-block. Cerebellum Processor used as the final action point of the turn just to refresh that arsenal for Mirko, and we will pass no item found off the top of the deck. Ihor starts his turn rolling a Scabskin Leathers 4. That's 2 action points available. We'll see the Reckless Swing hit the pitch zone, 1 Mandible Claw coming forward, and of course that Eye of Ophidia with that second action point will probably be pitched for the second Mandible Claw. Just get these cards out, make sure he can get real blocking cards back into the deck.
Yes, not blood rush turn happening here, and just
I have Ophidia opt, revealing Strongest Survive, that new powerful card from Super Slam, and of course also a Sink Below, which is something you do want to see when you're trying to block these Dash IOs, but maybe deciding because of the Blood Rush Bellow that he knows is in his arsenal, he doesn't want to have another clunker like the one he just saw that doesn't enable it. So he'll put that Sink Below to the bottom. He wants to make sure he draws as many 6 powers as possible to buff up that Blood Rush Bellow turn. 3 damage still coming through after resolving that opt on the second Mandible Claw after having taken the first one from Mirko, and he will put forward 1 card on blocks, it looks.
let's see. It's just a very, so far it has been kind of a weird turn for Ihor.
It's one of those games where on both sides it feels like you're not doing the thing you want to be doing, so
Yeah,
neither
exactly.
of you really have it going.
Yeah, you put it better than I did. But yeah, that is exactly what I was trying to convey here. We see a 30-60 coming from Mirko's, and it's a yellow. So, yeah, I mean, not very powerful start as well.
Still a 0 for 3 with Go Again. We saw that T-Bone put forward on the block, implying there's extra resources available as Mirko reaches to the pitch zone, pitches a blue to play out that heist. He had done it wrong, but of course you can always take back a quick change like that. 1 float here, heist having 5 damage being presented with Go Again from the boost, asking if there are targets. Can I see your banish zone? I believe there are no items in the banish zone.
There are
So this
none.
heist is just a 2 for 5 with boost. Go Again. 1 floating. Dash IO not yet used on this turn, so if there's an item on the top, it can be played. And of course, Arsenal card as well. 6 block coming out from Ihor. He decided this was not the happy Blood Rush hand. This was not when he wanted to go off. He's still happy to block until Mirko gives him some space, maybe by playing a Spark of Genius or some other setup turn. He's going to be holding on to that Blood Rush Bellow and not playing it yet.
Playing it super safe. Super safe. As you predicted, he might not be scared of going long term, let's say. We see another Boom Grenade coming from the top, but this is the yellow one.
Rewarded for this decision to continue blocking until we see some more cards out of Mirko's deck. This yellow Boom Grenade hitting the table, but 6 block has already come in, so this is just to put an item on the board and to get...
And this is on the layer step, and also in this step I can check the card.
We're discussing the interaction with when this Boom Grenade is played, I believe is what the players are discussing right now. So when the action point is given, whether he wants to crank. We're basically resolving this Boom Grenade, of course. No Symbiosis shot counter put on. Mirko deciding how he wants to play out this turn still with this information provided.
Yes.
As he knows there's another card on top. So he knows what pieces are available to him, whether he can use the extra action point with Cerebellum Processor to draw that card, whether he wants all of these effects. So deciding whether or not he will crank, of course, this Boom Grenade to get that second action point, or if he's just going to go forward with the turn as it looks.
Ihor is left with only one card in hand, meaning that if it's a powerful enough attack, he might be able to push that boom grenade.
That boom grenade through. He decided, let's crank it. I will play a Sprocket Rocket from my arsenal. This is 3 damage on boost coming forward. Last card committed to blocks from Ihor, but of course 2 action points, meaning we can draw a card, and if Mirko knows that it is a playable 0-cost attack, which I imagine we might expect here, it will be coming forward with the boom grenade on hit. Mirko still having a thought. Of course, there's lots of equipment available for Ihor, so is it worth it committing this card to try to get the boom grenade and buy the equipment, or does he just want to arsenal it and instead get some value off of this symbiosis shot?
Yes, I mean, Mirko knows already that Ihor is not going to have any big turns coming up soon, so obviously needs to also be very mindful of his own resources.
He wants to continue to make sure that he can present these 5-card hands that continue to strip Ihor's hand, and eventually they will go over the top. So in this case, deciding to prioritize arsenaling that card and using the action point off of the boom grenade to deal 2 instead of 3 just by shooting the symbiosis shot. Loses both the items at the start of the turn after Ihor does pass. Back to Mirko for the following turn. See another variety of items and boost cards available to him.
I can't believe it, but Ihor just drew the other 2 copies of Blood Raspberry. Isn't that unfortunate? I mean, what is happening here?
This is not how you want to draw Blood Rush Bellow. All 3 at a time. Luckily, one of them protected there in the arsenal.
Wow.
He will be given the opportunity to block a little bit if he wants to discard or use out some of them.
Yes, just checking the bunny zone so that he gets a better idea of what Mirko has already burned through.
Yeah, when you are thinking about this block out plan, this fatigue plan as Ihor has been approaching it, he wants to know basically what boost cards are left available, how many of those reds like Zipper Hit and Pulse Wave Harpoon as we see on the screen right now, how many boom grenades are left is a very important thing to count. Ihor thinking this could be an opportunity to deal a lot of damage with one of these Blood Rushes out of hand and maybe doubling it up with another from Arsenal, or I could continue to lose these Blood Rushes and just try to raw fatigue. So how many of these cards have been lost so far in the sequence of dealing me 3 damage by turn 3 and to the boost? And am I willing to continue this blockout party, or is it time to say, okay, this is a turn where I use my 40 life to a little bit of effect, take some of this damage, and then present some offense back?
Absolute tipping point for Ihor here. We can see it in his face. And I must say he's a very serious player normally. He's not a chatty, bubbly kind of player. And well, declares no blocks, finally.
No blocks against Zipper. This will be the first full attack coming through from Mirko. Checks the top of his deck one more time, but it is not a boom grenade, so only 5 damage coming through from this first hit of the turn for Mirko. Playing with still lots of information. 2 cards in hand, card in arsenal, cards off the top of the deck, of course. Heist played out for 5 go again, banishing a red 0 to 60.
Yeah,
still no hits, Mirko clarifies. Still no items in the banish zone, so this heist is just a 2 for 5 with no on hit.
I am starting to get a little bit nervous here, seeing how this is developing.
I think Ihor is still happy to just take this damage. So far, it's vanilla. Obviously, there could be a boom grenade off the top, but that would require Mirko pitching a card for it because there are no resources floating right now, Technical Founder Heart having not been activated, meaning that it's not necessarily that high value to go for boom grenade off the top. Ihor can kind of safely take this damage, whether it ends up being more than 5 or not. Still debating, as you said, a very diligent player. He's thinking through his options, making sure he doesn't make a mistake in his macro game plan as he's finally pivoted off the blockout plan.
Yeah, he's an absolutely lovely guy, but on the when he's at the table, he is very focused, like super focused, like incredibly into, in the cards, like full in the game.
Late in a day 2 of a calling, that's a very important trait to be able to have. Make sure you don't make mistakes. Stay locked in.
Yeah, I don't like saying cold, like cold stone. Like when someone says they are very cold thinking, or I don't know how to put it because sometimes my English fails me. But I'd rather say that, yeah, he's incredibly focused.
Very focused player, and throws the Scowling Flesh Bag on block, saying, okay, I want to take as little damage as possible to be able to pull off this hit back that I have coming for you. Banishes one last card out of hand. He's going to eat the Arsenal card instead in this yellow 0-60. Ihor now has full information. There, I believe, was a boost here, meaning that the maximum that comes here is this 3 into 2 from the Symbiosis shot. Ihor says, that's fine. I can take this damage. Scowling bought me some space, and now I'm ready to start hitting you back and having my own turns. At the end of all that, 24-28 after Ihor finally takes an offensive turn from Mirko to the face, going into his turn with 2 Blood Rushes in hand, 2 red attacks in hand, one of them disruptive and one of them quite powerful, and another Blood Rush in the arsenal. Starting off with a Blood Rush, pitching Blood Rush. Of course, one of these cards will get discarded. Mirko having full information before he goes forward with anything.
This is a great move. Yeah, I think, I mean, Ihor is
1, 2,
now
3, 4, 5, 6.
ready to deploy.
Discard card is Show of Strength. That's the 2 for 8. Ihor probably happy either way, but it does depend on the resources that are drawn off this Blood Rush Bellow, whether he's going to be able to play the extra card. Strongest Survive is a disruptive card. Show of Strength is more damage for less resources, so I think both would have been fine hits for him. Of course, the resources he draws in Savage Dash will help curve things out. One card Intimidated off the Rhinar trigger with the discard, and he draws 2 blues. This is perfect resources for this turn.
Great. It is great. You always want to find a blue, but obviously now he has plenty of options, like resources for the 2 Mandible Claws for 5, and we are going to see how Mirko acts now, because obviously as a Dust player, you don't want to block.
No, you don't want to be blocking. You want to be presenting offense, but this is big. Ihor, of course, had the option of going for that second Blood Rush Bellow if he wanted to, but I think those 2 blues secured his plan, having been able to keep this Strongest Survive. 2 blues and the one floating from earlier means he can go both weapons and a Strongest Survive, which will deal 9 damage at the end of the turn and strip a card out of Mirko's hand or strip a couple cards on defense. And then still be able to hold on to that Blood Rush to have a second powerful turn coming up after this.
Exactly, he's saving that Blood Rush for the future. Yes, you were right, absolutely, he could have used it now. But obviously he would have done it before the first Mandible Claws so that you can get the most use out of it. And yeah, I mean, he's wearing green, he's all in.
He's Rhinar coded today. 5 damage taken on the first Mandible Claw, 5 damage presented on the second, and Mirko still thinking.
Yes, I mean, you have to consider so many things here as a DAS IO player. As you said, blocking here obviously makes your turn kind of bad, or like less of a fireworks that you want to see as a mechanologist. But
Strongest Survive hits the table. This is 9. When this hits a hero, they discard a card unless they reveal a card from their hand with damage that is, or power that is greater than the damage dealt this way. So buffing up this Strongest Survive with the Blood Rush Bellow is very important. Only maximum velocity can be revealed to prevent a discard here. That will be a 10 power attack, of course, so it will be able to get around the Strongest Survive.
Let's see, because
that is
maximum velocity is there in his hand.
He's reaching for it on blocks. Maybe he's thinking, I can't get it off, and so his instinct is to block with it when he's not able to play the attack, given that he doesn't have 3 boosted cards available. Of course, one of those cards that we saw in the hand was a Boom Grenade, which limits your ability to boost.
Oh, wow. Did he... There's no possibility, I mean, I'm sorry to ask this, but there is no possibility that he misread the card and thinks that he has to block it with the...
It's possible he misread it. It's possible he's
just
thinking...
wondering.
It's possible he's thinking that I can't fire it, and so I'd rather use it on a block. Reaching for some equipment here means he can diminish this damage, so he's blocking for 7 after the max V and 2 equipment, leaving only 2, which means the remaining boost card in his hand, of course, is still revealable without discarding it. But decides to use this maximum velocity on block instead of just to get around the disruption. Still doesn't want to take too much damage to this Blood Rush turn because, of course, there is one available. We know it's in the arsenal, but Mirko wouldn't know that at this point, but doesn't want to die to a turn soon. So blocking 7, taking 2, going down to 16, not going too low here. He will have to reveal a card, but the 0 to 60 will get around the on-hit effect of Strongest Survive.
Yes, I guess, yes, it's okay to go ahead and try to stay alive while keeping some cards in hand and making the most of them. I mean, Boom Grenade is also a powerful tool.
And having gotten that Scowling Fleshbag out, it's going to be easier to maybe make that Boom Grenade connect, even if he has to play it with Crank at the start of his own turn.
Absolutely. So it could be a good move for Mirko.
Mirko clarifying when he gets back that Intimidate card. It comes back to his hand before his turn. Now he comes forward. We know there's a Boom Grenade and a 0 to 60 available. Golden Cog will lose its counter, mostly just there for the counter it gave to Symbiosis Shot when it came in, and sometimes for a Galvanize effect. Pitches that Boom Grenade to play, activate, or to use the Dash IO play, of course, getting a Cerebellum Processor off the top. Chooses to crank it, going down to 1 counter on that, and a second action point. Will be able to use this to draw another card this turn.
Of course, that is the kind of emotion that Mirko has, and we don't, so that is incredibly well played.
3 go again.
3 go again off the 0 to 60. Dash IO already used, meaning Boom Grenades are not a threat, but it is still damage. And Ihor's on 24. We saw earlier in the game, he was angling towards this defensive plan until he got that 1 Blood Rush turn. He has 1 more Blood Rush in Arsenal, so the question is, will he continue to try to deal damage, or is he going to go back to blocking out? Takes 3 here, hinting maybe he wants to use this second Blood Rush, or this third Blood Rush on this turn, and continue to try to kill Mirko the normal way, so to speak.
Still, he has a Sink Below in hand, so I do believe that he's about to probably use it for this throttle, right?
Yeah, wants to get full value off of it, blocking for 4 on this throttle instead of 3 on the 0 to 60. Cerebellum Processor was used to draw a card that drew a throttle. Unfortunately, he had another red throttle in hand, so he had to pitch the throttle for Tekla Foundry Heart to be able to play the throttle. Not very efficient, still deals damage, presents a question to Ihor.
Correct.
That deck is getting thinner, and plays like this are not dealing that much damage, unfortunately, from the Mirko side.
Yes, and we see Ihor considering those blocks and has 2 Splatter Schools in his hand. Maybe he's considering to use the Sink Below ability.
Sink below, maybe sink for a blue, try to find something a little bit more resource heavy than these 2 Splatter Skulls. Of course, it would be nice to be able to discard that Sea Legs with the Blood Rush instead of discarding one of those Splatter Skulls, so that would be maybe the ideal situation. Bottom one of them draw a blue and hope to discard the Sea Legs. Reaches for that Sink below, puts it on the thing, thinking on Sink.
Yeah.
And decides to put one of those Splatter Skulls on the bottom as we predicted.
Makes sense. Makes
Draws
sense
up a
because
card. Oh, and it is a Smell Fear, and I believe it is the blue version. So he found the ideal upgrade to his already good hand. Blocks 4, taking 2 damage down to 21. Symbiosis Shot coming in on the other end for another 2 damage. Down to 17 goes Ihor, and we are going to his turn for his second Blood Rush Bellow. Of course, the 3rd copy we've seen, but the 2nd one being played here in a return.
Incredible draw for Ihor. And now he knows what to do. We are going to see some more Blood Rush Bellow being played here, and now the discard part.
Blood Rush Bellow hitting the table, discarding. Ihor has a preference. It's not the preference. It's not a Splatter Skull. It's not a Sea Legs being discarded. Splatter Skull goes to discard zone, and of course 1 Intimidate from Rhinar. Mirko puts his hand forward.
Sometimes lucky, sometimes unlucky, you know, like this is how it goes. And he was lucky with the draw. He wasn't as lucky with the discard. But of course, now it's time to draw again.
Happy still in that it is a resource card, so he does have the opportunity to pitch it. He draws another resource card in the Smell Fear and a Savage Feast, which is a really potent draw.
It is amazing. So now He was lucky again. You
He
see,
was.
you just have to be patient.
You
It pays
do
off.
just have to be patient. He does have 5 resources available if you pitch the Smell Fear and you have the 2 floating from the first one. So that is Claw, and the 1 cost. He will be able to discard the Sea Legs at the end of the turn, create a Rum not for his Blood Rush turn, but for his follow-up turn, which is possibly when it's even better after having dealt 18 if he goes with that line. Ihor just making sure to think things through, make sure he doesn't miss anything, maybe considering the Scabskin Leathers, the greedier version of the play if you want to go for this Savage Feast earlier in the turn, but deciding, nope, Claw first. Let's play it safe. Let's get information about how Mirko is blocking. Claw for 5. Go again.
I mean, you have to be really brave to go ahead and throw dice and risk it all, right?
Especially before the first link. Yeah, that would be quite something. But no, 1 Claw at least put forward as some insurance. I imagine he's not going to Scabs after this. It would be quite maybe a greedy play is a way to call it. But instead he's going for the Mandible Claw, which I think would happen in either arrangement of the turn.
We've all seen Eugene, though.
Yeah, well,
right?
sometimes if you can win on the spot with Scabskin Leathers, you have to win on the spot with Scabskin Leathers.
Absolutely. It's brave or bold even in some cases. But as we said, sometimes it pays off. Sometimes just need to be lucky, right? And yes, Mirko is just waiting for Ihor to decide how this is going to continue. As I told you before, Ihor really thinks things through and is really, like, you can tell he's focused.
You just want to be careful here, of course. The hand is good, but you want to make sure everything works right.
He's also not such an experienced player in terms of Rhinar, as I told you before as well. He is not usually, at least in our community, in our armories, playing this deck. So, yeah, that also might play a role here.
Of course. And deciding indeed to go for the safe play, puts forward the second Mandible Claw, coming in for 5, go again, with Mirko down to 11 in this position. Savage Feast will likely be the follow-up for 8 after this. Mirko hasn't blocked yet this turn. Thinking about reaching for his equipment there for a second, deciding not to, not yet.
I mean, 11 is not as high as you'd like to be when you're facing a Blood Rush turn.
When you're facing a Blood Rush turn, and this is only Claw 2, meaning you expect there will be 8 on the back end at the lowest for Ihor, of course, because any 6 power in his deck will become an 8.
So you have
Mirko
to
understanding, still 13 damage coming through. He does have that adaptive plating, which is a 3 block on this turn, thanks to the golden cog that is available.
Crown of Providence still there as well.
And Tekla Foundry Heart also blocking 1, so he does have some equipment to keep him alive. But is he willing to go down so low to try to threaten out Ihor's life and cards on this turn?
Yes, das IO can't afford to completely lose tempo.
Reaches for 1 card on block, maybe an excess card that doesn't really help the turn. It looks like he's got quite a resource-heavy hand with Zipper Hit and 0 to 60.
Let's remind everyone of that banished, temporarily intimidated card that Mirko has there as well.
He will be getting that back. With that Spark of Genius that we see in Mirko's hand, of course, also a lot of flexible options for this turn. He can go in the middle and get a Boom Grenade or something else, maybe another Cerebellum, get that action point back and try to draw more cards with a Spark and change the texture of the hand, deciding, I'll take this 5. I'm not blocking with my whole hand, so I want to see what this last option is. I'll have to give some cards here or maybe an equipment, but at least I will take more information. Savage Feast hits the table, discards the Sea Legs. That is an Intimidate trigger for Mirko, meaning he will not have that much option to block this. He will only have 2 cards left in hand against this 8 power finisher. Draws a card for Ihor. It's a Beast Within, which is a bit of a funny one. You could stick it in Arsenal, but it's a 3 cost, which is not the greatest. 3 cost 6 in Arsenal.
It's
could
not
just hold
where
on
you
to it in
want
hand.
it.
It's not where you want to be, but with the Gold Kiss Rum on the board, it's probably fine to stick in Arsenal and try clear after you live through this next turn. Mirko having 2 cards in hand, deciding what am I going to block with. Reaches for 1 card, Zipper Hit.
We have to remember that, if I'm not mistaken, the cut is in 10-2, right? The cut for top 8.
The cut is 10-2. Yeah, you do need to be able to win this game and the rest of your day. Adaptive plating, of course, coming forward. This is probably the last opportunity, great opportunity he'll get to block with it for 3. 1 turn later maybe, but doesn't want to go into reckless swing range. So currently blocking, it looks like 4, but it is 6 after the galvanize effect does come into play.
Yes, we have seen 1 reckless swing pitched already, which means that one is out of the way for now for Mirko. That can be kind of reassuring, but in a way we don't know how many copies Ihor runs in this deck. Some Rhinars only have 1.
Some Rhinars only have 1 and some have multiples, yeah. The players are discussing maybe whether to call a judge. I believe Mirko accidentally mixed the intimidated and the hand cards, but he is saying it's fine because this is all I'm blocking and this is where the turn ends, so we can call a judge if we want. But just looking at that Crown of Providence, the Arsenal card, that middle card there that we see on the bottom of the thing is the drawn up Crown of Providence card. That Spark of Genius is the last card that remains, and those 2 cards that are on the table are the Intimidate cards that will come back up here. So the players resolve it on their own because there's no more information coming through with those cards this turn, so it ultimately doesn't matter. And Mirko going into his hand, 4 cards available to try to deal the 17 damage to Ihor on 6, so not necessarily dead if he can't kill here, but not looking super healthy. Beast Within goes to the Arsenal for Ihor, after all, draws up another one.
Yeah, having those 2 together, it's not maybe... I mean, Beast Within is not what you want in your arsenal as a brute player, of course. You always want to get the most of it, discard it. So, well, we'll see how it plays out for Ihor after this Ihor's turn.
Mirko's still thinking, of course. He changed some information in the middle of his hand there with the Crown of Providence coming on the final chain link, meaning now he has to make some new decisions about how he's going to play out this hand. A lot of boost cards available there. There was a T-Bone, a Zipper Hit.
Yeah, taking the graveyard once again, because as you said before, the deck is getting somewhat thin.
Somewhat thin, and we haven't cycled yet, meaning there's still unknown information off the top. Of course, Mirko knows the top card of his deck, but the cards that are underneath it as he starts to boost this turn, he's not yet aware. So he wants to see if he's likely to hit an item this turn. Maybe that's why, with the Null Time Zone hitting the Banish Zone, he was debating whether do I play this now just to make sure I get the extra action point and the item on the board, or do I get rid of it and hope to hit another item later in this hand, because Null Time Zone not doing a lot once all 3 Blood Rushes have been used already in this matchup.
Yeah, T-Bone forcing that equipment block from those Scalpskin Leathers, and I think there are no more blocks declared by Ihor.
Looks like we're past the blocking step, and Mirko is now considering on instance, reaches for the pen, and no. Taking 2 damage, down to 15 goes Ihor after blocking with his Scalpskin Leathers. Close the chain. Play a Spark of Genius. Now he gets to search his deck.
A kind of healthy amount of boom grenades left yet still and yet there in the
They're
deck,
all on the
right?
bottom. A couple of them were pitched, so he reaches here through his deck. Maybe he wants to leave those boom grenades in the deck, though, if he's not sure he's going to be able to hit this turn. Reaches for Backup Protocol Red and puts that on the table. Of course, we'll crank it to get the action point back from Spark. Spark will draw a card into his hand, so he'll be still at 3 cards in hand and an action point after this resolves. Dash.io hasn't been used this turn.
Shuffling also means that those boom grenades could be anywhere now.
Back up to the top of the deck they could go if all goes well for Mirko. Draws that card, takes a look at the next card available off the top. Keeps going.
Yeah, some T-Bones there. Yeah,
T-Bone blue, 0 to 60 red, Zipper Hit yellow. Got some options available. Of course, 2 resources can be paid into turning any card or to fetching any card from his graveyard on this turn.
Seems like he's deciding to go ahead and attack with a 0 to 60.
Keeping as little information, or giving as little information to his opponent as possible by starting with the 0 cost here.
Checking the graveyard again, just in case, well, he takes up that opportunity to use that Backup Protocol Red.
This is 2 boost cards so far, so if we're keeping a maximum velocity track, and you want to know whether he can fetch one and play it, only 2 boost cards have been played.
chain. Activate the
Pitches T-Bone for Tekla Foundry Heart. 2 items come off the top. Boom Grenade in that second spot, unfortunately, so not able to find that item for that extra action point to get a draw off of Cerebellum Processor. 4 resource float.
we have 4.
That was, yeah, that was unfortunate because obviously, there is this thing when you have the opportunity to get that boom grenade from the top, and it's just the second boost.
Second Cerebellum Processor found off the top right after that boom grenade, so he still gets the crank effect, still gets the extra action point, will still be able to draw the extra card, and maybe with all these resources, will be able to fire in a maximum velocity turn. After all, he's looking at 3 resources on board, of course. Maximum velocity costs 2, as does Backer Protocol, and this zipper hit will cost 1, so that is a 5 resource turn. Is he able to draw the extra resources off this Cerebellum Processor with the action point he has? He reaches to draw.
Draw 1.
And it looks like
It looks like a blue.
Yeah. You see,
1
like,
action point left.
lucky and lucky, lucky and lucky. Those balance of justice sleeves are making him balance his own luck over and over again.
Zipper hit comes in for 4. This is the 3rd boost card of the turn. He puts himself as 1 resource floating, which I think is 1 short of what the truth is, but it doesn't matter given that he has the blue. He still is able to play every card in his deck off this Backer Protocol by pitching another blue. And he corrects it there, back up to 2 resources just to make sure everything is correctly reflected. 4 boost coming at the face of Ihor. Kotaiev here.
Ihor looks kind of fond of his hand, let's say.
A little bit. I think the thing is really he has that Gold Kiss Realm on the board and Mirko's at 6. So if he's able to string together maybe 6 into 8, that kind of brute hand, then he's just able to strip 2 or 3 cards off of Mirko. So even if that brings him down to 2, he's now able to live through future turns. Decides not all of these cards are going to be playable. 1 card hits the table as a block. Doesn't want to go too low to die to Boom Grenade. Of course, 1 damage taken to this Zipper hit. We see the Backer Protocol reached for. 2 resources used. Graveyard searched. Maximum velocity fetched. Zipper hit hits the pitch zone, and maximum velocity attacked for 10, which is Ihor's life total in this spot.
Incredible turnout for Mirko here, and we see that Biz Within we've been reached, but not quite so.
Not quite
We're
so.
thinking it.
Debating
Yeah.
whether he's willing to go for a bigger turn. No, we'll go for Beast Within and the Apex Bonebreaker. Block 5, take 5, create a Might on the back end, of course. We know he has a Beast Within, which is a 6 power card in the arsenal. He has a Swing Big in hand, that's 8. The Might, those will get bumped up to 7 and 9. The other card in hand is a blue. So deciding whether he wants to play the 9 now and keep that 6 in arsenal, or play the 6, which is a 7 now. Oh, there you go, reaching for the Savage Sash. We missed this. He can play both out with that Gold Kiss Realm. This is a huge turn. Gold Kiss will tap his hero. Not much effect that has in Rhinar, of course, but go again to the next action. Beast Within, a 2 cost, thanks to that Savage Sash. Floating 1 resource and attacking for 7. Holding information in that hand, it is that Swing Big, which will come in for 8. 15 damage off of 3 cards and 1 equipment, plus the Might.
Fantastic turn for Ihor. Of course, that Savage Sash is the fancy version. So maybe that's why as well we didn't have it in mind as much as we should, because the art is so different and so cool, I must say. But yeah, Beast Within is such a flexible adaptive card in a way, and it comes asking for a zipper hit out of Mirko's hands.
It's still a yellow, it's still a 6, and of course Mirko smelling blood in the water with that Gold Kiss Realm activation and 1 float with Savage Sash. I think he expects this to be a 2 for 8, which is actually a 1 for 8. He puts his hand forward and puts the fist bump. He will die to this. Dying to the Swing Big with that Gold Kiss Realm just created on the previous turn and used here in the perfect moment for Ihor Kotaiev. Arsenaling that Beast Within paid off wonderfully, having access to all of these cards. Rhinar is our winner in round 10. Rhinar remains on 8-2 and still live for top 8 here in calling Valencia 2 weeks after the release of Armory Deck Rhinar. What a joy to watch that game.
Incredible. I mean, I'm so happy for Ihor. Being patient, being thoughtful and mindful of the game pays off. We saw that. We saw them both getting lucky and unlucky during this game. It was a beautiful match. I loved it.
Very fun fab, very fun games to see. If you want to see more Flesh and Blood in the upcoming weeks, let's take a look at what options we have in December. Of course, we have the World Tour Seattle coming up in December. If you are in the area, of course, great to play. If you're going to the event, get one of these Fabled event packages. You have this amazing Fast and Furious Alt Art playmat and the Super Slam Season Comeback Kid or Mocking Blow packages of reviled and revered cards that you get as these beautiful extended art promos. If you can't make it to Seattle, the following week there is an event in Hong Kong across the world, this Twin Drive alternative art playmat that is also quite interesting and quite unique. Same Super Slam promos, of course, for the Fabled event package for there. After Hong Kong, we go into the new year with Akihabara. Same cards available in the promo pack. The Fabled event package here will get you this unique Ira playmat. That's the World Tour returns to Japan in Akihabara at the start of January, kicking off the 2026 season with a bang. If you're not able to make it out, to the event, of course, you can watch at home. World Tour Seattle on stream December 12th to 14th. World Tour Hong Kong December 19th to 21st. 2 weekends back to back with great games being brought to us by the power team in Michael and Bryce.
Yes, we will have Bryce and Michael Feng in the booth, and they will be sharing this honor both in Seattle and Hong Kong.
Yeah, a joke we've been making throughout the weekend. Michael and Bryce on one week and Bryce and Michael on the other week. Of course, these are very different caster duos, but I will be glued to my television those weeks, and I will be hyped to watch this. If you want to watch more Michael Feng, he's not just on stream those weeks. He's on the stream this week as he's in the room right now playing here in Calling Valencia, and we have him on stream next round playing Gravy Bones here in round 11 of this Calling. He's going to be against an Oscilio. We've been seeing a lot of Oscilio. This game could be exciting. What are your thoughts about it?
I'm excited to see Michael Feng on the stream, honestly. It's just such an honor. So, yes, let's go with it.
Let's go. Let's see Michael Feng next round against an Oscilio in round 11, fighting towards that win and in at the end of this day. See you there.
Gabe, I'm sorry I left you to take care of the ship. You see, I was trying to sneak into the Silver Age battle hard, and then some judge told me I had to get back in the booth or something, so I'm back. I'll take care of you now. How are you?
Disgusting. How could they treat you like that? Silver Age is what we want to be playing, but of course we are here to bring you the games. I am great. I've just cast 2 great games in a row. It's been fun. We played some Silver Age last night, so I'm not missing it too much.
We did, and that's what made me want to hijack a battle hardened. So
Of
you are
course.
partially responsible. It's entirely your fault from what I understand. But no, some great games on the broadcast. Very happy to see people still playing strong flesh and blood all the way through in every format the game has to offer. There are a few names I'm a little more curious about than others, though. We have some invested picks over the course of the weekend. The caster picks throughout the weekend. Carlota, not doing too bad here. Unfortunately, 1 player left alive, which I'm going to say unfortunately. That might be better than some of us. We'll have to wait and see. But Juan still alive here on Gravy Bones, 8-2. And a pretty commendable showing via a variety of different heroes here as well.
Yeah, we see 5 different heroes. It's 4 different heroes represented here. Of course, some of those heroes down at 6-4. Jose Soria still representing the Cash at 7-3. I want to take a look at my chosen friends over here. We have Kashi still at the top at 8-2, Var Savins at 9-1, and Paul van Gijssel at 8-2. All of these guys still live for top 8, still battling. Var Savins looking like he's doing a repeat run at this point. With 9-1, he's got quite a buffer, not locked yet, but quite a good buffer to make it into top 8. Unfortunately, Yap and Gary fall to 7-3 and are still playing for cash, but not for top 8. But I'm pretty happy with my picks, and of course all my friends. Yeah,
that's a pretty impressive showing. Yeah, I've never been more concerned about someone else's results than I am right now, but I have pretty universally good news. Jacob Clements no longer undefeated, unfortunately. Did take a loss on Arachne Marionette, but 9-1, same as Vare, very stable, has a nice buffer to still make a solid run and making the top 8 here this weekend. Jason Rolfe, the chat's hero on Lyath Goldmane, still alive. 8-2 in contention, can make top 8 of this event. And cash all around for the other 3 players here. Again, huge shout out to both Patrick and Juan Luigi, 2 players that maybe the non-European audience aren't so familiar with. Happy to see Marlin finding some success. Happy to see that more fatigue-centric version of Dorinthia finding success as well. Tommaso, just a personal friend of ours, given that Nu took over the line on a calling we were casting. So happy to see the success continue for them as well.
Hey, Scott.
Ethan.
Who's our Tenno? Do you remember? Do you remember who it is?
Don't you
Do you remember who it is? It's freaking Oscilio Martin Holík! Woo, Tenno right there. And look, another live. And look, another live. This is potentially a loaded top 8 for Oscilio. What if we get 3 up there? What if we actually get 3 Oscilio's top 8 at a calling Yuto's not even at? What on earth, dude? I'm stoked. I'm looking forward to it, because Martin Holík, Jerome Francois, and Kieran Lee are just on a lightning run this weekend. Martin, obviously, seen him on camera twice, seen him cook, and we actually are going to now feature Kieran Lee up next versus Michael Feng. So a name I personally don't know. I don't know if you've met Kieran Scott, but if he can take down Michael Feng, one of the greats, the Oscilios really showed up this weekend.
I guess I'll have to forgive you for the intrusion, given my clear nationality bias. We'll see what we can make work, I suppose. But Oscilio unquestionably having a pretty impressive run this weekend. I can't say I expected that, but I'm very happy to see both Arachne Marionette and Oscilio finding their place in this meta game.
I think there's a couple of effects that lead to Oscilio having a good weekend. One, the uptick of Gravy back from the World Championships, and more people are picking it up. This is one of the reasons to bring Oscilio. It was certainly the reason to bring Oscilio back in Copenhagen. It does have a positive Gravy matchup. There is work that has been done on the Cindra matchup, historically one of the bad Oscilio matchups, but with the cap of quick thinking and a different game plan, players have definitely optimized it. And I actually think it is a good matchup against Arachne Marionette, as we've seen twice on camera already. So maybe that higher representation of Marionette also leading to some of Oscilio's success this weekend.
I think that equation checks out in my book, so I'm happy to see if it checks out in reality. So let's make our way down into the feature match area. It is everyone's favorite electric blue breakfast cereal against a slightly out-of-date condiment, Oscilio, Gravy Bones. Wow. Michael Feng and Kieran Lee. It's going to be our Gravy player going first, which does feel like a pretty significant boon in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely both of these are wanting to be going first. Oscilio can set up some of those auras, some of those sigils, and Michael Feng, of course, able to create an ally. We're a couple actions behind on this very first turn. Looks like 2 portside exchanges have been played on turn 0 to put 2 Sawbones into the graveyard. That almost feels to me like the best possible start you could have gotten from Gravy Bones here going first. You get one of these Sawbones onto the board, you get the other engraved, you create 2 gold despite this being a Balance of Justice matchup, and he's going to use Dead Threads to put a second Sawbones onto the table.
Onto a dice, more specifically,
Yeah,
because
well,
technically this Sawbones hasn't resolved
It's
yet.
on the stack, which is literally stacked on top of a die. I love that. Look at the shadow around that card. So 2 Sawbones choosing not to attack. Of course, it's turn 0. There's not much reason to attack.
Now, why exactly would Kiran want to stop and respond to this second Sawbones?
You can kill an ally once it's into the board. So he could kill the first Sawbones, but he wants to make sure he responds to the second Sawbones, because if that Sawbones came into the board, then you could tap it to prevent some of the damage being directed at that first Sawbone. So if Kiran has a way to get to 3 Arcane, that's lethal against the first Sawbones as long as the second Sawbones isn't in the arena yet. If he has a way to get to 4 Arcane, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. So Kiran now reaching for some of those cards, having to think. There is a Shock available in hand. Shock itself is 1. It gets 1 from being a Lightning card when you Volzar, so he will have to play another Lightning card, which was the Electrostatic Discharge there. So now this is the Shock, and the players clarify, I assume this is going at the Sawbones since this will be lethal. Second Sawbones comes off the stack onto the table. Unfortunate for Michael that he loses one of those, but you sort of expect those things to die to Shock in this matchup. That is how it goes.
Very much so. Gravy activation will be turning one of those gold into a fresh card. Anchor, drag under, making its way into the depths to end what is a pretty resoundingly successful opening turn for Michael Feng.
Yeah. Gets, after all of the things, including killing one of the hero allies with that Shock, he still has an ally available in grave, 1 on board, and a gold going into his next turn. And of course, clears one of those Shocks. We imagine Oscilio is on either 8 or 9 of those Shocks, the Null Shock possibly being the 2 of. It depends on how the deck builder decides, but definitely a resource that you have to count from the Gravy perspective. How easily can they kill your allies, possibly kill them while they're attacking, and turn off your go again, turn off your turn against something like an Avasti.
So step 1 achieved here for Kiran Lee. Finds Gone in a Flash in this opening hand. Finds a Blink, a Blast to Oblivion, and another one of those Shock effects alongside it.
Gone in a Flash and Blink is a nice way to have this hand line up here, of course. Without having any sigils from turn 0, he is still able to bounce it back and do more stuff instead of just attack for 4 before he arsenals it at the end of the turn. 1 counter on Volzar and 4. Blink represents second Gone in a Flash, can still be bounced back.
Pretty healthy hand on the other side of the equation for Michael Feng as well. That third copy of Sawbones arriving nice and early alongside Call to the Grave and a now defending Seafloor Salvage. Not massively shocked to see this one playing defense. Gold not a problem for Michael early this game thanks to those portside exchange.
Seafloor definitely also one of those cards. You hold on to it if you're totally starved of gold or if you happen to have the full hand, but in this case wanting to keep some life total, doesn't want to get blasted by a combo so early in the game, so not going down to 36. Pretty safe.
Blink and you'll have missed it. Gone in a Flash back in the hand for Kiran Lee, courtesy of that powerful instant from all the way back in Tales of Aria. Now reassessing how to navigate this turn. We do see consigned to Cosmos Shock as the shock of choice this time, so a free instant available should it be of interest. That Volzar, of course, slowly ticking up.
Volzar would cost 1, so this turn is not full card efficient, but because that Gone in a Flash is going to come back when he plays that Shock at the end of it, assuming that's his line, then the Blast goes to the pitch zone and the Gone in a Flash goes into Arsenal. He'll still be able to deal quite a bit of damage and end on an Arsenal.
Gone in a Flash, debating its target currently. Sent directly at Sawbones. Tap it for flavor. Might as well send a message. And we do, of course, see that consigned to Cosmos Shock. Aligned up with that Volzar activation to turbocharge 5 points of Arcane here. Going to see Dead Threads being activated. Of course, Ally has now entered the yard as Sawbones has departed. Null Room Boots used to prevent one of that damage. Michael Feng falling to 35.
No reason to shock the ally when you can shock face for more damage and just throw that Gone in a Flash into the ally. So, clean play.
Over to our Necromancer. The third portside exchange will discard the third copy of Sawbones here. Additional gold generated and another very potent ally making its way to the depths of the ship for a little later on. It's Swabby that joins the grip for Michael Feng here. Not exactly where you want that friend to be.
Still gold available though. Can cycle it away, of course, with the gold, with a gravy ability. It does reach a point where he has a couple too many cards available to him that cost a lot of money and not a lot of cards to pitch to play them.
I feel that in my soul. Compass of Sunken Depths activation. We'll take a peek at that top card. Is it one we're interested in drawing? If Michael Feng decides to turn a gold into a fresh card with that powerful hero ability. He's got several points to deliberate. Simultaneously, Kiran here pondering their own hand pretty heavily. Embodiment of Lightning, multiple Comet Storm Shocks, and a Blast to Oblivion. A little disjointed, but that hero ability might be able to fix that up as well.
Yeah, hero ability, of course, usable on the Sigil, which is the blue, but of course usable on the Comet Storm Shock, even though it blocks 3. It is still considered an instant because of the shock side of the card, so can get rid of that if he wants to. Fetch for either a different card or just fetch deeper to try to get combo pieces in his hand.
Gravy will scrap that copy of Swabby in exchange for a Sunken Treasure on top of the deck here. Not going to be doing much blocking with that one right now, but a fine resource card to establish one of these allies and get swinging.
I think this is why Michael was having a big think earlier. Call to the Grave lent him some options. Of course, there's Back Alley Breakline in his deck. There's Fiddler's Green in his deck. What a cool find. So he knew he could get a resource off that Gravy, but he was debating, does he want to use both these cards as resource cards and maybe develop that Swabian attack with it, which would cost the draw card and the call, or does he want to play that call out? And so he chooses to get the Fiddler's Green. I think this is just good, keeping himself healthy, keeping himself out of combo range, still able to develop an ally.
I have such a soft spot for this card in Gravy Bones. Just turning your tutor blue into a Sigil of Solace is a surprisingly impressive modality.
As I was searching, I saw like
added
8
to this
allies
one.
in a row, so you know, want to make sure.
Michael just joking here. While I was searching, just saw 8 of my allies all chunked together. So I'm going to take a moment to shuffle a little more thoroughly than I perhaps did last time. So life gain, Sunken Treasure will be pitched to re-emerge our copy of Anka. Drag under. Michael will activate that hook and get swinging in for 5. On hit, additional gold will be made for him.
Yeah. So if I draw, I would then discard. And it is just a one-time effect.
Anka Drag under with somewhat relevant game text in this matchup as well.
Yeah, definitely making sure players aren't able to draw on the opposing side. If you draw, the next time you would draw a card, you discard a card instead, or not instead. I think you draw, then you discard. Of course, that requires discarding a card with Watery Grave to activate that ability. So not relevant here, and anyways, Anka's been tapped just to attack with it. But the player's communicating about what Anka might do on the next turn if it does get tapped for that effect. Clarifying there was a hook that comes in before this Anka because there was a gold generated at the start of this turn. So a safe 5 on-hit gold.
Several points in my life I have wished Anka would work on Ponder tokens, but alas, no such luck.
If you just read the text, you think it does.
Hence why I had hope. Comet Storm Shock being reached for here on defense. Kind of alluded already, this hand looking a little bit disjointed here for Kiran Lee. Wouldn't be shocked to see an attack going directly at Anka here and just playing a little bit of defense.
Yeah, pass ready.
Possible. It's also possible that he's just planning to throw this Comet Storm to face, throw out that Sigil, and develop a board to try to combo later on, hoping maybe he can shock that Anka a turn in the future. It's on 3 life. As long as no Sawbones hits the board, that's pretty shockable.
Pretty shockable indeed. It will be that Sigil of Lightning extended to charge up the Volzar, and we reach for Gone in a Flash here. Looking to turn that Comet Storm Shock into just a shock and rebuy the powerful combo piece once Anka is taken care of.
This lets him deal some damage to the face and also clear Anka, so it's respectable. Maybe not the most damage efficient because you lose some damage on the Comet Storm Shock by only playing the shock side, but of course then you get the Lightning card, and you get to play this as a Lightning card, so it ends up sort of being a wash. And this way you're going to clear both ally and hero.
Gone in a Flash. Target Gravy declared here, so no doubt going to see that shock going at Anka once Volzar facilitates it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Wonder if he's playing around a double Fearless or anything like that. Doesn't want to get got by Fearless confrontation.
Confrontation is the one. I've certainly been got more than once by that cool little card from Mastery Pack Guardian. So Volzar activation will turbocharge this shock up to 4. The Gone in a Flash bounces back. into the hand of Kiran Lee. That
I will
shock
not
target, not
Yep.
anchor. Instead,
Mystery card
sending that arcane damage directly at Michael Feng.
Good. All makes sense to me.
Wants to push. He knows he has that gun and a flash, right? So he wants to push some of this damage to face to get Michael within that combo range. If he is able to draw a great combo hand here, then it doesn't matter that Anka's going to be on the board. Probably not drawing that many cards. Of course, can shock Anka during the combo turn as well.
The marquee power piece of these modern Gravy Bones lists, Prismatic Leyline, hits the combat chain to start things off here. Will add some additional juice to every color of attack throughout the turn. For the first time they come on through, Golden Tipple will be the first from Michael Feng, no doubt followed by a yellow ally swing at the least.
No hook on this, yeah.
I love the way Michael represents his gold. I love individual tokens.
It's about sending a message. I want you to know how rich I am. Surely that's the point. Michael here working with 2 cards in hand after this. Looks like Loot the Hold and a Vast Yi to me. So no Conqueror of the High Seas. Not that Kiran necessarily knows that.
But still, I mean, those are exactly kind of what you want. You're able to develop an ally out here after having played this Golden Tipple. You can either double ally attack with the Avast Yi, or he can give an on-hit of discard a card to whichever ally he does come in with.
30 plays 30.
No blocks declared by Kiran Lee. Take the 4 damage all the way down to 30. Place 30 on the other side. Chain will close. Of course, that Prismatic Leyline just being left on the battlefield here to signify that it is still available. Michael deliberates which ally they would like to reanimate, and exactly how they'd like to go about doing so. On the other side of the table, pretty impressive hand from Kiran Lee. We see another copy of Gone in a Flash alongside the first in the arsenal, alongside multiple instant cards. Channel Lightning Valley, another shock available alongside Electromagnetic Somersault.
It's got the makings of a turn. I'm not sure it's exactly what you want. You do have the right shock in hand to end on, but those instants aren't the best. There's none of the 3 value instants, of course. Electromagnetic Somersault doubled up its effect by Gone in a Flash, and Channel Lightning Valley doesn't really work well with Gone in a Flash. And of course, you have that extra Gone in a Flash, which doesn't really work well with Gone in a Flash. So maybe considering this isn't the moment to go big, but we can do a little bit.
You heard it here first, folks. Gone in a Flash, not a combo with itself.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So Michael Feng, compass check, takes a peek, and then breaks a goal to draw a bonus card, finds Murderous Rabble to go alongside those 2 blues already in hand.
Looking for resources to maybe develop the most offensive ally and still go in for a double swing. I do believe with what's on board, he could come in with Swabby and attack with Anka this turn, attack with both off of that Avast Yi. Still a lot of options available because, again, Loot the Hold provides disruption. He's got these extra golds if he wants to go fishing even further.
It's one of kind of the marquee selling points for a deck like Gravy Bones. I find players attracted to the amount of game actions you take, the amount of decision trees you have to explore throughout the course of the game. A very skill-expressive hero allows those who feel like they are at the pinnacle of the game to leverage the play skill they have so carefully curated.
Exactly the kind of hero that no one's surprised Michael Feng plays Gravy Bones. Fits exactly with his history of what he likes to play. Thinky, long games, macro plans. Pitches Loot the Hold for another gold. Looking to draw more cards and maybe see if he can continue to power up this turn.
See if we can take a look at what is found. It's a copy of Swabby, quickly hidden by Michael. We'll see Gravy activated to get rid of it. No doubt another card found. Jittery Bones joining the hand. And Swabby making his way down into the depths.
So this exchange of 2 gold gets an extra Swabby into the graveyard and gets +1 resource.
Play my chum.
The Bones will be jittery. They'll be pitched away for Chum, the friendly first mate. One of the more intriguing allies to sequence around in this matchup. Will make the way in alongside Avast Yi, alongside that Prismatic Leyline bonus for 6 points of damage. More importantly, go again, attached onto this one, potentially a gold on hit here as well, to kind of refresh the bank of Michael that was so thoroughly spent this turn.
Well, I need to clarify something with the judge.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, looks like Kiran here just needs to clarify something with the judge. Hard for us to guess exactly what that is, given we don't have all the information on what's going on there. You got many thoughts on how this game has played out so far?
I do. I think this game is going pretty much as it goes. There are ways to lose on the Oscilio match, on the Oscilio side, which happens when Gravy goes too fast, too early, but none of those Conquerors have been drawn yet. None of those crazy big turns have been drawn yet, and this is only the first prismatically aligned, so I don't think that's happened so far. Getting back into the game to see how this judge call resolved. I have a suspicion about what it was about. I imagine it was about whether this chum can be killed and what layer this chum can be killed in. Ultimately, the Avasti and the chum resolves, and Kiran decides he is going to take this damage.
And so my next attack is hooked.
Interesting stuff. So 6 coming on through will be followed by the Anka for 5 more points of damage here, courtesy of Avasti's go again. Kiran now going to reevaluate with the new information they have found. Consider how best to sequence this turn that is rather instant infused.
I really quite like the way Michael navigated this whole thing. Of course, we said earlier in the turn there was the option to go Swabi and Anka and develop both of them and attack with both of them. Problem is both of those are 3 life allies, meaning that they could have lost the action point. He could have lost the action point with the Avasti. If he goes Avasti and attack with Swabi, and there is a shock in hand and any other lightning card, we happen to know there is another lightning instant, that becomes a 3-value shock, kills that Swabi while it has go again, and the second ally doesn't even get to attack. So Michael playing around that effect by going for this line, but also dug further enough into his deck that he's able to get an arsenal card for next turn as well. So I'm quite pleased with the way Michael navigated this. I think this is the perfect way to play around Oscilio, around those shock effects, not getting baited into putting the biggest number on board when it can get killed by a single shock card.
Incredibly heads-up play from Michael Feng. He's awfully familiar with this strategy at this point. Chooses to save that gold bait hook activation for this second ally, as opposed to either the golden tipple or the ally that came before. It's like Kiran Lee reaching for that flash of brilliance, debating turning it into a fresh card, rebuying that Sigil of Lightning. Consigned to Cosmos Shock, also being hovered over the combat chain as a defensive choice here. The gold denial, definitely somewhat of a relevant aspect of this turn sequence. We'll see another Gone in a Flash on defense, 2 damage taken, extra gold generated for our Gravy.
Just gonna clean up.
Of course, Kiran was debating maybe blocking with that flash. He could have discarded something like this Gone in a Flash to get go again on this next turn and go for one of those mini combos that sets Gone in a Flash back up into Arsenal at the end. But no, decides not to.
And yeah, you have a sigil popping.
I have a sigil pop.
Sigil of Lightning trigger does give a window, as far as I'm aware, on leaving the arena to respond to. So if there was want to chum or want to anchor, Michael Feng is appreciative of the diligent gameplay and then proceeds to ignore the opportunity anyway.
Kiran says, I forgot about that, to be honest, as the sigil goes away. He's worried that he would have to chum there, but the pass taken from Michael. Kiran not throwing any cards into this chum, or not being forced to, at least, right now.
So it is Blast to Oblivion, Channel Lightning Valley, and Consign to Cosmos Shock in the hand, alongside that Gone in a Flash that has been so diligently parked since the first turn cycle of the game. Kiran Lee reaches for that Gone in a Flash once more. He's been pretty happy to use this to clear away allies and send pressure. Very interested to see where this attack goes this time around.
Yep.
Going at Anka here alongside that embodiment of lightning to take care of at least one of these allies.
Of course, Michael still has the opportunity to respond here if he wants to. He didn't do it earlier, but he can do it while the card is being targeted. It will carry forward to the next card drawn this turn.
Michael looking at a hand that does contain Scuba, the Salty Sea Dog. It's a viable discard if that's something he's interested in doing. Diamond Amulet also in the hand there.
Chooses not to. Maybe gets punished now by the CLV hitting the board in the later step.
So, of course, Channel Lightning Valley, not normally particularly well inclined with Gone in a Flash, but cares about dealing damage to opposing heroes. And for that reason, takes care of an anchor and then still threatens to draw additional cards this turn, despite normally being a bit of a number.
Yeah, great find here. Great understanding of your cards. Of course, now threatening Channel Lightning Valley on this Gone in a Flash. Of course, threatening it with a shock that we know Kiran has, but Michael doesn't necessarily know. Maybe holding on to a Gone in a Flash and a Blast to Oblivion for the combo turn at the same time, because those cards do power each other up for sure.
Tend to be much better alongside copies of each other. It is that gold-baited hook that is finally deployed on defense here, a finite resource. will deny card draw from Channel Lightning Valley, if at all possible. We'll see the Volzar activation aligning with Cassandra Cosmos Shock here. Transition to 5 Arcane will be impossible to prevent this Channel Lightning Valley this way around.
And keeps it around, of course. Very big Gone in a Flash turn coming next turn. If we are able to draw the right cards, the right texture of hand for Kiran.
Michael Feng again using that dead threads to provide a resource in the opposing turn. Cashes it in with Null Rune Boots to prevent a point of arcane damage. Card drawn, Etchings of Arcana as a potential arcane effect here for Kiran Lee.
No action point available, I believe, but Etching still quite happy to have on the next turn.
Most importantly, Lightning card did make its way into the pitch zone, courtesy of that Volzar activation. So Channel Lightning Valley will be sticking around. The question is, what goes in the arsenal? Looks like Gone in a Flash once more to me. Michael Feng agrees. Makes an awful lot of sense. We'll make our way back over to Gravy. Start with the hero ability activation, cashing out a gold for a fresh card. Finds a copy of, I believe, Jittery Bones here. Looking to discard one of these Watery Grave options in exchange for it.
Michael, of course, the ideal line is find a Conqueror somehow. Having a suspicion probably that like Gone in a Flash was shipped into Arsenal there.
And that was part of the decision tree for Kiran Lee on the other side of the table. Understands Conqueror of the High Seas, a relevant part of this matchup.
Only non-Marvel
Parking it in the arsenal.
my deck. It's a little embarrassing. Now I'm exposed on stream.
There's one for 3K over there.
I'm sorry, Michael. I understand. I'm also a bit of a magpie myself, and so
Activate Compass.
having to sheepishly reveal your non-marbles is never a pleasant experience.
Yeah, Marvel Diamond Amulet may be a bit too much for Michael Feng, considering how much the rest of the deck is blinged out.
I don't get it. He's got plenty of gold. What's the... Anyway. Compass Peak takes a look at the top card for Michael before continuing to navigate this turn cycle.
Doesn't look like he's slam drawing it, so not necessarily. I would expect not a Conqueror.
Solid guess. Other side of the table. Blast to Oblivion, that Etchings we already knew about in hand. Sigil of Brilliance and a Sigil of Lightning in the hand for Kiran Lee.
Pretty happy combo turn.
Looks pretty snazzy if given the freedom to put something together. And so Michael Feng will need to do exactly the same. Starts by thumbing that Jittery Bones, Scuba, and Murderous Rabble left in hand.
Possibly even a dang nasty combo turn with that Sigil of Brilliance being able to be put onto the board with Gone in a Flash, and of course bounce back with that Blast to Oblivion later on.
Heard it here first, folks. Certified dang nasty CM. Don't go using that one at home. So Michael here rightfully deliberating. This feels like a pretty important pivot point in this game. Both players very aware of the ticking time bomb of Gone in a Flash in the arsenal. Eventually, Oscilio will find the pieces to put that combo turn together. Does need to find a way to pressure while the option is available. Murderous Rabble coming in for 3 points. Finds a blue tip, the Barkeep on top.
Yeah, 26 obviously not lethal range necessarily, especially having access to that balance if multiple cards are drawn. Michael probably knows that he's not dead on this turn if he doesn't present enough, but he wants to secure himself so that when he takes most of this combo turn, he's not going to die. He's going to end up low, though, and he's going to have to be able to try to pressure Kiran's life total here and there on the comeback as well.
You see both Scuba and the Jittery Bones pitched away to facilitate Swabby emerging from the water. No doubt gets swinging. 4-7 points of damage. Not as safe as it looks. We've alluded a few times over the course of this game. Shocks are a very, very relevant factor of how this matchup plays. Michael cautiously aware of that for deciding to send Swabby over Chum regardless.
Shock in this place, in this space, makes combo turn a little weaker, so Michael may be probably happy to eat a couple cards with this Swabby. If that was going to happen, I don't think that's going to be Kiran's plan. Kiran has a bit of a question on him, how much he wants to throw some of these Gone in a Flashes on this upcoming combo turn into the Swabby. Maybe he'll get forced to throw some of them into the Chum, but do you also want to throw into the Swabby? He will be on 14 after this, the way it looks, which is Having a 7 on a stick is quite potent for Gravy, of course.
Both players very aware of what blocking with Lightning Greaves and Aether Bindings of the Third Age tends to mean.
We are a go.
Foot down, gas up. It may be time to ride the Lightning. Kiran Lee, he is considering all the permutations, reviewing the cards that have been played so far by Michael Feng and what allies remain available down there in the darkest depths before finalizing these blocks. You can see the patented wizard finger counting.
I was going to say the exact same thing.
Also important if you're an arcaning kind class. You don't block without doing math. It's against the rules.
And you can't do math without waving your fingers around the table a little bit.
You understand me. And so defense will be confirmed. Points of damage comes across. We find counters placed on those Aether Bindings and the Lightning Greaves. Making our way back over to Kiran Lee. Full 5-card grip to work with. Channel Lightning Valley available. Got in a flash, locked and loaded. Let's see where the first copy of this marquee attack goes. It's Gravy Bones, also known as It's Go Time.
It's go time. Of course, this Aether Bindings could be popped on this turn. It will amp imagine at least one, thanks to the blast returning a sigil, but there will be a couple sigils at the end of this turn on the board, so I imagine he's happy to hold on to that next turn, maybe blocking with it there in case Michael goes full blocks into the combo turn, still wants to get that point of value on the block on the previous turn, even if it's not getting popped here.
On
Crazy cards.
Oh, yeah. On the side of Michael Feng, it looks like a 2-ally hand. Does have access to Gravy Bones to turn one of those into something else. Tip the Barkeep and I believe a Saltwater Swell as the other 2 cards alongside those allies. With defensive capabilities, not at their best this turn.
Allies do kind of represent some life gain here in that you can tap that Chum friendly first mate and discard one of those allies to the graveyard. It'll make sure 2 of these Gun and a Flash hits have to go into the Chum's face. So it sort of actually does end up representing that the ally in hand and the Chum on board represents 8 block in a way.
I wish I had a close friend who would relentlessly take a beating for me. Balance of Justice reached for on defense here. No big surprises. Players expecting this to be the big turn. Multiple cards, no doubt, likely to be drawn, and so balance could need to be cashed at any moment. Really want to make sure you get your block value out of that one before that comes the case. Of course, Channel Lightning Valley doing half of the hard work already. Provides an additional card here. Upon damage, finds a Flittering Charge off the top.
It's fine. It's for 4, it's lightning, etc. It's not the best card. You really would have wanted an instant, I'd imagine.
Oh, Knocker, Lightning Greaves, locked and loaded. These instants will now be making action points as the turn progresses. More importantly, this Gun and a Flash will continue to make its way in and out of the hand as Kiran Lee navigates this iconic combo turn that Oscilio has become so synonymous with.
Let me think if I want to respond to that.
Okay, sure.
So Michael here going to take a moment to consider responding to the Gun and a Flash bounce.
Damage, exactly.
Players just conferring in the damage is where they want to stop this and consider if a Chum activation is appealing.
Yeah, this is in response to the sigil resolving, which would give priority back to Kiran to move forward, of course.
So Chum will be activated here. Second copy of the ally discarded to enable that ability. Until Chum is removed, all of the attacks will need to be sent directly into Chum. Take him out first of all. So Kiran Lee reassessing here. It will be Blast to Oblivion as the first attack. Red copy is going to be presenting 4 points of physical damage to knock some of the life off of Chum. And no doubt line up with one of these instants to get that Sigil of Brilliance back into the hand. We'll see Aether Bindings of the Third Age cracked beforehand as to gain some amp from this Sigil as it disappears back into the ether. Sigil of Lightning going to be the card played to do so.
Yeah, of course, this Aether Bindings does represent, I think, 2 damage on next turn with a Lightning and a Current Funnel being put onto the table, but he wants to try to go for the kill shot here and get Michael as low as possible, so recognizing the Chum means he's maybe got to not so much blocking efficient hand, and of course, this is quite a big turn. He wants to just deal as much damage as possible, so
action point returned, courtesy of Sigil of Lightning. That's 4 Lightning cards played so far. 5 cards left to work with here. Chum, 2 health remaining, will eat another shot, and thankfully, current funnel, just the right size to take care of that problem.
Yeah, current funnel, a nice draw here because you don't lose some of that value into the Gone in a Flash. You get 2 that gets to go against Chum, and also because it enables you to play this Flittering Charge before the Etchings of Arcana. This gets you basically an extra go again, which represents an extra action point on this turn because unlike most heroes, Oscilio can get 2 action points out of double go again. One of them is on the instant, and one of them is on the card. So current funnel will be given Gone in a Flash go again here, which will get you an action point back when it resolves, and the instant he plays to put it back into his hand gets a second action point. So this actually was quite an ideal draw, weirdly, considering the Chum existing. This was like the only time you want to see current funnel in that spot.
Both players just confirming that Balance Justice is still sitting there on the combat chain, has not yet been cracked, and so it will be Gone in a Flash coming across, the action point being kept courtesy of go again from the current funnel. And as Gabe alludes to, no doubt duplicating in a brief moment, as Sigil of Brilliance does a dirty combo TM. Balance of Justice cashed in, fresh card coming up. It is Conqueror of the High Seas in hand for Michael.
Oscilio being able to play this Gone in a Flash, jump it back, create a second action point, and then play either the Gone in a Flash or the Flittering Charge before the Etchings of Arcana as one last Lightning card. That means one of those cards will be hitting the arsenal with the way this hand is textured. So if Michael's able to get that read that one of these cards is not going to be played, and in the end one of these cards will hit the Gone in a Flash, maybe he holds on to that Conqueror and he'll be able to play it out and threaten the arsenal. So at the end of this turn, say Kiran, Arsenal's a Gone in a Flash, has that Sigil of Lightning, which would be a good reason to do that, to kick off a second sort of kill shot turn.
It no longer matters now.
Not going to be able to protect it through that Conqueror, maybe.
Sigil of Brilliance doing as it does. Extra action point gained. Gone in a Flash returning back into the hand. Flittering Charge being eyed up as the follow-up here. 4 more points of physical damage.
Yeah, I think from Kieran's view, this is correct. Gone in a Flash is better going into Arsenal than Flittering. Given that you have that Sigil of Lightning coming onto the board, it just happens that he's going to be facing down a Conqueror. So drawing all of these cards being non-instants throughout the turn, he had multiple opportunities to draw, and they were all these extra attacks. It worked out well with the Chum and with the current funnel and Flittering together. They sort of comboed and were able to put some extra damage together, even though they were not instants, but not the most ideal version of the combo turn, I'd say, based on what he drew. Still quite happy. You cleared through the Chum. You're dealing quite a lot of damage to face. Getting an extra Sigil back.
Michael Feng here with 4 cards available in hand. 2 blues in that Conqueror. Known about for certain. He's got a bit of a tough spot here. Surviving this turn at a reasonable life total is going to be, I'd say, pretty indicative to finding success in this game. Understands there is likely an arcane effect coming after this Flittering Charge. And we will see that Volzar activated. 8 additional arcane, an extra from the Aether Bindings, amping 9 on Etchings of Arcana for a total of 12 arcane.
They'll get mad at me. It's like use of the amp on this.
No action point after this, unfortunately. He will get a Sigil, which represents gaining an action point, but then he won't be able to play it and bounce the Gone in a Flash, because he would need the action point to play the Gone in a Flash first.
Currently no action points.
Currently no action points, yes.
Of course, Michael not entirely aware of that. There is worlds that Kiran chooses to play around a Conqueror of the High Seas if Michael keeps enough cards and simply uses that Sigil of Lightning to send 4 more damage after this. That does have to be a consideration as Michael navigates their defense of this 12 arcane.
It is definitely a line that's available. How well can he sniff out the Conqueror? We've had a card hit, Water Grave, an ally hit the graveyard, so Michael has access to the 0 card 1 defense as he's reaching for here. Obviously probably thinking about whether he wants that resource for his next turn as well. Will it enable his curve? But no, he prevents 1, takes 11 down.
And then just think for a little bit.
So it is on Kiran to think through
You have 3 cards
what these
currently?
final 2 cards are supposed to do. You have 3 cards currently. Answered with a yes. And we see the Sigil of Lightning thumbed over the Arsenal. Some serious decisions to be made here.
Oh, what did you get? Okay, you got a Sigil of Lightning. Yep.
I'll play this and I'll also...
And we do see the line. Sigil of Lightning rebuys the action point, courtesy of Lightning Greaves. And that God in a Flash comes volleying across one more time. Kiran Lee understands. 4 cards kept on my combo turn. That means one thing, and I'm not about letting you play into it.
I think that's really good read here to not just assume that Arsenaling a God in a Flash is safe. Of course, Conqueror, one of the most threatening cards as Oscilio from the Gravy Bones. And when Michael doesn't just all block, because we often see these 16, 18 block turns against your combo turn. In this case, we see Michael didn't do that because he held on to this Conqueror. He got access to this Conqueror, and Kiran getting that read correctly. 4 extra damage at the end of the turn.
Compass Peak checks out the top card to re-inform Michael Feng's decision. He finds himself at a crossroads. No information obscured anymore. That Conqueror of the High Seas still very representative of a large chunk of damage, but not necessarily meaningful interaction any longer.
I mean, Conqueror Swabby is still life total meaningful interaction.
Hefty chunk of change. Best way to interact with your opponent is simply to kill them. So, our Pro Tour champion dives into the depths to try and find an answer to what ultimately feels like a game-deciding question. Both these players still live for our top 8 here in Valencia, but not with any losses to spare. This game will be win and in, lose and out if they manage to keep those records straight moving forward. And it will be tip the barkeep playing defense here instead. Take 1 less point of damage. Michael Feng falling down to 7.
Getting rid of that blue means I imagine this Conqueror is not coming in with Go again. Maybe he's going to play a middle hand and then an Arsenal at Conqueror. Maybe he finds a way to still convert this Conqueror for Go again with the draw, but I believe we have yellows in hand alongside it.
Gravy activation eats the last remaining gold, finds the known card on top of the deck for Michael Feng. I believe that was the anchor that is then immediately discarded.
Yeah.
Murderous Rabble from the bin will reveal a fearless confrontation, I should say, on top of the deck. That is a meaningful reveal for both of these players to be aware of going into the next turn.
Yeah, it's always good to know that the Fearless is going to be there. Maybe less relevant against Oscilio, who plans to clear these allies for the most part with shocks. And if you are throwing an attack into a Swabby, it's probably a 4-power attack. So 4 against 3, the Fearless doesn't do so much. But still good to know it and have maximum information. When this resolves, I imagine we are... I don't know. We have a yellow and a Conqueror, so...
So blue will have been played, thanks to that Murderous Rabble. So that amulets can be established.
Do you have 1 action point, right?
Yeah. I'm going to activate Hook. It is a dry
Gold
hook.
hook activated. Rigor Mortis used to fuel a Swabby swing.
Yes.
So that bonus action point banked for a future turn to find a window to attack with multiple allies to try and close the door here for Michael Feng. And we know that Conqueror of the High Seas being parked in the dock for a future turn. For Kiran Lee, it is Flash, savior of the universe, on the defense to rebuy Sigil of Brilliance, discarding one of these lightning cards to find more fresh cards.
Just got a lightning card.
Yep.
Sigil from my hand. Draw card.
Yep.
And then I'll be taking 6.
A lot of non-attack cards in that hand there from Kiran. Luckily finds a Blast off that draw from the Flash of Brilliance, bouncing the Sigil of Brilliance, and Blast actually works quite well here, given the Sigil of Lightning's popping at the start of the turn. Blast will have Go again. Sigil of Brilliance will come in before it. Sigil of Brilliance will come after it. You're going to be able to draw some extra cards and hopefully end on that shock after quite a lot of Lightning cards come in.
So Kiran Lee debates actions at the end of Michael Feng's turn. He does have these Sigil of Brilliances that could be deployed proactively, if he prefers. Typically those best reserved to be used alongside Blast to Oblivion, as you alluded to.
With the 1 Sigil and the channel, I think he can afford to lose the 2nd Sigil and maybe try to draw another Go Again attack, get a bigger turn here.
I will pass.
it would only be representing one amp, basically, on his following turn, so choosing to play it here is
Yeah, I'm not
heads
gonna
up. There
respond.
are draws that can make this turn even better.
One card, and I'll make 2 embodiments.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Very much suggestive of a high-level understanding of the capabilities of Oscilio. Knows that this Sigil of Brilliance better spent on finding a new card. These Etchings of Arcana that comes off the top to join the other 4 cards we already knew about in Kiran Lee's hand.
We're going to be drawing extra cards this turn. Sigil of Brilliance, of course, hitting the table. Blast means that that Sigil can get bounced with the play of an instant to draw another card. And we know one of those instants is Channel Lightning Valley. 2 more cards, at least, being drawn on this turn.
I'm going to play
We
Blast
all
Oblivion.
love drawing cards. Blast to Oblivion. Give and go again from this embodiment of lightning.
3 with go again.
We'll find a fresh
assume you're
card
attacking
off
me.
the top at the minimum.
I've decided to not
And,
go on this one, I think.
Potentially more with a bit of luck.
Great.
I do love the quip from Michael there. I assume you're attacking me when both players know about the fearless confrontation. You know, just in case.
We'll play a Channel
So
Lightning
a
Valley.
quick block will
Target
be
Sigil
met
of
by
Brilliance.
Channel Lightning Valley here. We'll
Go to 3
trigger the
more.
blast to Oblivion. Extra lightning card played to charge that Volzar just a little more. Sigil of Brilliance finds Mind Warp off the top of the deck. So a little bit too much arcane, not quite enough juice here for Kiran.
Yeah, there's a double up of the spells now, but at least you have a pitch card for that Null Shock if you want to go that before you come in with the Etchings of Arcana. So you have a way to just maximize the arcane that's coming in at the end of this turn, and it might still be high enough because that Null Shock does represent a damage on its own as well. Sigil brings the 4th lightning card. Null Shock would be the 5th. Of course, Etchings of Arcana would then be +5, an 8 arcane
I might
spell.
respond to it resolving because I might want to pitch.
Oh, sure.
It is played. So.
Sigil's played.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
a lightning
I
card
get you.
for Volzar, but he's thinking about responding to this so that he doesn't have to arsenal
Okay.
Mind Warp. Oh, we're
I
doing
love
on
that
the
the dice.
stack.
I love that the dice has become a common trend. Like, no, I'm thinking on this. I'm going to make it levitate above the play area. Majestic. 4D stream. We are truly living in the future here.
Definitely
Question
just the 3rd dimension. I don't see any 4th dimension here, but
You need to get your eyes checked. Look closer. Popping out of the television screen. Come on, chat. Tell Gabe about it and back me up here.
not pitching to Volzar here. He doesn't want to amp the Null Shock. He'd rather hold that amp on. Instead, he's going to be pitching to the shock side of this Null Shock, just seemingly as a shock for 1.
Interesting stuff. Mind Warp uses the resource card here to make this turn come together. Just 1 point of arcane. And of course, Channel Lightning Valley still available and untriggered. So Michael Feng does have to give this some serious consideration. It could result in a whole bonus card being added to the grip.
Yeah, any instant representing more arcane. Of course, any card can just represent card and arsenal at the end of that. Be quite a good exchange. Looking pretty in control for Kiran, I'd say. Of course, Michael has a grip if he's able to live through this, but with that many counters or fake counters there on Volzar, I imagine I'm giving this game to Kiran right now. If Michael's able to find a way to live, he might just die to any shock off the top as well. Of course, Oscilio has 4 opportunities to draw and then an extra one with the Oscilio cycle just to look for arcane at the instant speed effect.
Gravy Bones goes digging that gold cashed in to find a fresh card off the top of the deck. We see the final copy of Chum discarded to enable Dead Threads. AB1 to take care of that shock before Volzar is locked, loaded, and added to Etchings of Arcana. 8 points of Arcane. It's going to be enough to get over just Arcane Barrier 1. And Kiran Lee will fell the Pro Tour champion to remain alive here at the Calling in Valencia.
No Fiddler's Green found off the top of the deck there. No life gain for him. No way to stay alive through Arcane 8 off the Etchings of Arcana. Wonderfully piloted by Kiran. An amazing combo turn we saw in the middle there. And also some interesting decisions at multiple points before and after it as well to make sure to maximize his offense in the right moments. Not getting too greedy to arsenal that Gone in a Flash, knowing that he loses by not pushing damage on this combo turn. Really well played by Kiran, and it takes down Michael to remain live for a win-in at the end of the day.
I feel like we've said this numerous times across the weekend, but that game felt like the perfect example if you're looking to find how that matchup is supposed to go. Just 2 players who clearly understand their craft. A lot of micro decisions about when to throw Gone in a Flashes, when to put them in the arsenal, when to activate Oscilio or otherwise. how to aggressively use that gold on the side of Gravy Bones. I think it's just a great learning situation, and you're going to need as many learning situations as you can possibly get if you're joining us for the Compendium of Wraith. Another beautiful expansion set making its way towards the game of Flesh and Blood as of February 13th, 2026. This one is going to be a haymaker that you cannot afford to miss.
Yeah, absolutely love these expansion sets that we've had in the past, and nice to return to them with this Compendium of Wraith. Beautiful art on this box. Super excited to be there for London, and super excited to get some boxes both there and in the future afterwards.
There's a few statements about this set I really want to make clear. Designed for CC and Silver Age support. If you haven't been paying attention, 77% of this set, which is over 360 cards, I might add, in total, will be legal in Silver Age. That includes over 50 pieces of equipment coming to that format that will revolutionize how it's played. That doesn't mean Classic Constructed is finding itself with no new toys, though. No. Plenty of things to look forward to there as well. The other statement, dive into the untold stories of Wraith. We're going to be taking a quick glance at a few things that maybe affect stories we're already aware of and things we already know, and perhaps the old teaser for a story that's yet to come.
Yeah, we got cards for every class, I believe, or every class in the history of Flesh and Blood. It's going to be a lot of opportunities, no matter what hero you like to play, to expand the deck. And of course, reprints of all of the old staples. We have Shelter from the Storm from earlier this year, Balance of Justice from last year, coming in these beautiful new arts, more accessible than ever now that they're printed in a second set, available in Compendium of Wraith at the legendary rarity.
I have a feeling there might not be the only cards people might find from yesteryear inside these booster packs. They'll also find them inside the Antiquity Pack. If you want to enjoy these legendaries with brand new frames, some of the most iconic cards in the history of Flesh and Blood will be given this treatment and available in a single booster that will come in every single booster display.
Most special of those Antiquity packs that or Antiquity cards that we've been shown so far is this reprinted Eye of Ophidia with that beautiful Antiquity frame. Eye of Ophidia and the little banner up at the top. This is a really special opportunity to get access to a card that's quite hard to access and that has proven through the history of Flesh and Blood to always have its moment.
Absolutely. Some of the big fans of non-foil cards will be happy to hear this Eye of Ophidia is available in non-foil. So if you are looking to keep your deck looking snazzy without the additional bling, this will be the perfect card for you to pick up. If you want to make sure you do that before anybody else, come and join us at the world premiere in London on February 6th to 8th. Compendium of Wraith, a set for the ages. I cannot wait for that event.
I'm so excited for that event, and I'm so excited to continue watching Fab now in the next couple months. And of course, in February, I will be there in London to play with those brand new cards, both Silver Age and CC. Nothing more exciting.
Speaking of new cards, 2 weeks ago,
More.
Armory deck Rhinar entered the scene. Wasn't legal at Worlds, unfortunately for Eugene, mostly more than anybody else, but it was a shame. Didn't have a chance to see it live in play, but we've seen it a few times over the weekend. Few of the new cards have appeared on stream in multiple Rhinar players' hands, and those new cards have in part led to our next feature match, which will be a win and in for Rhinar Reckless Rampage. It is win and in, lose and out. The final round of Swiss here at the Calling in Valencia. Howling Minds, Gabe Sher. I'm excited. How are you?
Always excited. Win and in is the most exciting round of the day. It's like there's such a tension in the air during the win and in round at those top tables. Some people will make it, some people will not. Everyone's looking at the standings table and figuring out who can and who can't. And if this person loses, do I have a shot and do I not have a shot? And best part of Fab.
Now, you say everyone's looking at the standing table, but that's a lie, because we aren't. So let's sort that out, put it on the screen for us, and let's see who's playing for $20,000 worth of prize money all and all. We've got 2 players who are guaranteed to be joining us on the top 8 stage. Martin Holík is 11-0 on Oscilio this weekend. The Lightning Lampion is not being stopped by anyone who stands in front of them, not even Jacob Clements, the newfound Marionette Master, 10-1, guaranteed to be in our top 8 as well.
Yeah, Jacob's only loss, of course, there being to Martin, so those 2 players locked up at the top. But there's still a variety of heroes and a variety of players down to 13th, where we see 9-2. That is 6 rounds of 6 people trying to win to make the top 8. You have to be 9-2, I believe, now to be in contention still. We see Rhinar still at 9th place. Ihor Kotaiev, we saw on stream, 9-2, going for that top cut. We see quite a number of Gravies have bubbled into this 9-2 bracket throughout the day, although they weren't necessarily at the top at the end of yesterday. But still a couple Gravies fighting for top 8. Some more Marionette, couple Verdances showing their heads.
Dash.io's all over the place too. It will be one of those Gravy players who is standing opposite Ihor in this match that we are about to jump into in a moment. Got some bad news for the Lyath Goldmane fans at home though. Jason Rolfe now sitting in 17th at 8-3, no longer eligible to join us. Kano fans, we'll go with fans. 14th place there for Andrea at 8-3. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing another hero reaching Living Legend this weekend.
I think the Kano fans are probably happy about that. They get one last week of ride at the start of Road to National season in 2026, but of course, several people were cheering for the Wizard to be dead at the end of the weekend, but no, not making it through.
Well, happy to see so many heroes and so many big faces still alive for our top 8. It's going to be a nail-biter. Gabe, we have a game that is currently in progress down in the feature match area as these players got to work in their win and in before we managed to get to them. So I'm going to take us straight down into the feature match area and join them in the game that they are already playing here at the Calling in Valencia. It's win and in, lose and out. Ihor Kotaiev on Rhinar. The Reckless Rampage on one side. It will be Paul Van Gijssel, Pro Tour top competitor, on the other side of the table.
Both of these players have been on stream this weekend. Both of these players, of course, very well experienced in the game and with being on stream. Ihor, Ukrainian, is listed as UK there. He's actually Ukrainian and plays out of here in Spain. Paul is from the Netherlands. That's correctly reflected in the top right. Action point on Paul, resolving a portside exchange at the moment. Several allies available in the yard. That's important. Counter says turn 10. So if that's accurate, then we have turn 10, 15 to 17 life. We're not necessarily in fatigue territory, but we're getting close to it. This is something that we have to pay attention to in this matchup, where Rhinar, we were talking about it against the Dash.io earlier in the day, lots of 3 blocks available. You can fatigue those decks that draw through too many cards and have to lose cards to additional effects like discards and banishes.
This was something I talked to Ihor about before this match took place. Obviously brand new to playing Rhinar, courtesy of that Armory deck product. So had to finesse a game plan into Gravy ahead of this event. Fatigue is the goal. Going to be trying to clear away all of those allies, make sure no board gets to stay. That was the intention when this game began. It's going to be Call to the Grave as Paul Van Gijssel goes digging through the remainder of what looks to be a sheepishly small deck. So maybe that plan is going well. Can't help but notice 2 Conqueror of the High Sea and a single copy of Prismatic Leyline still left in the chamber, though.
Yep, we have our eyes drawn to the exact same thing with that deck. It is very thin, and there's roughly 3 cards that still deal damage left available there. There are 5 allies on the board. I wasn't paying perfect attention to all of those blues, so it is possible that there's some go-again givers. He can develop some double ally turns and then be able to still do some offense before those Conquerors line up. But I think Paul's plan will be to try to make sure those Conquerors come together, have the biggest turn he can have with all of that gold, and then end the game all in one fell swoop, conquer, ally, or something like that.
So we have a plan in mind. Let's watch and see if Paul Van Gijssel can put it together in the face of the OG Brute. Hands of Ihor Kotaiev. It will be Tip the Barkeep to generate some additional Gold Kiss Rum, and we see a gold being gifted to rebuy Tip the Barkeep. That's a mode of this card a lot of people forget, but a very relevant one in a fatigue situation.
This is a very important play at this point because, you know, we talked about the Conqueror and the Prismatic being basically the only sources of damage, but of course there are the allies left, and with Tip the Barkeep, they can combine to make still a very offensively potent turn. So this Tip the Barkeep coming in, creating the first gold, they put it back in the deck, maybe there's another one in the deck, and you can get a second Gold Kiss Rum. You will be able to attack with these allies still throughout this game.
Dead Thread's activated. Chum emerges from the waters, gold-baited hook. Activated alongside this one. Going to be a swing for 4 on hit to make a bonus gold for Paul. No go again means this is met quickly with a sink below, looking to fix the hand for Ihor. We'll have a good chunk of cards available to work with, most notably some copies of Send packing there that line up rather well into this copy of Chum.
Yeah. 6 is to throw into Chum. If there is no Fearless drawn here, of course, Send packing does also represent disruption at the face if he does want to try to take Paul off of that Arsenal card. Does look to be targeting the Chum based on the way he puts that diagonally pointed at the ally here.
If that's an attack at Gravy, I have questions. Compass of Sunken Depths takes a peek, sees Prismatic Leyline on the top of the deck, and we see Paul kind of half chewing the lip there. Can't be too dissatisfied with that, but may not line up well with the intentions of this next turn.
I saw Paul go for the hero play at a side event on Friday where he goes Compass of the Sunken Depths when something is being attacked into his Whaler for exactly 7, looking at the top card, and it's the Fearless, and then he immediately slams the Gravy activation, draws it into hand, and discards it. Not so lucky this time. That Prismatic, he has to plan whether he wants to use that now or whether he maybe wants to find a way to stick that in the arsenal at the end of this turn and use that in combination with a bigger hand that comes in the future.
Gold Broken will draw the card. That Leyline, I believe, making the way into the hand. More gold expended to filter on through to find some more goodies to go alongside it. Let's see what Paul is working with. Jittery Bones, Saltwater Swell, and a copy of Avasti alongside that powerful Mist Veil Majestic.
Prismatic could be for 5 here. You have a blue attack, and of course you have an ally available at the yellow. Avasti could help you do Saltwater Swell for 4 off the Prismatic, and then double ally if he's able to afford it.
Eye of Ophidia found from that final gold crack. We'll see Prismatic Leyline utilize this turn. The Eye pitched on Saltwater Swell. Hopefully be able to control the top 2 cards and see additional resources gained.
Yeah, this is a good outcome here, making sure that the Saltwater Swell hits. Sees one of the Conqueror of the High Seas and a Chart the High Seas. Of course.
Typically not 2 cards you're looking for together, but Chart the High Seas pretty good at funding the big ship.
Top card here will be going into the pitch zone, so you want to make sure to leave that pitch, the blue card on top in Chart, and then that Conqueror is promised either to be there for next turn, or if you create a gold and want to draw it in the middle and arsenal it at the end of this, or even play it if you can find a way, that is an option too.
Saltwater Swell for 4. Thanks to that Prismatic Leyline here. 5 resources floating. Educated blocks will be needed from Ihor here to stay healthy. 11 health. Not the danger territory necessarily, but both players are very aware that there are 2 Conquerors remaining and a pile of relevant allies to reanimate. Certainly within reach.
Yeah. Avasti, of course, Go Again Giver. Gold Kiss Rum can also be used to develop a second ally and attack with it. So Paul does have the resources available to develop multiple options here. I think math works out to get Swabby and Rigger on the board. Maybe Chum? I don't think an ally is at the grave, so maybe not Chum.
So both players just conferring with the judge to confirm the situation they find themselves with. As Paul decides how to continue navigating this turn, reaches for Rigor Mortis from his graveyard. Will be established at the cost of 1 resource. See Avasti being reached for here in lieu of the Gold Kiss Rum, trying to save that finite resource for later on if possible. We'll give Go Again to the Rigor Mortis, who will then come swinging in for 6 on hit, make a gold.
I think some of what Paul is considering with how he's sequencing this is if he gets this gold on hit, is there a way he can use it in this turn, get that Conqueror off as well? So he wanted to go for the cheapest ally first in this Rigor, Ultimately, 9 block hits the table, so that's not going to create a gold. Can't get that Conqueror here. Still has 3 pitch in the pitch zone and 3 in hand to develop an attack with the Swabi or the Chum.
My apologies there. Rigor Mortis is coming in for 8, courtesy of Prismatic Leyline, the first yellow attack of the turn, and therefore demands a whole extra card from Ihor to deny the gold. From that Avastri, we'll see the chain closed and Gold Kiss Rum swiftly drunk by our undead Buccaneer. As Swabi emerges from the yard, the gold-baited hook joins with an activation, and 7 on-hit gold is the name of the game. If there's not a defense reaction in the arsenal here for Ihor, this one likely to connect.
Yeah, and Paul probably feeling pretty safe that that's not a defense reaction, or that if it is a defense reaction, he can eat that and lose his hook. But pretty safe that he's most likely to hit here, be able to hold on to a gold, and of course, develop all of this pressure on the board. So now we're looking a lot better than when we tuned in. 17 to 15 with that Finna deck was not great for Paul. He had functionally 2 good offensive turns left, and this has been one of them. What he found here with the Gold Kiss Rum and all of those allies available, exactly what we were talking about. We know there's 1 Conqueror on the top. We need to be able to find a turn to fire that Conqueror and also present more offense, whether it's with an Avasti or a second Conqueror, whatever Paul can find. There's only a couple more turns he has to try to deal the 4 damage he needs to face here.
You see Van Gijssel counting the pitch stack to understand exactly where every remaining card in the deck is. Rigor Mortis falls at the hands of Mandible Claw, and we are back over to Paul. Fearless Confrontation, Conqueror of the High Seas in hand. The compass check, takes a peek. It is the second Conqueror, and immediately the gold is reached for, broken, and resources spent as another ship enters the hand of Paul Van Gijssel. There is 1 turn left in the chamber. The card in the arsenal is Chart the High Seas. It finds the resources, and suddenly this final assault from our Gravy Bones player is all the boats, all the time.
What a find off the top of the deck with the second Conqueror. You see, he went immediately for the gold. Paul is a very diligent and slow player with each action. Not slow in terms of his game, but slow with each action he takes deliberately and makes sure that he's thought about it before he takes that action. He didn't think. He saw Conqueror on the top. He said, I know that's how I win this game. Draw it with the gold immediately. He had that Chart the High Seas in the pitch zone, in the arsenal zone to turn into a pitch card as long as 1 blue was hit, which is almost to the entirety of his deck. So he knew that he could get 3 pitch out of the arsenal. He has multiple pitch cards still left in hand. That's 2 pitch cards still left in hand. Another Conqueror, and of course that leaves perfectly 2 resources to swing with Swabi. This is 8 go again, 8 go again, 7. Looks like it's going to be ending the game.
Ihor, Kotaiev, staring at 3 cards and a gigantic boat that may seal their fate as they scratch and claw for this top 8 position here at the Calling in Valencia. We see Smashback Alehorn in the hand, not the best equipped card for blocking. Multiple smash-ups, likely to generate resources that will fall on deaf ears. It is 3 cards committed to the Conqueror. The smash-up goes through. We Riches of Tropaldani versus the Splatter Skull. And so, Vigor created for Rhinar. A brief moment of joy before this second boat comes crashing in to suck the dreams away. It will be that Oyston established free of charge, of course. Compass granting go again as the second Conqueror is flashed and played. The hand is pitched away. 2 resources left, no information left obscured for our players. The Swabi swing will be coming after this, and it will be enough to sink the ship of Ihor Kotaiev. It will be Paul Van Gijssel breathing a sigh of relief on the right-hand side of our screen as Gravy Bones stays afloat and finds a way to join us in the top 8 of the Calling here in Valencia.
This feels like a repeat of last year, the first European Calling after the World Championships. Paul made his first big mark on the game, top 8ing in Florence last year in that sealed limited Calling, and now he does it again. First time back from Worlds. He comes to a Calling here in the EU, and he top 8s again. Paul making top 8. Wonderful story. Of course, I love him. I'm his teammate and good friend. A bit biased here, but super happy to see his success and super happy to see him continue to make his mark on the Player of the Year leaderboard as we go into the second year of that
Race. We'll go with race. Yeah,
Race.
absolutely. No, a personal aside, I've had the pleasure of getting to know Paul this weekend as well. We're lucky enough to be at dinner with them the other night, and I'm very happy to see him finding success as well. It's always lovely to see people that are doing good for the community, finding success on the biggest stage. So we know about Martin Holík, we know about Jacob Clements, and we know about Paul Van Gijssel. Shall we figure out the rest of our top 8 for this calling? Let's take a look at who managed to make the cut. It is 1v8 as Martin Holík takes on Kuba Tambor on Gravy Bones at the top of our bracket. 4v5, Dash.io, Arachne Marionette. 3-6, Gravy Bones Oscilio, and Arachne Gravy. It is the duo from Florence last year who will meet in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they were the finalists in Florence, as you say, and now they're meeting here in the quarterfinals. Unfortunate for those two players who have a history and would obviously like to see each other succeed. We see 2 Gravy Oscilios here, which is a match we saw earlier in the day, and it's one of the reasons that I think you bring Oscilio to a format. So almost in the favor of the Oscilios here that we ended up having these Gravies who are sort of near the bubble of winning in throughout the day, throughout the end of day 1, actually end up making it to the top 8. So I'm looking at that first 8th and third 6th match and giving the edge to the Oscilio player. Of course, not unwinnable for Gravy, and those are 2 very accomplished Gravy players, but edge to Oscilio nonetheless.
I'm going to look at the Marionette games here. I do think this is one of the harder matchups in the form of Gravy Bones for Arachne Marionette. Certainly not impossible, better than it once was. And if there's anyone who can ever top the tables on that one, it's going to be Jacob Clements. So I have to take Paul. We just saw a masterful display on camera, but I wouldn't be surprised if that one breaks the other way. Bartosz versus Samo in the 4v5 seat. Marionette Dash.io, a very intriguing matchup. Used to be more interactive when we had access to Bonds of Agony. Tended to prove a bit of a problem for Dash.io. As things stand, this matchup tends to be a bit of a race, and races do favor the Dash player if those grenades come spinning off the top. So with a little bit of luck, I'm going to take Samo in that bracket, and we'll have to see how it goes. Quick shout-out, of course, to our 3rd seed here. Juan Chacon was one of our caster picks for the lovely Carlota, has managed to take the hometown calling challenge to heart and finds themselves as the 3rd seed as they try to grab that title.
Looks like we are expecting then a couple Gravies in the semifinals, possibly, one Gravy in the semifinals with the Paul at the bottom, maybe some of those Oscilios, and then probably, but maybe not, the Dash.io coming into the semifinals. So definitely an interesting semifinals we still have available for us. A couple of Oscilios shaking up that wizard gameplay. I'm eager to watch all of this bracket. There's no bad games on display here.
There is certainly some buzz around this top 8, no doubt about that. Let's see who got close to joining us in the top 8 this time around. It was a clean cut in the end, with a 3rd Oscilio falling just short there for Jerome in 9th. And shout out to Vore Sevens, who, again, cannot finish in 7th place for any reason whatsoever. Finds themselves, unfortunately, in 10th this time around.
Just a bit shy of doing the repeat calling top 8 this time for Vara. But we see some other representation throughout the 9-3 bracket, just missing top 8. One of my picks, Yap Ilse, one of those pilots on Dash.io. Of course, a couple Rhinars, actually not just Ihor, who we just saw lose the win and in, but Kamil from Poland also making it to 14th on that Rhinar. Clearly a new element in the meta that has to be taken seriously.
This is looking like a bit of a new meta game, if you ask me. Gravy Bones emerging as a champion, but as we flick through the top 20 here, there are only 2 Verdants and just a single Cindra instead. 2 Rhinar, 4 Arachne Marionette, multiple copies of Dash.io splattered across the board. Maybe everything we knew isn't so true after all.
Yeah, let's take a look at the caster picks, see how we all performed this weekend. I'm reflecting, sorry, on your comments still on the nature of this metagame. I love how this metagame changes, but I'll let Carlota talk through her caster picks.
Hello there. Hello, guys. Happy to join you here. I mean, come on. Juan did it again. He's up there. He's at the top 8 of our calling, and it couldn't be otherwise because we are home. We are in Spain, and I'm so happy to see him there. Free had a good run as well, 9-3. Kind of impressive. I mean, he's not one of the most known Sunflowers, but he is part of that great team that everyone has heard of. And then, yes, my other locals did a pretty good run, and I am very proud of them.
Yep, as we're looking at mine, of course, I have that one representative in the top 8, and Paul van Gijssel, very proud of him and happy for him. Everyone else coming just a bit shy, Jaap and Vara, we talked about when we looked at the standings page there, but Kashi, one of the originators of this Marionette deck that we're seeing in top 8, he worked on that deck with Jacob so closely as well, who is in the top 8. Kashi coming a bit shy at 8-4, and Gary White, one of those Rhinars left in the end of day 2, but didn't manage to convert it at the end, so ending 7-5 unfortunately for him, but still a great showing. I'm happy with my picks.
You should be. 1 top 8 for Carlota, 1 top 8 for Gabe, also 1 top 8 for me, and I guess mostly Jacob Clements, who did most of the work in this particular equation, finds themselves live for yet another calling trophy with a little bit of luck. The People's Champion back home, Lyath Goldmane in the hands of Jason Rolfe, unfortunately coming up just short. A few too many Verdant Storm of the Rose towards the end of the day would spell doom for our upcoming Guardian. John-Louis Gilia, unfortunately the wheels coming off ever so slightly, but Patrick Judd and Tommaso Vecino both with impressive finishes there. Tommaso once more just Mr. Consistency at the core. 9th to the Pro Tour, 9th to the Pro Tour, 9 and 3 here at the Calling in Valencia. Not quite as a resounding success, but good for some cash, no doubt.
Hey,
King
Scott.
of being 1 win away, unfortunately.
Ethan, we've talked about this.
Hey, Scott, how many top 8 picks did I get?
Ethan.
How many top 8 picks did I get?
Don't say 2. Don't say 2.
Dude, 2 and 9th. That's my Oscilio gang. The Oscillionaires absolutely cashed out this weekend and can go for gold with the win across 2 names in that top 8, Martin Holík, Kiran Lee. Of course, we've seen that Oscilio Gravy matchup. They're playing it again in that top 8, and they won it when it was on camera, so I'm hoping they go all the way through. Those are my boys, Martin and Kiran. Jerome, shout out. Getting 9th as well. Sammy also on that incredible record for, I believe it was also a top 16 finish. And then unfortunately, Tim still ending positive though. Shout out. These were all the Oscillionaires who made day 2, and they all, I mean, this is great. Come on, out of all the caster picks, make me quite happy. Quite happy.
It's really funny you say 2 and 9th, because that's normally Ethan's record when he's playing Oscilio. But, you know, that's fine. You can live vicariously through the people who are good enough to guide that hero to a top 8 berth. I am very excited to see exactly how these quarterfinals are going to play out, starting with everyone's favorite Lightning Wizard. Don't go anywhere. What started as over 400 players here in Spain has been condensed down to just 8. Welcome back for the top cut of the calling here in Valencia. Scott Mines, Carlota Fdez, are you excited for your first ever top 8 round?
I can't be more excited, honestly. I can't wait to see what they have ready for us. And we also have some peaks there.
We do. We've done some very knowledgeable picks, I'm going to say. I'm surprised. I'll give you some credit. Fine. We'll give you some credit. Between the casters, 5 of our picks for the weekend made the top 8 of this event, which is a pretty uncanny conversion rate and something I'm very excited to see. But I couldn't help but notice there is a few players in our top 8 who haven't had the pleasure of being on camera so far. So I wanted to make sure that we focused on those as we headed into the top 8. So let's take a look at that bracket one more time. And I will highlight for you Samo in the 4th here, Planinc on Dash.io, and Bartosz on Arachne Marionette. Neither player so far has had the pleasure to join us in the feature match area, and that's a wrong I wanted to right, and so they are going to be our quarterfinal game. Do you have much experience with Dash versus Arachne?
Not as much as you do, probably.
I've maybe played a bit too much Dash.io in my time, but that's okay. Definitely a cool one. Arachne Marionette has definitely been evolving quite significantly. That's the reason we've seen such a breakout from the deck over the course of the weekend. There is still meaningful points of interaction. There is ways to kind of force Dash to interact with you. But typically this matchup is more of a race these days. These players want to be hitting with those powerful on-hits. Those attack reactions becoming worth 4 value for a deck like Arachne Marionette. Has to try and race back against those boom grenades from the other side from Dash.io. So it can be quite dynamic, quite back and forth, and explosive, if you will. So looking forward to seeing how that one goes. The top of our bracket, Martin Holík has been the story of this event, was our last undefeated player, now sits as the top seed of Swiss. Will have to get through another copy of Gravy Bones if they want to make it through to the semi-finals.
Yes, and then we have 3rd going against 6th, and that is where I find my pick. That is Juan Tecon right there, and he's sporting Gravy Bones going against the other Oscilio that we have in top 8.
Tough matchup for one. It's, of course, one of my home country folk there on Oscilio in the form of Kiran Lee as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that one goes. And, of course, the rematch of Florence last year, Jacob Clements, Paul Van Gijssel, Arachne Gravy Bones as our final quarterfinal. We'll keep you updated on the results of these as we find out about them, but I'm looking forward to enjoying some Dash.io and Arachne Marionette. It's been quite the event so far. I don't want to keep anyone waiting as we make our way into the most important rounds of the day, so our favorite conversations can wait for later. Let's get down into the feature match area for the first quarterfinals. We'll see Dash.io going first in the hands of Samo Planinc. On the other side, Bartosz, Dobrowolski. I would try to get everyone's name at least once. It's only fair, and I will butcher them. I'm very sorry.
Dobrowolski.
Thank you very much for making me look even worse, Carlo.
Oh, no, that's right.
One way or the other, both of our players, let's take a look at how they got here to join us in the top 8. It was a very successful first day of competition for Samo. Just the one loss against Dorinthia, of all things. No doubt managed to do some succinct blocking to keep those grenades in check. As they made their way through to the second day of competition, one more loss was to be found, but made their way through, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies of Cindra on the first day, and 3 copies of Arachne. Well, one of those isn't quite the same as the others. Arachne Huntsman in round number 10 there was thankfully a victory. Brody Spurlock almost got in the way for Samo, but thankfully still joins us in the top 8.
Absolutely, and now let's focus on our other player, Bartosz Dobrowolski, I think. And yes, he also faced some quite tough matchups here. I can see some of my peers there, like Juan Tecon there in round 8 with Gravy, Jesus Garcia fighting him on Jarl, and then some of a variety of heroes going on for those full 10 rounds of winning. And yeah, 2 losses, but here we complete the bracket for Bartosz.
You might notice that Bartosz was the only person to vanquish Martin Holík in round 12 of competition. Took both losses on day 1. Funnily enough, both of these players had to get through Vasilius on Arachne Huntsman to get here, who we did see in the feature match area over the course of the weekend. So funny how these stories play out, but the story is far from finished. It is time for the quarterfinals between these 2 players. Let's make our way down to the overhead of the game. Now, going first here for Dash.io, a pretty big boon Typically, this deck is looking to establish some items for free ahead of time when the game gets started. And you'd much rather do that before your opponent's pressuring you and ripping cards away from your hand. So items being drawn, items found on the top of the deck, you can, of course, boost away a few times to take a few extra looks as well. So I feel like a lot of the momentum of this matchup is going to be decided by exactly how many items Samo can find on this very first turn of the game.
Absolutely, you want to fill your board as fast as possible as Dias IO. And we're going to see how Samo draws that first turn 0 hand. It looks like a boom grenade right there. And so it's like maximum velocity? Yes, it is. And pulse wave harpoon and outpace.
Oh, bit of a clump of reds here. Unfortunately, both of these boost attacks costing 1 is a little unfortunate if we were hoping to take extra looks at the top of the deck to boost and find an item. So we'll have to settle for a boom grenade from the hand and a card parked in Arsenal here. Samo here debating which card is going to go there. Typically, maximum velocity feels like a very easy choice here, but Arachne Marionette very capable of interacting with the Arsenal. It's possible. You want to keep that card safe.
Absolutely. Let's see how Bartosz goes ahead and starts his turn going with a Saber Bloodset on that Hunter's Clave.
Can't help but notice a pair of Kiss of Death in the hand for Bartosz as well. That powerful dagger attack, typically at its best alongside things like Tarantula Toxin, but happens to line up rather well with Saber Bloodshed as well. It is a dagger, and so if you can mark the opponent, do a little bit of flicking, you can guarantee that card draw. In this case, Samo not interested in blocking, just going to allow the Flick Knives to mark -IO, means this Hunter's Clave connects and immediately draws a card.
Yes, a card with a doggo. That is absolutely beautiful. I can't have a bigger soda for that lovely puppy. Puppies are on the stream, I mean, come on.
No, I respect it. I respect it. So we see Stains of the Red back being found as the card from the top of the deck here. Not a bad little draw. Offers Go Again to chain together these Kiss of Death. And of course, Flick Knives already used, so we won't find any bonus flick damage from these. But very efficient one way or the other.
It is a good one. I mean, Kiss of Death is a very powerful card. Of course, it can be even more beautifully valued if you get to pair it with an agent effect, for example. But here, oh, it comes for a double. So
Certainly does.
Yep.
So no need to expend the Stains of the Red back here. Of course, Samo choosing not to block means that Arachne Marionette will take care of the Go Again for you. Instead, just dumps the damage on this final copy of Kiss of Death. And if you thought this was a race before, it certainly is now. This first turn sequence brings Samo Planinc down to 18 health on turn numero 1.
that is incredible. That is a very low number to have going on turn 1. It's just incredible.
Now, this is something that Dash.io is more than happy to work its way through. This is, after all, a race. The life total is resource. The only point that counts is the last one, and there is a pile of equipment available for Samo. And more importantly, there is a boom grenade and a freshly found Cerebellum processor off the top of the deck here. Extra action point has been gained, extra gunshot acquired, and potentially extra card to be drawn. It is Outpace boosting away another processor from the top of the deck here. We 4 with Go Again. No equipment on defense for this one, and that boom grenade lurking in the rearview mirror.
Yes, the Cerebellum processor is something that you want to find as early as possible, and if you get the most use of it, you are quite well equipped for the next rounds. And Outpace, well, it's just a, 4 for 1, but it is true that it can be defended by equipment, just in case Bartosz will consider that. So going for a Fate Foreseen instead, and looking at the top, rewarding that opt.
Fate Foreseen, not the most default of defense reactions in these Marionette decks these days. Shows a slightly more defensive stance, at least, in terms of options from Bartosz, and lines up very well to Dash.io here to give a little bit more flexibility in how the game is played. In their hand, however, Leave No Witnesses to the point, and I believe an Up Sticks and Run there tucked away in the middle. The rest of this hand, very aggressively slanted, leaves that Fate Foreseen opt to be a pretty meaningful decision.
There is no arsenal. That is one thing that, or at least not now, but it's something that we have to keep in mind, definitely, for the end of Samo's turn. Sorry.
Opting bottom there. Does mean a fresh card coming off the top. We'll see Fast and Furious boosted away. Trigger to put an extra counter on the Cerebellum processor. Now, that's pretty telling for both of these players. There's clearly no risk in the mind of Samo that this grenade is not going to explode. And Bartosz now has to be very aware that at least Samo believes that's the case.
Absolutely. And I think Bartosz has respected that. Putting that, yes, that to the point there to block, and we see Samo following up with us that pulse wave harpoon.
And another meaningful piece of interaction here. Pulse Wave Harpoon, one of the best ways for Dash to force the opponent to interact, stripping cards away and creates the tide of the turn here. So remember, Cerebellum processor no longer utilized so far, means we can draw a resource card to throw this maximum velocity at the end of this turn if it sits on top of the deck. And that's exactly what we'll see. Processor activated, fresh card drawn, and it will be the Max V pitched off of a T-Bone to send home a big healthy 10 at the end of this combat chain. Now that is pod racing.
It is a great move here because, I mean, Bartosz has managed to keep up the good life there, like staying at 40. So, yes, if Samo can either take 10 points from Bartosz or the last card at least, well, that might be something.
Yeah, so a few points of damage are missing from that life total to count right now. The boom grenade, of course, did go off. We saw ourselves having Pulse Wave Harpoon and the Zipper hit chiefing over for 1 damage as well. So we'll look to get that graphic corrected for you as soon as possible. So maximum velocity coming across for 10 more points of damage here at the end of the combat chain, leaving Bartosz with a difficult decision with just a 2 block left in hand. Says, I would like to take 10. I'm not sure anyone really wants to take 10, but that'd be how it is. So we'll see that damage come pouring through. It's more dramatic if you do it in one chunk anyway. Suddenly, 18 to 24 is the name of the game. Perhaps most importantly, though, whole hand taken away here from Bartosz. So while they might still have the life lead, it is very much the tempo for Samo here on Dash.io.
Yes, that is what Samo wants. And we can see a couple of zipper hits there and also a T-bone. Let's see which is the starter. Okay, that's a hit, of course. And
coming in for 5 go again.
Going for 5 go again, as Samo just put it himself.
Finds a Sprocket Rockets to be boosted away off the top. Zipper hit one of those premium boost attacks from Arcane Rising, and the mission statement pretty clear here for Bartosz. Taking 5, no grenade found. It will be a Yipper hit in the yellow variety. The top of the deck next up. 4 points this time around, but again, happy to spend those resources from the blue T-Bone. We do see a Fate Foreseen in the hand of Bartosz, being carefully held for something more pressing than a Zipper hit. 4 more damage being taken here.
Yeah, it is the second Fate Foreseen in a row. It's coming quite handy, honestly. And, well, we'll see how that activation from the heart, the Foundry Heart, is getting Samo another 2 first resources to go ahead. And now we have sent this here to 60 for 2 go again. It's kind of the lower attack
for sure.
Dash, but
if you're not familiar with why Samo chose to Teklo Foundry Heart there, despite having a 0-cost attack in hand, a large part of the game plan here is finding an item, and Samo wanted to take additional looks. Teklo Foundry Heart, of course, chaining the top card of the deck by burning extra resources. Didn't have a way to spend those resources, but just got to take additional looks at an item, which was a really big deal there with a Cerebellum processor in play. If you can find one, it's another card draw, it's another attack, it's big damage. It's Bartosz falling to 13 as their Tunic ticks up to 3 for the very first time. Up Sticks and Run will be deployed and looks like pitched into here to rebuy Hunter's Clave. Reassesses the situation here. Perhaps not interested in doing that with the hand that is currently available to them.
there is also a Mark of the Black Widow there, along with that Fate Foreseen, and a Toxin, a Tarantula Toxin as well.
Stains of the Redback is the last card in the hand there of the blue variety, it would appear. So flexibility available in terms of resources. And go again, if Bartosz is so inclined. Reassessing the hand here, feels like perhaps a slight misstep in their expectations for that previous turn. And this is definitely the sign of a strong player. I think if you find yourself in a spot where things don't break as you expected, being able to reassess quickly and not immediately doom about the scenario is worth its weight in gold. So we do see that up-sticks in run deployed and Stains of the Red back pitched into it to rebuy the Hunter's Clave. It immediately comes swinging across for 5 points of damage. Dash.io finds themselves marked quickly 13 to 13. It is mark of the Black Widow here as a meaningful point of interaction, but quite the set of equipment still left on the side of the battlefield here for Samo.
Absolutely. Crown of Providence still active there, offering as well Samo the possibility of maybe, you know, sifting a card in case he needs so. And yes, just checking again the top of the deck. As you said, information for that IO means everything. Wants to find those items in the right time and when he can actually translate them into the board. And, well, we are having some consideration, some really respectful, sweet time taken by Samo.
As you should, in the top 8 of a calling. This hand is somewhat mediocre, which makes it a bit unpleasant to spend this many cards on defending it from Mark of the Black Widow. Don't want to have any cards torn away by that on-hit effect. It's part of 0 to 60s and a null time zone by the looks of it. We'll see Samo here dedicating up to 7 equipment block thanks to adaptive plating, looking to play around even an additional attack reaction on this Mark of the Black Widow. More importantly, denying go again if this cannot connect.
Absolutely. That is one of the things that Samo's trying to do here. And let's see if Bartosz will allow that. There is that painful scene, we know that. And now is considering flick knives, of course.
And we'll see that Hunter's Clave flicked away for a bonus point of damage. Takes the life lead once more, does Bartosz. 7 block, though. Likely to be good enough. Adaptive plating not forced to be cashed in, but does just get to eat that golden cog made by Cogworks Tinkerings for free. So nothing lost, nothing gained on defense against Mark of the Black Widow. So that fridge looking more fragile than it was just moments ago, but Samo does get to keep one more full salvo of cards. Bartosz, on the other hand, transforming in the dark. It is Arachne Black Widow on the other side of the table.
My favorite kind of Arachne, honestly. I mean, that is just some sick art.
Pretty impressive stuff. We'll make our way back to Dash.io. Kicks things off with 0 to 60 of the red variety. Heist disappearing into the banished zone. 4 go again points of damage. Make their way onto the combat chain. We see 2 more 0 to 60, a Sprocket Rocket, and a null time zone in the hand. It is worth remembering here, Cereberum Processor can draw a card if an extra item is found. This is the type of hand that can very easily reacquire maximum velocity if it finds either another copy or a card like Backup Protocol Red. Does find a boom grenade off the top of the deck here. Extra action point will be gained. It's a red one, more damage coming through. Fate Foreseen saves Bartosz for now, but this will not be the end of the turn for Samo, and that grenade will have to be watched every step of the way.
Those other 0 to 60s are going to find a board soon. And Bartosz, I don't know if he's ready for stopping all of them.
The Cereberum Processor is activated. The card on top of the deck that was found for Samo is a copy of Backup Protocol Red. Now, we just mentioned it. It is all 0-cost boost attacks here, and there are resources that remain floating for Samo. We can convert that Backup Protocol very easily into another attack. Unfortunately, even with Teklo Foundry Heart available, we can't quite get to Backup Protocol and send all of the attacks. So we've got to be reserved. We've got to hold on to a 0 to 60 and use it to pay for this attack in the process. Not that you're complaining. Second max fee of the game by turn 3. That's just some good, clean living.
It is crazy. And Bartosz having to give up those 2 copies of Teletoxin are something to, like, worth mentioning, I think, too. Probably not happy about it, but now it's time for blocking or letting go those 10 points of damage.
Well, more importantly, it would be 14 because of that red boom grenade that's sitting there on the table, and so Bartosz forced to commit some resources here just to stay alive.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no way that he can block them all. So that boom grenade is going to go off. And that means that Bartosz is going to probably find himself in a pretty low life total.
only a block for 7, but we see Mask of Deceit transforming into Arachne Trapdoor, which will go and find 3 more points of block value to just about prevent maximum velocity from connecting. Bartosz has to spend all of their resources, but manages not to take the hit.
I love plot twists. I mean, it could be expected, but still, I love plot twists.
Hard to complain. Solid logic.
I mean, 10 block is hard for an Arachne at this point after having received already so many blows. But yes, that trapdoor allows him to go ahead and find that, I think it's the inertia, was it? The inertia trap?
It is Lair of the Spider that is pulled out there instead. Inertia trap is maybe a little more valuable later on.
But yeah.
Got to pick one way or the other.
It's
Still
great.
marked here, which is fine, but Inertia Trap might have implications later in the game. Would rather leave it in the deck if you at all can. So Bartosz hanging on by the skin of their teeth, but doesn't have any plays to make themselves. Will transform back into the Brood and have to hold off the assault of Samo one more time. The cost of becoming this more aggressive version of Arachne Marionette with all these dagger buffs available, so many of the cards in the deck do block too, can be a bit of a liability in the face of a deck like Dash. 3 go again from T-Bone, earns Black Tech Whisperers. Won't achieve very much. They are your Black Tech's insurance moving forward.
Yes, absolutely. But still, we see that Black Protocol Red again in Samo's hand. And that means that he could still try and fetch something else this turn.
Some options available for sure. We saw some throttles and some other one-cost attacks available in the yard. So for now, Bartosz debating additional blocks on this T-Bone, of course. Black Tech Whisperer is not offering any additional defense, has already blocked here, just meeting that T-Bone requirement of having to block. With equipment falling down to 10 as a result, it will be Techglow Foundry Heart activated. We're going to go looking for an item that is more impactful than Techglow Core at this stage. 4 resources available. Peek the top card one more time. Let's see what Samo can put together. 4 resources, backup protocol and throttle in hand. It is 0 to 60 being added to the scrap heap over in the banished zone.
6 go again.
Okay, so those 6 go again are going to ask for some cards from Bartosz probably. So we are just waiting for him to commit. Before that, he wants to have a look at the graveyard and make sure of what has already been burned through.
This is what we call the grenade count, as Samo is presenting 6 and Bartosz is at 10. Now, if we do some quick math, there's a 4 between those 2 numbers, which is roughly the size of a red boom grenade. And as a result, you do have to double check how many have already gone through and how likely it is that top card is about to end your entire existence. In this case, or with a Spinneret plays defense, so the game would never end in the face of a grenade, but pretty clearly not one there, or it would have been played in response here from Samo.
Absolutely, and we see Bartosz going down to 7 as Samo deploys that protocol the red one, so he is bringing back something, presumably, maybe not now, maybe later, but yes, he has now the possibility of going for something else.
So I like this a lot from Samo here, choosing to just fire the Symbiosis shot and bank a red attack for next turn. So those 2 resources being spent on 0 to 60, no need to expend that now. Just put yourself in a prime position to go wider on the kill turn. We're going to see Orbweaver Spinneret deployed here from Bartosz to equip that Graphene Chelicera. For the first time this game, it will be cut from the same cloth that shows the situation. It is 2 items, 2 0-cost attacks here. Now, both players very aware of that, as Graphene Chelicera comes in for a healthy chunk of damage, courtesy of both cut from the same cloth and Orbweaver Spinneret.
Yes, information is key here, and also we have Bartosz trying to get the most of that Chelicera that has been found a little bit later than, than desired, and Samo's still marked. Let's see how he plays it out, because he's just counting, I believe, the
There are a lot of moving
damage
pieces
points,
on the
yeah.
damage here. So this is a blue orb with a Spinneret, and of course Dash.io is marked, and therefore Arachne Marionette also a relevant factor in the math. So we are going to see this Chalicera being blocked for 6, courtesy of Expedite, that Crown of Providence finally being cashed in. Going to try and turn one of those items into something more meaningful. Finds a zipper hit off the top there. Pretty much the perfect. It will be Scar Tissue as the final card in the hand here. Juices this Chalicera up to 12. 7 points of damage coming on through here. We'll stay marked from Scar Tissue. Good spot there from Samo. These players now at 5-5, but we know it's 0-60 in the arsenal. There are 3 cards left in the hand here for Samo. It is going to be quite the onslaught that Bartosz is going to have to survive.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, yes, there are 5 that even, but we have Samo with a full hand and an arsenal, as you said. Oh, wow. So we are now transforming.
I love to see players being sportsmanlike with their interactive pieces of gameplay. Bartosz says, do you want to decide? Do you want to see what I transform into? And Samo goes, yeah, you know what, actually, sure. I'll roll the dice for you. And as a result, it is the red back, which is a win. The only one you did not want to see here was Trapdoor, which provides an additional layer of defense for Bartosz, was successfully dodged. We'll see that 0-60 that everyone knows about emerging from the arsenal. A 4 go again to start the turn here for Samo. And you've got to watch the top of that deck, because who knows where those grenades are.
Let's see, because, yeah, he has that Cerebellum Processor as well in hand, that zipper hit.
Fast and Furious, I think, is the last card there as well. Cerebellum Processor likely on resource duty to facilitate the turn, hopefully pay for an item in the process. We see on the other side of the table a sheepish block full of equipment. Sees like stains of the red back in the hand alongside Orb Weaver Spinneret. The Tunic going to have to blunt the break point here just to try and stay a little safer. Foundry Heart will go looking once more. Additional peeks at more impactful items. The Boom Grenade is the second card down. We'll have to get a little bit lucky once more to find another one to really put this turn together. We'll boost away Spark of Genius. It's a red zipper hit for 5 points of damage here. Again, must be respected from Bartosz. Is lethal damage.
It is, and yeah, it hurts my soul to see. This is the second time that IO does this on the stream. Banners in a way that that Boom Grenade in second place. Yeah, it's a pity, but it's okay because Bartosz has now the rough call of deciding how to block this. Obviously, you can't let it slip because you'd be dead.
It's hard to complain about this scenario that Samo finds themselves in, grenade or otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Samo is in the power position, and Bartosz is going through the graveyard just to check and double check what he already spent and
one action point.
Which tools he might have available in case he manages to survive this.
Again, this is the sign of a good player. Someone I expect to see in the top 8 of a calling. The situation is dire, it's bleak, but you don't win games by admitting the game is bleak. You win games by finding the 1% way to get back in. And if that is, I need to be defensive here and hope that Samo draws 4 items. It's an unlikely occurrence, but it's entirely possible. So correctly analyzing the information, going through the graveyards, understanding what's been boosted away, how likely these things are to happen, is part of the equation for the minimal amount of games that Bartosz can find themselves back into. So Fast and Furious is the follow-up. It is just 3 for now, unless that top card is a crankable item. Last card in hand is a Mark of the Black Widow here for Bartosz, one they would really rather keep to force interaction on the way back, but cannot necessarily afford to. Symbiosis shot, of course, still looming after this attack.
Yes, but as you said, I love to see them like actually going through all this with a lot of thinking, a lot of mindfulness, and now we find Samo just drawing again. As you said, you never know, he could have a bad hand, and Bartosz is still well and alive, so...
So Ragni Redback will sleuth back into the Brood as we pass the turn once more for Bartosz. Now we do see a 2-item hand here for Samo. They had to be somewhere when they weren't on top of the deck last turn. There's backup Protocol Red and another red Boom Grenade here alongside 0-60 and Heist. So a resource tight and not all that many attacks. Bartosz definitely on the back foot here, but this is one of the lower quality hands you could be expecting from Samo in this scenario.
Yeah, starting with that 0 to 60, the jello copy of it, and just going for a 3 go again. So Bartosz can still commit only 1 block 3 to this one.
Looks like the judge is dead. Checking in with our players, make sure everything is A-okay. I guess I'm blocking this. Been there, Bartosz. Feel that deep down in my soul. You don't have to. Well, strictly true.
Yes, I mean, it is strictly true.
Staying to the red back on defense here. We'll see Dash activated, pitching a grenade for a grenade off the top of the deck here, thinking on the crank. Foundry Heart activated. We'll make 2 more resources here. We'll fire up a heist, and we see 2 action points available after this. It will be 5 into 2 into 2, and if any of that 5 connects, knock knock, grenade o'clock.
Absolutely. I mean, yes, Bartosz cannot let that happen, and now has to make sure to cover those 5 points of damage that are threatening from that heist.
2 off the Symbiosis shot. 2 more brings the inevitability clock down to 1. Again, Bartosz managing to fade the grenade shot.
First one and the second one.
Players just confirming life totals there. No, the second gunshot still connects directly with your face. I'm sorry. It's unavoidable.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I mean, body language is something that...
It's very telling, I find, but...
Yeah, I mean, we're all human, right? I
Of
can only
course.
imagine how they are feeling.
No, in fact, you know, as much as it's disappointing to see somebody who is obviously disheartened about the way this game has gone, I have nothing but respect for someone who is able to admit they care that much about their spot in a calling top 8. And it's nice in a way to see how much a position like this in a game like this means to players of this quality. So, as much as Bartosz has had a rough run of it, we'll have a judge call here just to confirm
I remember the first one's whatever, right?
some information. Looks like there might have been maybe some hidden card information here, possibly the top 2 cards seen simultaneously before the hand was being drawn up. So just going to iron that out before we make our way back down to the floor for the quarterfinals and let the judges take care of what they know best. So what do you think of this game so far?
Well, I think, well, obviously, Das.io has taken the lead here. And, well, obviously, Arachne is just trying to keep up with the pace and not lose it, like, in general terms.
It's tough. We talked about it a bit before the game. This is a matchup that is kind of difficult for these current versions of Arachne Marionette. You make some sacrifices to be favored into decks like Cindra. It's weird because you would think by being better into Cindra, you're also better into a deck like Dash. They're both quite aggressively slanted, but you win the race against Cindra. You're not worried about that. Your interactive pieces are meaningful. There's less of a fridge on the other side. Dash has all those grenades and a pile of armor. Definitely makes it a little bit harder to get through. So let's get on back down to our quarterfinal game. Looks like just a warning from the judges there for hidden card error. Easily corrected as we make our way through to these final turns.
They're having fun. They're having fun. They're back to having fun, which is
I respect
great.
it. And I actually like Samo's reaction a lot here. It's pretty telling in a way that a find of Arachne Trapdoor could potentially be somewhat problematic. It's easily the way to make your hand block enough to keep cards. And if you can keep some amount of cards, suddenly we are back in the game. That's exactly what you're looking to achieve. So we're going to start here on Pulse Wave Harpoon. Is going to earn either 2 cards or, of course, that Flick Knives, which would be fine with either result, I think.
Yes, absolutely. And let's see what else. That is the inertia trap.
Certainly is.
Yep. That we saw there when Bartosz was looking for a reaction from Trapdoor, and now we see it actually active.
Foundry Hearts activated here for 2 bonus resources. It will be Fast and Furious as the follow-up. No item found yet once more. 3 go again as things stand, and we know that last card in hand is a copy of Throttle that will no doubt come over the line alongside Symbiosis Shot to try and close out the door here against Bartosz. Let's block for 3 with that copy of Under the Trapdoor. It was going to be Throttle coming through. It's not enough in the hand to block alone, and the Throttle will take Samo Planinc over the finish line. It is our Dash.io player making their way into the semi-finals.
Yeah, Samo has done amazingly. I mean, it was a great run. It was a great game. It was a great table turner as well. When yes, because at the beginning it looked like Arachne was doing a great game, and they were quite sure of their strategy.
Very much so. I find that the matchup, as I say, is notoriously difficult at this point for Arachne Marionette. I think both players showed you why that might be as they try to navigate the way through. More than anything, I'm just happy to see people having so much fun with so much on the line in terms of stakes. So we have one of our quarterfinals who is finished and polished. Let's see if any others have been polished off in our absence. Let's take a look at what this bracket currently looks like. At the top, Martin Holík not able to right the ship. Started 11-0. Finally took a loss in the last round of Swiss, and the wheels continue to fall against Kuba Tambor on Gravy Bones. Not an easy matchup for Gravy, quite the upset on that side of the bracket. We look at 3rd versus 6th, and Carlota,
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
yeah, I know. Me too. Me too, because Juan deserves a big win, and he's been going round and round, you know, different competitions, but it's okay, it's okay. Congrats to Kiran Lee, of course. That Oscilio making it, so we do have an Oscilio in the semi-finals.
We certainly do. Kiran Lee of the UK finds themselves in that semi-final bracket, and we have to wait and see who will be on the other side, as Jacob Clements and Paul Van Heysel are still going. Folks, if you're joining us at home, I got some really good news for you. I am not personally a fan of missing out on high-quality flesh and blood. It's not something I like to do. It's a horrible way to enjoy the game. And I don't want you to miss out on high-quality flesh and blood either. So we pulled some strings, done some magic, and we're going to be making sure that we watch both semi-finals from this calling. So you'll get to see both top 4 games back-to-back. We'll be back with the first one of those right after this.
gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
Amazing quarterfinals. We're here for semifinal number 1. This is an exciting calling where we get to cast both of the semifinals here in the top 8. This first semifinal, how are you feeling about it? You just watched, I believe, one of the players.
Wow, yes, I mean, that was incredible. And I'm quite confident that Samo is feeling pretty well.
I'm sure he is. Let's take a look at who he's up against by taking a look at the bracket here. Samo won the match we just watched on stream. And of course, Kuba taking down that match against the first seed, Martin Holík, not able to repeat the gravy kill in the top 8 here for Martin, taken down by the Shipwreck Looter. That means the semifinals that we will be watching to start with is Kuba Samo. We'll talk about that in a second because it's what we're going to be watching. Kiran Lee has taken down Juan in the quarterfinals, down in the other side of the bracket. We will be watching his semifinals later, but we're still waiting on Jacob Clements and Paul to finish their match for that second semifinals. For now, the focus on a Gravy Dio match. How does that feel for you?
Well, I think that Samo has done quite well in this last game, and that if he is able to find the right tools and find the right ways to clean the board as well, and with all that going in, I'm sure that is kind of guaranteed. So, yeah, feeling like it could be a little bit favored into Dio. I don't know if you agree.
Samo, definitely a very good dash player. I was able to play him at the start of some side events on Friday, start off his weekend a little bit with him. It's good to meet him. I know he was favoring getting the Oscilio in the semifinals over the Gravy Bones, but I think when I talked to him, he said he is favored, happy no matter which way the bracket goes. So this is a pretty exciting opportunity for him. I think first calling top 8 for both of the players we're about to watch.
Yeah, amazing. So that is great to know. And that is also something else to bear in mind, because there's a lot of pressure when it comes to these games. And, well, the mindset has to be also the right one.
Of course. And of course, both of these players with momentum coming off of great quarterfinals wins, one of them on the stream. Let's hop into the second game of this top 8 bracket and see if Samo can continue his run on camera and take down Kubo. Samo with the higher seed, 4th over 8th. We see him taking the choice of going first. We'll look at his profile, who he played against in this calling. He only got 2 losses in the calling, one of those coming in round 5 against the Dorinthia. Otherwise had 5 Cindras in his first 8 rounds, able to beat out every single one of them on his path to day 2. Day 2, he has some losses here, just one against Brody Spurlock on the Marionette, but otherwise takes another 2 wins against Arachne Marionette and Arachne Huntsman, and finally secures his win-in with that win against the Oscilio of Jérôme Francois.
And now Kuba Tambor had a pretty good run as well in day 1. He only lost to Arachne Marionette and had, I think, a tie in this round 5 against Gravy.
Kuba then coming off of a perfect record, going X2 on day 1, meaning a perfect record on day 2, including that quarterfinals win. We see him now in this top 8, piloting Gravy Bones in this top 4, semifinals match. Turn 0, Samo going first. He gets 2 items onto the board, 1 Null Time Zone and 1 Teklo Core, pitching from one of these off the top of the deck. He was telling me earlier this is exactly how he started a game against an Oscilio. Null Time Zone definitely doing more against Oscilio than it does against Gravy, but still a very happy start. Couple resources for the next couple turns, some counters on Symbiosis Shot, and maybe able to deny some card with this Null Time Zone.
I mean, going first is a big deal for Das.io here, and it proved to be very useful in this case, and very rewarding.
Absolutely. Golden Tipple is what's named on this null time zone. Of course, Golden Tipple only available in blue in these decks now. Used to be the standard name just because there were so many copies of it, but still a potent card to name early because it helps keep Kuba off of gold. When he starts with that Balance of Justice instead of a Crown of Dominion, no gold at the start of the game until he's able to find a creator. Unfortunately for Samo, wrong choice on which gold creator to deny. So port side in this opening hand for Kuba means he's still able to start the game with 1 gold and discard that chum, get it into that delicious, delicious watery graveyard. To conquer the high seas available in the hand. Bit awkward together. There is a blue on the top of the deck, so he can break this gold. Looks like that's what he's going to be reaching for and create exactly the resources he needs to come in with one of these boats with Go Again.
Sunken Treasure. Interesting. And now we see that Conqueror being sent easily with all those resources. That is what you need.
This does have Go Again from the 2 blues that we see in the pitch zone. Of course, Kuba not able to use that Go Again, but that's not necessarily clear to Samo. With only 1 card and no resources, so maybe it is clear. Maybe you can tell. There is the possibility of Dead Thread, so if it's another blue, it could develop the chum and still attack. Still a threat on the other end of this Conquer the High Seas.
Samo decides to commit the Crown of Providence already. Maybe he was finding himself with a bit of a chunky hand, or maybe just didn't want to throw any cards at that Conqueror so far.
I'd say Dash.io's responsibility in this matchup is to go fast and hurt the opponent's face. So throwing Crown of Providence just against the first Conquer the High Seas, just to make sure you don't go card negative into that first disruptive card presented by Gravy. That's what that card is there for, and that's exactly what he does. 5-card hand, including 2 floating resources for Samo. And I think I took a peek of a maximum velocity coming down the pipe later in this turn. This is how Samo wants to start the game for sure.
Yes, he is in a very good place. That's Rocket's coming for 3. And Kuba now finds himself, well, you know, on the other side, just accepting those 3 coming and asking for more. Let's see, because Samo is now looking for more information in the deck as well. That super hit going in for 5 go again, and still looking at the top of his deck.
Continuing to fish for maybe finding an item off the top, of course. He has that chess piece to create resources. There's that maximum velocity we talked about. The other 2 cards are red, but with 2 float here, because of the chess piece that created some resources, he will be able to fire this maximum velocity and possibly arsenal that heist that I think was the 3rd card here.
Kuba Tambor decided to block with that Symbolo and sink a card, finding a Golden Tipple. Now it becomes a little bit more relevant.
Golden Tipple not wanting to be the found card here. Of course, reading null time zone to make sure whether it says pitch, play from hand, I think are the 2 modes.
Still going on with the Rocket for 3. Go again. Time for rethinking again. More blocks. Well, obvious choice, right?
Yeah. Card can't be used on his turn, so he will be using it on defense, even though it is unfortunately a 2-block card. Null time zone, not the most restrictive of these restricted card effects, but
Taking 1, go to 35.
Yes, so Kuba is now going to 35, as Samo kindly reminded him. And we are seeing the first take on that maximum velocity.
Very early to get this first maximum velocity. Turn 1, getting a maximum velocity is maybe exactly where you want to be as a Dio against Gravy. It's going to even out some of that start of game life differential, and Gravy's ability to defend will be negated by this. Also being able to do this on, let's call it a 4-card hand. Obviously it had the Tekla core buffing up the start, but able to arsenal at the end of this is a very potent setup for Samo being able to do something like this again in the future.
Yes, and now he's back to Kuba with only 2 cards in hand. That arsenal that we know that is a Conqueror, the 2nd copy of the Conqueror that we saw before. And yeah, he got jealous of Das.io taking the top all the time, so he activated that compass for having a look at his.
Also wants to deal with some future information. Unfortunately for him, no 2 blues in hand, can't go again, but not much way to do something after that anyways. Chooses to play the Call to the Grave, will be searching through his deck for a card to put in the graveyard. This is also a blue, enabling Gravy, meaning he can put one of those allies onto the board if he'd like to. He grabs the Sawbones here, which is a 2-cost ally.
Yes, and as he shuffles through the deck, Samo is already planning his next move. Or should I say, planning.
There you go. That was a good one.
I'm sorry.
You stomach me with that.
So we see this activation of summons, getting in there, getting on the board, and also the activation for the death threats, and Samo declaring no blocks.
Yeah, of course, you are right with the Call to the Grave hitting the graveyard and the Sawbones hitting the graveyard from its effect. Samo probably knew that what he was being hit with was 6. He was able to then settle on what he wanted to do with that hand as his opponent searches through the deck. Teclacore dies at the start of this turn, creates 2 resources. Samo, 5-card hand again. Heist in Arsenal. Several red boost cards in the hand, 1 blue.
It's the other Conqueror, right? Is it last copy of the Conqueror, I think?
Is the last Conqueror in Kuba's hand here.
Well, let's focus. Yeah.
Currently a defensive card. Life totals are pretty even, but Samo having full temple. So I'd say generally we give the edge to the Go player here, where life totals are even.
I'll activate Dash here. I'll play a backup protocol.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that
gosh.
protocol. Wow.
Protocol at the start of the turn. We know there are several boost cards available and a blue in the hand. It looks like this could be another maximum velocity turn.
Yeah, let's remember that it's there from the previous turn. So, yes, it's only getting started.
3 go again at Sawbones declared. Doesn't need to go to face to enable the maximum velocity, just needs to have boosted.
Wow.
Whoa, Sawbones tap and Fearless Confrontation played from hand means this Expedite will not kill the Sawbones. He's not able to functionally deal it 2 damage. He's only getting 1 through after that -1 and the 1 point of prevention.
That is great.
Maybe has to throw another card at Sawbones, or maybe just going to give up on it for this turn and accept that taking Fearless out of hand is equivalent to taking a card out of hand.
Great move from Kuba.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's an unfortunate one for Samo.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was just, just highlighting, you know, that quick thinking of our Kuba player.
No hesitation really from him there too. Outpace coming through. 4 can't be blocked by equipment, of course. No threat of a boom grenade off the top of the deck because the turn was started with this backup protocol.
Yes, Samo is nothing but, you know, he's not harmless, you know. He's well equipped for this turn, and we know that he also has that possibility of bringing back a big attack if he so wishes.
Unfortunately, no maximum velocity going to be possible here because
it's
too many 1 costs in the hand, so not enough resources. He needed either Outpace or the Zipper hit to be a 0. Ultimately, Kuba's recognizing that this is a big turn, decides just, I have a no block in hand, I will throw the quick dodge with it because he'll be able to use that block 1 more time, turn this 0 block in my hand that otherwise can't do anything into a 4 block instead.
You are absolutely right. We see that Sparks of Genius going away, and Kuba going ahead with that block with the, you know, committing the equipment, quick dodge, balance, the hook as well.
Yeah.
And now Samo is explaining exactly how to, how it is going to continue, how it's going to proceed. 20 for Kuba now.
Yeah, 5 block against that equipment because it did represent the potential for an additional action point by getting that backup protocol red from the banished zone and cranking it. Another symbiosis shot would go to the face. In this case, just that last symbiosis shot after the heist going in at the Sawbones. Kuba gaining some life from that Fiddler's Green, exiting the stage, and we're in the same situation we were in last turn. This time, no Arsenal for Samo. 2 damage got through ultimately after the Fiddler's Green life total.
Yeah, that is, yes, that was a hard one for Samo because it was a great turn that suddenly turned into a, I mean, the outcome was not as big as it could have been anticipated.
Well, you do buy the equipment. So at the end of the stage, you're looking at it, you only got 2 damage through functionally, and you're looking at the same situation where you have full tempo, but this time you're only 1 point ahead instead of 1 point behind. But I think on the game scale, he feels a little bit more ahead, given that that balance and that gold-baited hook have been now used for blocks. So these on-hits of the Boom Grenade are more likely to hit. Of course, Boom Grenade, he plays it off the top on his turn. He had the opportunity to play it on his opponent's turn, but decides he wants to be more efficient with the pitch of this card plays it on his turn, creates a second action point, and decides he's happy coming in with Fast and Furious. No equipment there available for Kuba means he's happy to try to get this Boom Grenade through on this turn.
Yes, absolutely. And Kuba has found himself a couple of tools there. I think I saw Sunken Treasure, a Tipple, and maybe another Fiddles. And he's now checking all the graveyards, all of them, even more graveyards. This is the second time that he's going through Samus.
Just needs to be fully aware of all the information he can, including things like, I don't know, just wants to know what he's dealing with.
Of course, yeah.
Boom Grenade threatening 3 damage over the top if any Mechanologist attack action cards will come through. Fast and Furious, of course, for 4 because that Boom Grenade was cranked. The extra action point representing possible symbiosis shots or maybe a way to attack without boosting for Samo if he wants to.
Yeah, it's calling for a card from Kuba if he wants to protect himself from that Fast and Furious and something else. But Kuba is just, you know, thinking it through, activating the compass, checking the top.
Kuba says, I will take it. It's all 7 with the Boom Grenade and the Fast and Furious, deciding he's not able to block the full turn if those cards are boost cards in Samo's hand, and then still win the game afterwards. So prioritizing, let's keep some tempo. I'll take this damage, and I can hopefully swing something together. But so far, it's not looking so great for Kuba, who takes 7 at the start of this turn, facing down another zipper hit for 5. Go again. 2 action points floating for Dash.io. 1 card in hand, which I believe is a Pulse Wave Harpoon. So at present, that Pulse Wave can't be played, but 2 action points can turn into shots, and then maybe that Pulse Wave arsenaled to set up another offensive turn on the other end.
Now we are talking big damage here. Like, this is much more threatening with each card, and Kuba is still making sure of which cards are in the ban zone. And I stand corrected, that is not a Fiddler screen, it's a Call to Grave. And well, we'll see how everything plays out for Kuba, who's choosing to commit 2 cards here, that Sunken Treasure and that Golden Tipple.
5 block here, looks for a yellow. There's a yellow Boom Grenade. Just checking if there are other options. Could also take out the maximum velocity, meaning backup Protocol Red can't fish for it. He doesn't create a gold this way, but it could be a better play. We have seen 2 backup Protocol Reds, of course, 1 in Grave and 1 in Banished, so maybe less of a reward for that at this stage of the game when Kuba is already quite behind. So let's get some gold generation and try to power up his own turn. Blocking with 2 cards, holding 2 more cards, which we know are blue, and that Arsenal card is Conqueror. So the way Samo is playing this out, planning to Arsenal, that Pulse Wave Harpoon possibly could be costly, but still a lot of block left on his equipment.
Yes, they are both choosing to play it safer, let's say, and just try to get the most for them, for their turns, for their future selves, and not trying to go too harsh in this one.
Of course, Kuba understanding the top of his deck with that compass just the same as Samo does, so he's understanding whether he can get some value off of that gold, maybe find a way to do the Call to the Grave, and then find a way to throw that Conqueror on the same turn if he can draw some resources, use Dead Threads as well. Another Symbiosis shot for 2 after the first one is taken. Down to no counters on the Symbiosis shot, no action points. This will be the end of the turn for Samo.
Which is kind of okay, because, I mean, Kuba started the turn at 23, which means it's...
I think Sam was pretty happy with the way this one turned out. He was able to strip through all of those resources on the defense with the equipment on the previous turn, which means this Boom Grenade that came through on this turn can actually deal some damage and help power up his turn, as if it was a 5-card hand with the Boom Grenade coming off the top.
Kuba has found a gold, which can come in handy at some point, hopefully for Kuba. And now he is at the start of his turn with that Call to the Grave and chooses to go first. Let's see.
Looks like he's reaching for a Jittery Bones on offense, which means he knows the top card of that deck from the compass. It's probably an ally to go 2, go again. It's a Chum. Deciding maybe it's not the turn for a Conquer with a second Chum hitting the Grave, and he will be able to play this out.
I'm gonna say no blocks.
This is a way for him to maybe buy tempo back by forcing Samo to send multiple attacks into this Chum on the following turn. Blue in hand, Dead Threads resource available, of course. Still gold available if he wants to go fishing for something else.
Absolutely. I think that Cubas is still thinking of the future more than trying to get the most right now. No, he's just taking it long term or mid term at least, not short term. And yeah, Samo has to play around that now.
Yeah, of course. Dead Threads resource created. Kuba touching those chums as if that's what he wants to do, but debating because both options available to him cost 4. We know this. He will choose the chum. Chum coming out of the graveyard. Attacking maybe with hook, maybe with not. No hook. This is a 4 power attack.
I'll say no blocks.
No blocks from Samo. Goes to 18. 18 to 12. Samo having a full grip.
Yeah, and we've got a slipper head there. It's the yellow one, but, well, still something
I'll
to,
activate Dash IO.
well, yeah, to pitch. Yeah, that's good, right?
Dash
That
IO
boom
off the
grenade.
top of the deck at the start of the turn. Boom Grenade represents quite a bit of damage here. Chum, obviously a relevant effect. If Chum is activated, the attacks can be forced into Chum, and Boom Grenade,
Go to 2 action.
remember, a Mechanologist attack action card has to hit a hero. So any hit into Chum does not pop that Boom Grenade for 4 damage at neither the Chum
I'll boost
nor the
it.
face.
Targeting you.
Kuba does allow him to play the Fast and Furious targeting him. No Watery Grave discard.
Again on
At this point, we know it's because there is no Watery Grave in the hand for Gravy. Of course, he could access it with the gold if he'd like, but he has taken a peek at the top of the deck, not found anything, meaning possibly it's not there.
Yeah, most probably. But still, I really like this feeling of being in-game, not being able to know which of the top for them. You know, like I feel like I'm Kuba when Samo looks at the top deck, and I feel like I'm Samo when Kuba looks at the top deck, and then surprises come, like that Boom Grenade.
Both players having additional information that both we don't have and each other don't have on top of the cards in their hand. Samo with 1 floating has a pretty good curve out here. He has a Pulse Wave Harpoon and a 0 to 60 in his hand. That's 3 4-power attacks to try to get this Boom Grenade through. Of course, if he wants to, he could break the chain to use his chess piece to also fire that Pulse Wave Harpoon from Arsenal. That weakens the effect of the Pulse Wave Harpoon in terms of its disruptive ability a little bit. But if his goal is just deal damage and go 4, 4, 4, 4, then he could obviously do that. And it looks like that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Fast and Furious goes to the grave. Tekla Foundry Heart banishes 2 more cards, 2 resources available, and we will start again.
Okay, so that's a 0 to 60. No. Yeah, it's a 0 to 60.
0 to 60 banishes the last red Boom Grenade, I believe. Maybe it's just a second. 4 power here, and we'll have 2 Pulse Wave Harpoons down the line. This first one might not be relevant, depending on how Kuba blocks, but the second one will be demanding a card no matter Kuba's choice. Of course, this Boom Grenade, if any attack hits here, it deals an additional 4.
No reactions.
Kuba saying no reactions on this block 3 against 4. This will be 5 damage through on this 0 to 60, bringing Kuba down to 7. 2 cards in hand, 2 available still to Samo as well. 2 action points as well from this Boom Grenade at the start of the turn. Only 1 counter on the Symbiosis shot, so not able to double weapon this turn.
But still going strong with that Pulse Wave Harpoon. 4-4, go again. That Kuba has to show his hand for.
Shows the hand. There's 2 3 blocks there. Has to show the last 2 remaining cards, of course. That's how Pulse Wave Harpoon works. It asks for cards equal to the number of boost on this chain link, which is 2. But he doesn't have to demand one of these cards. It has to be a block less than the number of chain links, equal to or less than the number of chain links. So in this case, Kuba just blocking with one of those cards out of his own choice. The second Pulse Wave will reveal this last card, and Kuba will not have the option of holding on to it. He will have to block with this card because of the Pulse Wave Harpoon effect.
Absolutely, that is what Kuba didn't know was coming.
Another Boom Grenade banished off the top. It's unfortunate for Samo. I'm sure he would have wanted some of these to be able to be played on the next turn, but he will take stripping Kuba's hand and dealing even more damage. 1 damage comes through in this Pulse Wave, goes down to 5. Symbiosis shot comes through on the back end with those last counters, goes down to 3, I believe. We can see written on Samo's paper, not updated on the top of your screen yet, but the score is 18-3.
There
Kuba
we go.
has a turn, nothing to do. Can attack with Chum, of course. It is a free attack. Thinking about maybe gold-baited hook, given the stage of the game.
I will attack with Chum for 4.
Yes, there he is. Attacking for
I'll
4.
say no blocks.
And no blocks, of course.
Samo, not much thought from him. Says no blocks, take 4, down to 14. Still a full suite of equipment available, of course. Looking through his banish zone just to understand what he might hit off the top of the deck as he continues to boost through this turn. Wants to understand how many items are left to find off the top. Is he able to create more action points?
Yes, and also I think he's still pretty comfortable at those 14 light points, right? As he has his full hand
Definitely.
to go now through his turn. And we can see a couple of T-bones there, a zipper hit that is coming straight away.
Targeting you.
Chum's still relevant, because Chum can be activated to force the next couple attacks into the Chum instead of Kuba's face, but this zipper hit being the first action by the turn player of the turn does mean that it goes to face, and no matter whether Kuba activates Chum or not, he still has to block out some of this 4, possibly all of this 4. Right now he's counting how many boom grenades are in those banish zone, possibly how many are in the graveyard as well, to see can he die to this if he takes 1 by just blocking 3 and then forces the rest of the turn into the Chum.
It is a risk. It is very, very risky. You have to bear that in mind when you decide how to block on this zipper hit. And it could look like they're both now counting the boom grenades, aren't they?
It's not just boom grenade, of course. Other items are relevant just to get action points, maybe be able to keep your deck a bit thicker, possibly play out that Tekla Pounder if he wants to. Block 3, no reactions, 1 damage taken, and in the damage step we will activate Chum, discarding that Rigor Mortis, meaning the next couple attacks this turn have to go into Chum, but Samo has the perfect response. He will just play the Tekla Pounder with the 2 float. He will pass turn, not having to throw any attacks into Chum. Now Kuba has the question. He's on 3. He has 3 cards available to him, 2 in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Can he start to threaten Samo's life total? Chart the High Seas played, hits a chart and a Loot the Hold, chooses to pitch the Loot the Hold, but unfortunately no extra gold creation, no extra allies into the bin. Has played a blue, has 3 pitch available.
This and this, yes.
Yeah, just making sure of how Kuba is playing this hand and this turn. And
We'll draw a card from the gold.
looking for activating that gold and fishing. Is that a call to the grave?
It is a call to the grave. Now options are even more open for Kuba. He can get a different ally if he wants it on top of the Chum and Rigor that are in grave. Of course, he might be able to get a back alley break line and take advantage of the action points as well. He has a Conqueror of the High Seas in Arsenal that we know about, so he could just play that with 1 blue in the pitch zone already, a second one going in. Breaks another gold, still wants more options, wants to think about what he can do on this turn. Another blue drawn, 1 more resource gained.
Yes, and that Conqueror has been there for so many turns now. I mean, he found them super early in game, and now it's paying off.
So early to find them, and then yes, now that he's found those extra resources off the top, he can come in with the Conqueror of the High Seas for 8, go again. Floating 1, we know he's floating a couple more resources as well. The Chum that we see on board cannot block. The Chum that we see on board, sorry, cannot attack. It has been activated on the other player's turn in order to use its ability, but he does have a blue and 1 float, meaning he will be able to use that Chum that is in the graveyard to develop a second Chum and still attack for 4 after this Conquer the High Seas. Great block from Samo, taking advantage of the Cogworks Tinker Rings, which creates an item, then galvanizing that item immediately off the adaptive plating. That combo blocking for 5, as well as the T-Bone from hand, blocking another 3.
Take the 4, go down to 10.
Now, that was a pretty good play from Kuba, but also Samo is doing his thing. He's not super worried here. He still has a semi-full hand because of that arsenal too. So let's continue with the mechanologist shenanigans. And yeah, T-Bone.
Chum being taken there to create a gold. The hook was risky, but Kuba had to given the scenario. And then we go back to Samo's turn. We know he has a Tekla Pounder. This means this T-Bone starts with 5 go again at the start of this turn, taking stock of his hand. There's a zipper hit. There's an item. I believe that back card might be another boom grenade. Looks like it to me. Of course,
it is.
Dash.io still able to be activated this turn too. And that Tekla Pounder, as well as the Cogworks Tinker Rings, created 2 items in the last 2 turns, meaning that Symbiosis Shot has some counters to take advantage of an extra action point if he can create it. Chum being activated here after a block 5 to get Oisted into grave and force future attacks into Chum.
Yeah, sure move, because, I mean, you're now finding yourself in a pretty tough situation, and that is the Tekla core going on board and a cerebellum processor.
Teklo core coming on board, cerebellum processor coming on board, boom grenade going into the pit zone. Samo again deciding, if you're just going to chum, I'm just going to pass and set up for my future turns. Of course, every time he does this, he will take some damage, but in this case, Kuba off of those Conquerors of the High Seas, no more available, all 3 in the graveyard. Had to give 5 block and give a card to the chum, only 1 card left offensively, so not able to put together much. It's looking like possibly 3 into a swing with Chum or a swing with the Oyston if he wants, given that there's a blue on the top of the deck. Choosing to play that Murderous Rabble, needs to deal as much damage as possible, not arsenal it.
No blocks, take the 3.
No blocks, take the 3 without even thinking from Samo here.
Yeah, Samo was just happy to take those 3, and yeah, it's like he said, keep it coming.
Keep it coming. Oyston hitting the board just to develop it since a blue has been played. Gold-baited hook and Chum activated. Chum now attacking. Block 2 with the chess piece. Take 2, another gold created. Kuba passing the turn into Samo's turn. Okay, so here we go. We have 5 cards available for Samo. We have 2 chums on board, meaning Kuba can redirect damage away. However, the start of the turn has to be respected, and Kuba only on 2.
Yeah, now Sam has those extra 2 resources also coming from that Tekla core, which are going to be quite useful.
So there is a start of action phase trigger now with this Tekla core. So Compass activation looks at the top of the deck. Kuba looking. He finds an ally on the top of the deck, not one in hand. Will activate Gravy Bones still in the same step just to get a blue out of his hand, get that ally into the hand, and now a Chum activation at the start of the turn before any cards played out of Samo. Samo will have to find his way around this. Chum has been activated. At least 6 damage must go to it before any can threaten Kuba. Otherwise, Kuba holding on to 3 cards for his turn.
I mean, what a game, Gabe. This is amazing. This is top 8, guys. I mean, top 4 already. It's getting better and better.
There we go. Off the top of the deck, a backup protocol red hitting the arena. That means a second action point for Dash.io. He can help clear this symbiosis shot. He can use this symbiosis shot to help clear this Chum. He can gain a card in hand with the Cerebellum Processor. So many ways to use this action point, as we have 2,000 viewers in this chat with us to watch this very exciting first semifinal of 2 here in Valencia. A lot of damage available and a lot of options available to Samo. He decides to use that action point to draw a card. Still so much available. Oh, the perfect number 4 into Chum. With a symbiosis shot available, currently he would need to find a way to generate an action point. Oh, it's 6 because of the Tekla powder.
Yes.
It's
no, but yeah.
Fearless Confrontation again. Oh, I'm getting too excited. Fearless Confrontation again for the second time, saving a card. It does cost a card out of Kuba. When these attacks start to come to face at the end of the turn, he will have to 1 less card.
Spark of Genius. And looking for that
Samo
boom grenade.
Getting a boom grenade off the Spark of Genius. Of course, he'll get his action point back. Really, the purpose here is to turn that Spark hopefully into a boost card, an attacking card, by getting the draw off the Spark of Genius. Chum still on 1 life, meaning unattack still has to go at Chum. I believe we have 1 more boost card available in Samo's hand, 2 more boost cards, and another Spark of Genius, and another card going to be drawn. It's looking still big with Kuba running out of resources. Chum only on 1 life and only a couple cards left on block for him. 2 cards drawn this turn. Very important to notice. So once the Spark of Genius resolves balance, we'll be able to get an extra blocking card for Kuba Tambor here. Can he live through the onslaught of all of the damage? If any one manages to hit the face, obviously Kuba will be dead to the boom grenade, so he has to block perfect on everything. Samo planning perfectly. What does he have left available to him? What can he draw? What can he hit off the top?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, he has to go through all of the cards to make sure which tools he still has available for making the most of his turn. It's just still 4 cards in hand, the arsenal. Kuba there just looking at his 2 cards left. Yeah, a little bit of a tension moment.
Absolutely, and Samo, of course, has that other Spark of Genius, able to draw an additional card, just going to search for an item just for the sake of replacing it with a card that is not Spark of Genius, if he'd like to, of course, looking through his deck and trying to understand what that card might be. Very tense moment for here as he is on 5 against 2, but so far not able to deal any damage to face this turn. If Kuba is able to block with his full hand and survive through this boom grenade, there is a 4-power weapon that costs 0 on the board in this secondary chum. And of course, as we know, that can also disrupt the following hand from Samo by forcing him to send those attacks into chum.
Let's see what's what.
Samo says, let's see what comes off the top, maybe. We'll see a blue zipper hit thrown in at chum. When this is played, Kuba gets an opportunity to break the balance of justice and draw an additional card. It's another 3 block.
Yeah, just what you want to see.
Exactly what you want to see.
Yes.
This chum will die, go to the watery grave, face down. Samo back to action point, only able to attack for... Oh, he attacks for 4 off the Sprocket Rocket, hitting an item off the top. This is 4 threatening the boom grenade. 2 cards asked out of Kuba Tambor here. 2 cards still available. One of them is a boost card. This one's also for 4. 4 at face, 3 blocked. Fist bump goes forward as the boom grenade wins the game for Samo Planinc, and he's in to the finals in this calling here in Valencia. Amazing celebration from his friends there. Dashayo, what a powerhouse of a hero. An amazing win on top of Gravy Bones. Hands on his head. He is reflecting on that amazing game, that tight end state that we saw him navigate so perfectly through all of those challenges, all of those chums that he's had thrown at his face. What a play from Samo. What a player. What a game. I'm so excited to see what we have on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, I'm excited to see who made it. And it's your dear friend, Paul van Gijssel.
An hour-long game there in the quarterfinals from Paul and Jacob is what I'm hearing. Paul ultimately getting the win on that Gravy Bones, a somewhat favored matchup into Arachne Marionette, a revenge match for him from that top 8 in Florence last year where they both got their first or entry onto the scene, or big stamp on the scene. Of course, that other semifinals coming up will be Kiran and Paul. We're going to be able to watch that, I believe, as we see Samo jump into the finals. Now look, I want to get into it. I want to skip. Let's get in.
Incredible. So far, you have done better than me, but also Ethan has done better than me in terms of picks, right? You have the good picks,
right? All right. I have Paul still left in this event, and of course, we have the Oscilio still left in this event. No, we don't. But we got semifinals.
Yeah,
we do. In this semifinals, about to play against Paul, of course. So Ethan and I fighting for the caster picks win.
Absolutely. That's
looking to see who can get that spot in the finals in this semifinals. Let's talk about how you can play more Flesh and Blood this weekend and next weekend and the weekend after that as well in Skirmish Season 13, the goodbye to Blitz.
Yeah, Blitz is saying goodbye, but not without some really nice goodies to offer. We have the Herald of Sikkim rainbow foil, but we have a beautiful range of cold foils coming in the shape of that Bravo, those Everbloom, those Consigned to Customers, and those beautiful, charming, I must say, playmats that are also a spot prize for those scary misses.
Great pun there from the charming playmats. Yeah, if you want to play a skirmish, if you want to send off this Blitz format, do make your way to the local game store either later today if the time zones allow it, otherwise next weekend or the weekend after, season lasting until December 14th. Carlota, we've watched one amazing semifinals. I'm so excited to watch another. It's going to be Paul on Gravy Bones versus Oscilio on the other side. Kiran Lee, we watched him in late in the day of this day. It was around 11, I believe. Let's take a break and then get back right into it.
My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
If you come on over here, we could be on the same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
Welcome back to the Calling Valencia. We've just watched semifinals number 1, a nail biter at the end, a very incredible win from our Dash.io player Samo. We have a second coming up, second semifinal between Oscilio and Gravy Bones. Lots to be played for still.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us in the cast, in the chat. If you have been joining us as everyone wakes up in America and we can maybe get all 3 regions watching. Don't forget, there is a giveaway. If you stick with us through this round and into the finals and are chatting during the finals, we will be drawing a Super Slam box of to be given away to 1 lucky chatter.
It's been incredible so far. I mean, what a ride. We are just about getting to the last semi-final. It's been a crazy day after an even more crazy day yesterday. It's been great to see some Dash.ios going forward. We've had Gravy, we've had Marionette. We have so many heroes that I feel wasn't that expected today.
Also those Armory deck, Rhinar decks showing up, of course. We had 7 great rounds yesterday. We've already seen 7 great rounds today. And to close out this tournament, we have 2 more. We have the semifinals. Let's take a look at the bracket to see who will be playing and then who will be vying for that final spot in the finals against Samo. In this first semifinals that we will be seeing, second semifinals that we'll be seeing, that we'll be casting, we see Kiran Lee on Oscilio against Paul van Gijssel on Gravy Bones. We haven't seen these 2 players play against each other yet. We have seen both of these players on stream throughout the weekend, and I believe we even saw Kiran on stream taking out a Gravy Bones. Here he is. He took out Michael Feng in round 11, and then again he took out in the quarterfinals your friend Juan Chacon, also on Gravy Bones. So yeah. Kiran may be the gravy killer on this Oscilio, with the upper hand in the pick as well. Having 6th place, he'll get to pick to go first.
Yes, let's remind our viewers that we had another Oscilio in this top 8, which is already impressive. Impressive numbers for that hero. That was indeed a lower tier of representation, and that we have now here seen in the semifinals.
Kiran may be the gravy killer of the Oscilios here, but don't think this matchup is unwinnable. We do see at the top of our page in the top left corner, Martin, our first seed, our almost undefeated 11-1 Oscilio, did fall to Kuba Tambor in that quarterfinal, so it is winnable. The Oscilio can stumble, the gravy can hit strong, and Paul van Gijssel does have a path to victory in this sure to be exciting, amazing semifinals.
This is the beauty of this game. I mean, you never know. You just have to sit down, play, and enjoy the ride.
No match is ever free in Flesh and Blood. No matchup is unwinnable. Always something can be found. And even on that screen we were just looking at, you can't say just from that screen that any one hero is favored in this upcoming matchup. Obviously, I'd like to beat Paul, not just because he's my friend, but because he's my caster pick. And I'd like to hold it over our little producer, Ethan, who has his caster pick on the other side of this match in the Oscilio, of course.
Yes, don't be fooled, guys. This is a Gabe against Ethan game now. So I will be taking care of the Oscilio here. No worries.
You're a little in the middle of Ethan and I, providing him the barrier so I don't pummel him as we watch this match go through, so that I can make sure my boy wins.
I mean, yeah, Kiran took my friend Juan Chacon, so he's carrying that energy now. I will gladly have him on my team pick now, as well as Ethan.
If he took out the last Spanish player in the Spanish calling, he needs to take it to the throne to make it worth it for knocking out Juan in that match. Of course, Kiran, a great player. We watched him play in round 11, as we've talked about, and we saw him navigate this matchup with a lot of understanding. There was that turn where he understood not to Arsenal an extra Gone in a Flash, even though he had an Embodiment of Lightning going into the next turn, because he understood the way Michael Feng played indicated that there was a Conquer the High Seas available. That's one of the key cards. Let's pass to the table and let's see what's going on as these players start this match in semifinal number 2 at Calling Valencia. Paul van Gijssel on the left going second as Gravy Bones. Kiran Lee on the right will be going first on Oscilio. Let's look at who Paul played against throughout this tournament.
Yeah, so we do have Juan Chacon there as well. That was one of his losses in that Gravy Bones mirror. And we also have Nuno Amaral with Cindra. Those were those 2 losses in day 1, carrying him forward to day 2. and going against Gijssel Tarida, another of my local players, another Spaniard, also in Gravy Bones. So I can tell Paul has a good grip of that mirror. And then we have, well, Alexis Andrea, Ihor, of course, who was also there. And yeah, Paul managed to get the win in from him, from that Rhinar that we had.
Of course, coming into day 2 on X2 means every match for Paul was a win or out, and he was able to win every single match today to make it to this top 8. Let's check out who's on the other side. Kiran Lee, similar boat. He did lose that last round in round 7, also to Nuno Amaral, who clearly was the beater of these top 8 players. He went 5-2 on day 1, taking out a variety of heroes, a couple Kasais, a couple Gravies, a Dory, a Kano, and a Cindra were the heroes he played against. Then in day 2 started off with a revenge win against against Dory, another one against Dory, and then finished out the day also in that string of win or outs. Has to win against Anton on Marionette. We saw him win against Michael on Gravy, and then must have been a nail-biter Dio match in that last round, round 12 of the Swiss against Varsavens to win and his way into this top 8. Not a very favored matchup necessarily for the Oscilio against Dash.io, so very impressive for him to win that 12th round. And of course, if he wins this, he will be playing against another Dash.io in the finals. So maybe he's feeling confident in this matchup where other Oscilios might not. Kiran Lee with the higher seed has chosen to go first here, as the players are still shuffling up and about to be ready for this amazing game of flesh and blood.
Yeah, this is amazing, and we can tell you have seen it, say it before, and we have seen it in the board there, in the different games that he has played. He has taken over so many gravies so far, but Paul is ready to go ahead and end that winning streak, right?
For sure. Paul, a good friend of mine. I've been playing with him for now 2.5 years, since I think Pro Tour Baltimore might have been the first time we really prepared for an event together. Lovely guy. He's been really on the come up in this game for a long time and finally got his breakthrough at that calling 1 year ago in November of 2024 in Florence. Top 2, losing that finals to Jacob Clements. Of course, also getting to the top 4 of a Pro Tour earlier this year in London. Paul is a big name in this game, and he's been playing Gravy for a while and really understands the depths of this deck. He's been playing a lot of Gravy, and he understands what has to happen in matchups like this one. Let's jump in as the players draw their first hand, put the fist bump forward, amazing timing, and we're ready for our game. Last number -2, our second semifinals of the day. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, too exciting. The first card drawn for Paul van Gijssel is an Amulet of Echoes. That's one of those tech cards that you specifically have in against Oscilio. It turns off or turns down the combo turn, which relies on playing multiples of the same named card.
Yeah, combo breaker here that you really want to find if you're Paul right now. Also, was that a pun intended when you said that you prepared with Paul the depths of this deck?
Never, never. I don't make puns. I'm not good at those.
Yeah, don't bring me down. We're in the semi-final here, and we are just getting started.
Kiran starting the game off with an Oscilio activation, getting rid of an Electromagnetic Somersault, which is maybe not offering him that much value on this turn 0. Of course, wants to look for other setup cards available, or maybe free damage in. Draws into that Comet Storm Shock, which is arcane damage. Paul representing no arcane barrier on the other side of the deck. There is no Null Rune Boots like we saw from Michael Feng earlier in the day, instead prioritizing quick dodge flexors to block physical damage with those non-block allies on the big Gun and a Flash combo turn. Kiran instead playing Comet Storm Shock both sides. Floating 1, he can activate the Volzar on the Comet Storm if he chooses to. And so that's exactly what they clarify. 1 into 6, 7 total damage coming through on turn 0. A great start from Kiran as well, as he knocks Paul down to 33.
Both are ready. Both have fought so hard for this. This is it. The winner here goes to the final, Gabe. I mean, it's a big deal.
It is a big deal. Paul never been in a final in one of these premier events. I think Kiran, this is his first top 8, also wants that ticket and chuckles as Paul's very first card is an Amulet of Echoes hitting the table, and Paul says, yep, this was quite nice. So how Amulet of Echoes works, when you can destroy it, it's just an item on board, you can destroy it whenever you want at instant speed, and the target hero, the opponent hero, can discard 2 cards. You can only do this if they've played 2 or more cards with the same name this turn. But even though on Oscilio's combo turn, that Gone in the Flash is the same physical card, it's being bounced into hand and played again. For the sake of the game rules, that's considered 2 different Gone in a Flashes. So that will enable the Amulet of Echoes as soon as we see a second Gone in a Flash played on 1 turn from Kiran Lee.
Absolutely, this still applies, and it is relevant because we see the first Gone in a Flash in Kiran's hand there. Now we are seeing a lone shark being played by Paul as he unknowingly has already sat down the hopes of launching that and throwing that Gone in a Flash twice for the next couple of turns.
Of course, you can win against Amulet of Echoes. There are ways you can get a big enough combo turn where you can afford to discard those cards and just make your combo turn a bit smaller, or you can find a way to sequence together 2 combo turns, maybe with some Embodiment of Lightnings on the board and swinging in a Blast to Oblivion in the middle to create some extra action points for that Gone in a Flash without having to use the Lightning Greaves. Always, Oscilio has available Blast to Oblivion combo turns that don't necessarily rely on multiple Gone in a Flashes. You can do 1 Gone in a Flash, 1 and several different blasts, but still, it's very hard to get these big combo turns through the Amulet of Echoes for the Oscilio side.
Of course, and we saw Paul calling it to the grave and recovering that chum, and now that chum is peacefully staying there until he calls him. He really calls him from the grave. Yeah. And we saw some cold treason as well coming from that lone shark. I love that design. I mean, that card is crazy. It's just so funny all the way. And we see a chum going out for 4.
Coming in for 4, not offensively a huge hand here for Paul, just 4 with a gold-baited hook activation, but he's creating a lot of resources available to him. Obviously developed that Amulet of Echoes, which we've discussed. He develops 2 gold from the Lone Shark, possibly a 3rd from the hit of this Chum friendly first mate. But importantly, what he's really doing here is setting up that Chum on the board. We saw in the last game, it was Gravy's last hope in a matchup that felt lost. Chum was able to climb back to almost being able to win that game with 2 Chums on board, really throwing that Dash.io's plans for a loop. Paul hoping this Chum can afford him additional card value against his Oscilio opponent, like it did for the other Gravy in the other semifinals.
Are those 2 Gone in a Flash that I see?
That is 2 Gone in a Flash.
Right?
That's not how Amulet of Echoes is supposed to be activated, but that technically does work. If they're 2 different Gone in a Flashes too. Kiran got that second Gone in a Flash off of discarding a card to Oscilio, discarded the Sigil of Solace, trying to look for maybe offensive potency instead of just wanting to save life here. He recognizes his role is to kill Paul before anything on board becomes too relevant and before those Conquerors hit the board for Paul van Gijssel.
Absolutely. We've seen some good findings in terms of Conquerors in the last game. Let's see if Paul is so lucky as to see them early in game 2, yes, or if he has to wait a little bit more and they are a little bit more shy.
Lucky enough to get that hit, that first point of damage against Kiran Lee. He comes in with 4 on the Chum, and it does hit, creating another gold off the gold-baited hook. Passing to Kiran Lee's turn, we see it start with a Gone in a Flash. This one for 4. Currently no go again. There's a blink in hand to create an action point.
Yes, we know that Oscilio has lots of tricks up his sleeve, and well, Kiran Lee knows them all. It is clear. That's why he is here at the semifinals of this calling. Let's see how Paul responds to that.
Compass activation, taking a look at the top card. He wants to work with maximum information. Card back on the top of the deck. Paul understands what's available to him, and now he can engage. From his view, he doesn't know that it's not a combo turn, except for the fact that Lightning Greaves wasn't blocked with. Could still be some sort of couple attacks into a spell.
We see a Sunken Treasure there in Is it?
No blocks. Yeah, that is 1 Conquer the High Season. Paul says no blocks. He understands this isn't the biggest combo turn, probably a blink coming forward as will come forward from Kiran. Willing to take some of this damage in order to throw back a big hand. Wants to see whether his Chum is going to be killed. Of course, he's not forcing Kiran to kill it at this stage. Blink played, action point returned, second Lightning card played. 2 Gone in a Flash in hand, 1 Mind Warp in hand. No Sigil on board. Activating Volzar will cost 1 resource.
Yeah, you might as well say that you blink and it's gone in a flash. You missed it.
What happens? Here we go. Volzar activation with pitching gone in a flash. Mind Warp played for 4. Not the most high value turn, but he will be taking Paul off of those cards, including off of that wonderful Conquer the High Seas that he really wants to protect. Paul, no AB, just drops the hand, takes 4 down to 25, and is willing to shuffle his hand in, draw 3 different.
Yeah.
This is a little bit of a different tack we've seen. I saw Michael Feng earlier in the day taking a very defensive stance, not wanting to drop low so that he was high enough to live through a combo turn when it did happen. Paul here willing to go to 25 early. Not much interaction he could have done about that. Mind Warp, of course. The Gone in a Flash, he could have blocked that, but then in the end, this Mind Warp would have taken him down to a 2-card hand. So Paul loses the Conquer that he was trying to hold on to. Will now be drawing 3 random cards.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a card. I mean, Mind Warp can absolutely change things unknowingly, because Kiran didn't know that there was this Conqueror in Paul's hand, and now it's also gone in a flash. And Paul recovered all of his cards, -1.
-1. There's 2
Worth
blues
a-
there for Paul, and a chum, friendly first mate. If he wants to get that second chum onto board, he'll start his turn with a gravy activation. Using a gold, drawing a card, bottoming another card, draws into Blood in the Water, a defense reaction, and puts that chum into the grave. No blue played yet, means that chum can't be put out, but there are blues available, of course, and with Dead Threads, he has ways to be able to attack. Oh my gosh.
Oh, life. Oh,
These
life.
are good blues available. Avasti and Loot the Hold. Very
This is a
flexible.
good one.
Dead Threads create a resource. He'll be able to put this chum onto the board if he wants it, of course. One of these cards will be pitched, and one of these cards will be played. He's playing the Loot the Hold and pitching the Avasti. Instead of coming in for 4, go again into 4, he says it's better to come in to with 4 on-hit discard against this explosive Oscilio deck.
I
Loot
think,
the
yeah.
Hold on chum, 4 on-hit discard, as Paul clarifies.
Yeah, I think Paul is starting to like the way his board looks, right?
Yeah, he's, again, only ever attacked for 4 this game. He's attacked for 4 on the first turn. He's attacking for 4 on the second turn. This time it is 4 with a discard effect, which is definitely more value than 4. And importantly, he's got a board full of defenses. So though his life total is lower, he's representing an Amulet of Echoes and 2 chums on the board, which are a lot of ways to live through any big turn that Kiran can throw him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have to remember that there are still some tools in Kiran's hand, and he doesn't want to lose them. I mean, there's this Mind Warp, once again. There's Gone in a Flash. There's Fry.
There is another Mind Warp available. Reaching for it on the block on account of the fact that in order to play it, he would have to play the Fry and pitch a card for this Volzar, and to do all of that stuff and then block out this chum, which has the on-hit, would demand an equipment he's not willing to give just yet. So blocks 5 with the Mind Warp and the Flittering.
Yes, just trying to not carry it too
Playing patient while his hand is a
greedily.
little bit small. Paul and Gijssel having to decide here on the Lone Shark. Of course, at the end of this turn, he hasn't created any gold. This didn't hit with the Loot the Hold effect, so he can either take 2 damage or discard the last card in his hand. He chooses to take 2, falls to 23, and arsenals a defense reaction, which is a 4 block or 6 block, depending on what's available to Paul.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, you have to also think of a little bit more long term, and the table, the board is looking good. Those 2 charms are there. They look very friendly, and Kiran is now thinking what to do with those Fry and Gone in a Flash, and it's going for the Fry.
Life total deficit for Paul, but definitely advantage for tempo. This Fry seems like it's going to face. Paul gets priority, thinks on whether he wants to do a chum activation.
Yeah,
Looking
I mean,
for an ally on the top of the deck with Compass.
it's just yeah, quote unquote, 3 coming towards Paul, and Paul is more interested in planning his next move, going ahead with that Sunken Treasure.
Sunken Treasure blocking, Mind Warp being flipped, this creates a gold. Paul not having a lot of offense damage in his hand, of course, so far, but he is creating enough gold that he might be able to draw into it on his next turn. Kiran reaching for that card in Arsenal, Blast to Oblivion. It's for 4. He chooses to also go to face. This won't be able to kill a chum, so 4 to face. Paul asked a question. How much damage are you willing to take before you run me over? Because remember, the more points of damage Paul takes now, the less Kiran needs to do on that combo turn. Though that combo turn will be disrupted by an amulet and possibly by chums, If the boundary is lower, because there's not a lot of damage to deal, Kiran might still be able to punch through, especially with arcane damage at the end of the turn. No blocks declared, and then Blood in the Water coming for 4 out of Arsenal, no effect taken. So no ally hitting the grave, but 4 block covered up. Paul stays at 23, Kiran on 32, pass turn, go to Paul with 3 cards.
All good without Kapikura numbering of our lives of our heroes and players, and that compass is already
tapped.
Yeah,
Paul has knowledge
so
of that top card of his deck.
you just have to go and make the most of what you have. We have a golden tipple there. We have this beautiful
Portside Exchange just to
Activism,
cycle
yeah.
cards from his hand. He wants to get deeper into the deck, and he wants to get a blue into grave in case he's able to fetch an ally later this turn. Not the best way to play that Portside, but ultimately what he wants is just getting some cards that actually deal damage. So here we go, tip the bar created, and immediately that gold Kiss Rum destroyed. Hero tapped, 4, go again. I imagine another 4 on the other end, and he'll be able to arsenal that golden tipple to try to get a higher power turn after this one. Still feeling safe with all these chums on the board that he's not going to take too much damage as soon as he can start drawing some gosh darn allies.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's also waiting for those conquerors to show up again, because the last one was stripped from him by that mind warp. That must have hurt a little bit. But Paul is just keeping it cool, and he is relying on his charms to do the hard work for him, just going with the flow, and yeah, you know, attacking for 4 once and again is just a fair way to go.
I mean, a very
your
efficient weapon
turn.
for sure. Getting that tip the barkeep makes it a 0 resource 8. Of course, he had to play the port side to draw the tip the barkeep and play the tip the barkeep to get the go again. But still, these are weapons on board that provide him some defensive possible advantage with the 6. And Paul knows his deck. He knows that those conquerors are in there. He knows that there's at least 10 more allies probably in there, depending on how he's boarded. Probably 10 to 12 more allies in there. He will start to draw into them. These chums will start to have effect, and he'll start to have ways to play out bigger hands in the future. For now, playing it slow and keeping the life total somewhat even. 3 to face declared on the first attack of Kiran Lee's turn. Fry going at face.
Yeah, Paul is just checking his arsenal, checking his hand, trying to decide what to do here, how to proceed. There are some sigil as well in Kiran's hand.
Yeah.
And we're just taking it slow, kind of.
2 sigils.
In the best sense.
2 sigils and a 0-cost shock that Consign to Cosmos available to Kiran. So if there is a chum activation, of course, Kiran can find a way to set up for the following turn and send some arcane damage at face, not lose much to that chum, but
there's still this Gone in a Flash in the arsenal.
is
in
still a Gone in
Kiran's
a Flash if he wants it. And we'll be able to bounce that back, of course, with that plethora of instants. Block 3 against the Fry, just wanted to get value out of this block and not fall too low, so Arcane can't kill him. Maybe recognizing from Paul's perspective that if he dies to pure Arcane from this point forward, these chums are not actually presenting him extra life. So if that's Kiran's out, he doesn't want to allow it, taking as little damage to physical damage as he can.
And there is that Gone in a Flash that we were mentioning. And it's going to, obviously,
Targeting the chum with Gone in a Flash as he's forced to. He'll deal 4 damage, still will need to deal 2 more, but with that Consigned to Cosmos available, he will be able to shock the rest of that damage off of the chum. Play out 1 or both of the sigils, possibly arsenal the other. Just thinking on how big he wants to make this. And truly, whether he wants to send it chum or face is maybe a thought. We're still in the damage step of the Gone in a Flash, hitting that chum there, of course, so we can still bounce this Gone in a Flash back to hand by playing out an instant. That's what he chooses to do. And he just makes a very big shock go towards the chum. Doesn't want to hold information, just wants to play out those cards. Get the Gone in a Flash back, arsenal it, 2 sigils on board. Going to the next turn, Kiran hoping he can string something together with this very big hand he has coming for him. Action point on board, extra card on board. It'll be a 6-card turn if he can find something good. Of course, against that Amulet of Echoes, that you lose a couple cards, but maybe he can find something that works nonetheless.
Sounds good to me.
Hand before he plays that second Gone in a Flash. Tempo goes to Paul. Full hand.
Let's see now. Oh, that gold. Yep. There is a draw from that gold, as you kindly predicted, and we see a prismatic ley line.
Prismatic Leyline hitting the table, representing quite a bit of damage. Of course, we've seen that Saltwater Swell hit the pitch zone, but Golden Tipple Blue available in Arsenal to discard a Swabby, draw a card. This stays even, just costing 1 resource to come in for 4 here, off buffed up by the Prismatic Leyline. Gold has been created, so Gold-Baited Hook is attacking on this one. Paul wants to get maximum gold as soon as possible. Cards left in hand for him are another 4-block defense reaction and a portside exchange. That blue possibly being used to play out that Rigor Mortis and attacking with it, or if he wants to pitch both of those cards, of course, he can play out that Swabby and attack with it. Other lands available, play out the Swabby, attack with a Chum. Paul is flexible on this turn. He could always draw with gold as well.
Yeah, Kiran is just happy to take the damage and continue this race. And it's back to Paul as he decides how to take the most of that Prismatic Leyline.
Several options available to him, as we've discussed. Chooses to pitch that portside exchange to break a gold, see if he can pull anything else together. Draws a card. It's another Swabby.
Gravy Bones activation with one of those gold again to fetch for a Chatter.
Chart the High Seas is the draw, and Swabby hits the deck. Paul wanted to get through this hand, maybe make sure he doesn't have too many allies in the upcoming hand, so draw as many cards with his draw discard effects as possible so that he gets them into the grave and doesn't have them stuffing up against the combo turn. Swabby played here. Attack for 9. He get that extra resource off of the Prismatic Leyline, off of the gold draw earlier, turning into a Swabby, which itself turned into a blue from the Gravy Bones. That means he goes +1 from that fishing with the gold. Had that blue originally, and that Dead Thread's exactly the resource he needs to come in for the maximum damage. Swabby for 9, holding on to a defense reaction in Arsenal, which is extra life for him. Of course, that Chum represents extra life, and possibly that Amulet of Echoes as well. Looks like this might be one of the key moments for the Oscilio player. Am I willing to block 9, or is this the turn I have to go off? Oscilio activated, loses a Sigil of Solace to try to get different cards in hand. He gets a Lightning Press.
It doesn't block much.
Doesn't block anything. Doesn't work that great with the Gone in a Flash, but of course it works well with the Flittering Charge that he has in his hand as well. So Kiran, also with a plethora of options, will be drawing an extra card at the start of his turn in the Sigil of Brilliance. Has the opportunity to block with Flash of Brilliance to get an extra draw here as well, discarding one of those cards. And of course has an Oscilio activation on his turn if he'd like it as well. So much future you have to work with as both of these decks as you draw off the top of your deck in your own turn quite often. So it's not known information like we so often have when defending in Fab.
Yeah, and that Gone in a Flash is ever resting there, ever living in that arsenal. It's been a while.
Trying to find a way to maybe play it out without getting too hosed by the Amulet of Echoes, but so far hasn't been able to string it together. If there's a hand, it looks like it might be this one, but he's going to have to find some magic to make it work.
Yeah, thinking of committing the equipment here, just to avoid getting so much damage, I guess. Since the hand is not helping that much with the blocking.
No, definitely, and it looks like because we have 2 sigils popping at the start of this turn, at least the arm piece will be blocking here, and he's going to want to break it on his turn. Take 8 is the saying from Kiran. Down to 12. We're going into... Doesn't look like it's going to be the final turn because of the Lightning Greaves not being blocked with, but of course is going to be a big turn. Kiran's goal here is to find a way to navigate this without having to give an Amulet of Echoes trigger. This is possible. The cards available do make it possible that that Gone in a Flash could be your last card played the second time, or maybe second last card played. Sigils on the stack as Aether Bindings of the Third Age is activated, and Paul now has a window in which he can chum. First he'll take Compass, he'll look at the top card. There are several allies available in hand for Paul already, but of course he wants to know what he might be drawing off of that Gravy Bones activation. If he is going to try do it, no, in this case, he'll just chum, discard the chum, understanding what he's working with. The first couple points of physical damage will have to go to the chum and not to Paul's face.
Embodiment and draw a card.
Embodiment of Lightning coming onto the board, draw a card coming onto the board, and Amp 2 already generated for Kiran here. That draw is an electromagnetic somersault. With Flittering Charge available in hand, there's a lot of physical that can come through and hit this chum. Of course, important thing to notice, Now Amulet of Echoes can be activated against the second Gone in a Flash or against the second Flittering Charge if that's what he chooses to get back with Electromagnetic Somersault. So
Absolutely.
Kiran has a puzzle on his hand just playing against this Amulet of Echoes. One card that Paul drew in his first hand totally changes the game from the perspective of Kiran as he's down 11 life in this critical turn 4 of our second semifinal.
This is when we get like real tricky here.
Yeah. 6 cards available, Amp 2 generated, go again on his first attack, guaranteed, and a big question mark on the board in that Amulet of Echoes. First couple physical attacks do have to target Chum, but Kiran deciding which card it will be for now.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy moves from Holík today on Oscilio as well. So we might be up to some really incredible shenanigans coming from Oscilio if he plays it right.
This hero definitely capable of tricks. Of course, Oscilio not even activated this turn, so if he wants to get any of these instants out of his hand for a different card, maybe he wants to go for more a physical forward play instead of bouncing this Gone in a Flash too many times, he will be able to. He had reached for that Flittering Charge to attack with it, thinks again. Looking back at his 5-card hand and 1 in Arsenal. Like, so we're playing Lyath again. Bring Jason Rolfe back onto the stream.
Yeah, absolutely. But there is no Lyath right now. The only ones here are Paul and Kiran on Gravy and Oscilio. Let's let Kiran think this through as he reaches for one of his cards already. Let's see, because he is second guessing his choice as Paul rests his hand on the table. I don't want to know where this is going, and that in charge going through.
Paul understanding this is a wizard match my opponent has to think. He also understands that this is a key turn for Kiran based on the use of the arms, after the 6 cards available, and of course, Paul knows the puzzle that he put with that Amulet of Echoes. That's why he plays the card. So he understands, he respects Kiran taking his time here. Flittering Charge the first play, going into that Chum, friendly first mate. That's 4 damage coming forward. Currently, there is a shock available, so the last 2 damage could, at the end of this, be dealt with the shock, but it is an expensive shock. It is it's a Comet Storm shock that would have to be paid for with that blue sigil of lightning at the back of the hand. Instead, Lightning Press coming forward onto this Flittering Charge. That's 2 cards committed to deal 7 to this Chum, friendly first mate.
Yeah, just trying to make sure here that it is as much as gone, right?
That's
and
Chum gone. Chum gone, go again given from Flittering and the embodiment. Kiran says, let's move forward. No Electromagnetic Somersault played yet. He doesn't want that second Flittering to give the Amulet of Echoes opportunity. We have Comet Storm Shock, Electromagnetic Somersault, and Sigil of Lightning left for Kiran. Chum has been cleared. Paul has 3 cards left and an 11 life lead.
Yeah, it's only Swabby now. And Kiran knows that he has to be very precise here. And we are talking good decisions, right timing, right order.
Only Swabby, you say?
Yeah, well, you know what I mean.
Kiran reaching for the Electromagnetic Somersault, decides he will, after all, take this Flittering Charge back into his hand. Just get an extra Lightning card played as well. Flittering hitting the table. This is the second Flittering Charge being played this turn. Paul now can activate Amulet of Echoes if he wants. He goes straight, fast plays to the defense reaction step. So Kiran maybe was thinking that he could always just shock in the instant speed if he wants to do that. He still will do this, so was playing around Amulet of Echoes anyways, because you can always respond to that activation, but Paul doesn't get baited. He's not willing to get baited. Volzar and Comet Storm Shock coming in. Just playing the one side. It's the shock, but it's 1 damage on the shock, 5 from the Volzar, and 2 from the Aether Bindings of the 3rd age. That's a total of 8 Arcane, which will knock Paul down at this stage to 15. Kiran finds a good way to navigate through that turn to deal quite a bit of damage, take some defensive possibilities away from Paul, clearing that Chum and that D-React out of Arsenal, leaving Paul with 3 cards, not getting more than 8 through, but Paul less comfortable now. 15 is not the highest when your opponent has a lot of Arcane in their deck and you have no AB.
Absolutely. And Paul is trying to figure out how to best play his cards. I think I saw a Call to the Grave there.
It looks like a Call to the Grave, a Murderous Rabble, and a Rigor Mortis. Of course, he has knowledge of the top card of his deck thanks to that Compass of Sunken Depths. So he knows what he might hit off of a Murderous Rabble if he wants to play that. He knows that he might hit off of a gold draw if he wants to do that. Taking stock of his options. If he plays this Call to the Grave first, of course, that top card will change. But maybe not satisfied with what that top card is, and he's happy with it anyways.
There you go. There it is. Well, he chooses to go with that Call to the Grave and now goes fishing.
Goes fishing through the deck. You take a look at him as he searches through it. Gets that back alley break line and pushes that into the graveyard. That'll gain an action point because it went from the deck to any other zone face up.
Now, what is Kiran thinking here?
I think he's thinking, I'm going to take a lot of damage. Paul has a couple extra blues, I believe, left. We have that one rigor and a blue, so 5 resources, or that rigor, of course, could be played out. 2 gold on the board means we can draw cards as well, and a plethora of options available in the graveyard for Paul if he wants to generate out some allies as well as attack with a Swabby. First, gravy activation, use 1 gold, try to get that rigor into the grave, draws into an Eye of Ophidia. 2 action points remaining, 2 pitch cards remaining. One of them gives information about what he might draw if he wants to gold.
That opt can become quite handy because he already used the compass before. He has shuffled, no idea what he's facing now. So, yeah.
No idea what's going to come off of this compass, but he would, or off of any draw, but he would now with this eye. He has options. He has rigor in the graveyard. Of course, he has Sawbones if he wants to prevent some arcane damage and develop that one. He has Swabby on the board and in the graveyard if he wants to develop it. Choosing to start by activating Hook and attacking with the Swabby. That uses his first 2 resources, but first he'll opt to...
might have reactions to this one.
Might have reactions to the opt, but deciding with 2 action points. Let's just get some information about what we can draw with that gold if we want to draw after this is resolved. Of course, Kiran has ways to instant speed kill this Swabby while the attack is resolving, and he won't take damage thanks to cards called Shock, but Paul protected. Not like we saw earlier in the day, it's not a Swabby with Go Again, where your whole turn fizzles if that dies. It's a Swabby with an extra action point. So Paul still holds on to this action point if Swabby does die during this attack.
Absolutely, and Kiran is well aware of that. He's just considering all of his options there, shuffling his cards up and down, and Paul just goes ahead and reminds him kindly of those 7 coming his way.
7 coming his way. Kiran takes half of his hand and puts it sideways. 3 cards sideways. Looks like he's going to be defending this. No Shock to play with in this hand, and also not recognizing a good offensive hand either, with not many instants, a whole bunch of attacks. None of them have Go Again. No way to get that Mind Warp to be blasting. Last card in hand is a Sigil of Solace. Paul not aware of that yet, but 7 block put forward on Swabby. Kiran asking if, do you close the chain just so I can put these cards in grave? Paul says yes. Thinking on options. Lots of information to still work with. Of course, Dead Thread's also active, so currently looking at 5 resources available to Paul if he doesn't gold.
Yeah, I mean, you can't rush it, right? Let's remind everyone that this is an untimed match anyway, so you can feel a little bit less pressured in that sense.
For sure, and this is the top 4 of a calling top 8. This is a very important match for both of these players. This is one of the most exciting matches either of these players will have played in their history of Fab, and it's been a close one, so I think they'll be enjoying it. Paul reaches that Murderous Rabble into the pitch zone, cracking a gold, looking to draw an additional card. It's a Loot the Hold, so he can get some disruption. He had the line to be able to go for Swabby, maximum damage if he wanted to use Death Threads, but no, he wants to play this Loot the Hold, play out the Sawbones, which will still protect him on future turns. Dead Threads to attack with it. This is 6, and a discard effect on hit, of course. Discard dodge, Sigil of Solace being the play from Kiran. Up to 15, but now this is 6 physical coming through, threatening, bringing him down to 9 damage. No discarded card means no gold created on this Loot the Hold, but Paul's still happy with getting this damage through.
I mean, he didn't know there was a Sigil of Solace there, but...
I mean, either way, that card gets committed to block because it has to, right? You have to block with it, otherwise you're going to lose it. So he knows he's not creating that gold, but he is asking for cards. Kiran thinking he can block with equipment, of course. Decides not to. He says, take 6. I'll go down to 9. 15 to 9 for Paul van Gijssel with full tempo. Kiran Lee going into his turn with nothing to play except that arsenal. And passing.
Yeah.
Kiran says, I would like to pass, obviously giving Paul a window to activate instants. He does have Gravy Bones. Oh, no gold on board, so not going to be able to activate an instant here, but Conqueror of the High Seas drawn for Paul. 2 of them? 2 Conquerors and 2 blues.
There are 2 Conquerors, yes. You are absolutely right, Gabe.
And 2 blues as well means that he will be able to fire at least 1. Oh, gold-baited hook was used last turn and no gold created, so it is gone. Players just clarifying that, and then Paul having a think based on the top card of his deck. Of course, no gold right now, but if this Conqueror does hit, that would create a gold and let him draw with those last 2 remaining resources. Alternatively, of course, he's got these allies on board. There's also other lines, of course. There's blues in hand that he could play out, but no, he reaches for that Conqueror.
He really needs that gold.
He really needs that gold, and also he just needs the highest offensive numbers, threatening more than the discard, the Arsenal Disruption. He's threatening lethal here with 8 on the Conqueror of the High Seas. 8 go again into 7 off the Swabby is the face-up play, at least from Kiran's view. Looking at Kiran's hand, we see not a lot of block. That is a blink. That is a shock. Not clear if it's a null shock. It's a null shock.
Yep.
A sigil of conductivity, and at the back, a sigil of brilliance. That is a grand total of 0 block available to Kiran. Of course, there's ways to cycle some of these cards. He does have access to Oscilio. He has access to Flash of Brilliance. Maybe if he wants to play that Sigil of Brilliance before this Flash resolves, he'll be able to try to just draw extra cards and draw into stuff that blocks for 3. He's doing this before he activates Oscilio, though, maybe saying, I know I'm not going to be able to block this fully, so I'm just trying to live a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be, and you have to play safe, and you have to be very conservative here when it comes to your life points, because, I mean, if you are aware, I mean, obviously Paul is not aware yet, but he's giving out hints that his hand probably
does not block that much. He's not reaching quickly for those several cards on block against this Conqueror, not trying to live through the offensive turn. He says, in response to the Flash of Brilliance, I'll play a Sigil of Brilliance. Put it on the board, then I let Flash of Brilliance resolve. I'm going to discard a card from hand, bounce an aura from the board to my hand. That's the Sigil of Brilliance, and of course Sigil of Brilliance itself draws a card when it exits. That's 1 more card into Kiran Lee's hand, looks for a 3 block, but he had to do this in response, meaning currently he's not covering up the damage. It says no reactions, not able to cover 8 no matter what, because he would only be drawing that in the defense step, of course.
Loved how he dragged that card on the table just for that extra second of hope.
Relevant here is that that is a lightning card played in the Sigil of Brilliance. So if we see a shock later on this turn, maybe to kill the Swabby, it will be able to be buffed up. So this Volzar coming through can amp this null shock. It will take a lot of cards out of Kiran, but it will kill the Swabby in response to the attack, which means he is living. Of course, 6 damage was taken here on this Conqueror of the High Seas, so the life totals, the true life totals, are 15 to 3 right now, as Paul updates that for us. 4 cards available to Kiran. Paul having a think. Of course, he's aware also that shocks will kill his Swabby, so having a think about what is the optimal play here.
Still going.
Still going for it. Swabby for 7. This thing has 3 life naturally, and there is a Sawbones on board untapped, meaning it can be protected. Meaning Kiran Lee needs to find a shock for 4 value to find a kill. That's 1 currently on the board on the Volzar. The shock itself counts for 2 on as an instant, because 1 from the lightning activation and 1 from itself. He would have to play out that Sigil again in order to make this Swabby lethal, in order to just save the 7 life by killing the Swabby. Otherwise, he could choose to block a little bit with his equipment. Nope, reaching for a null shock.
He is rethinking.
Just being careful, making sure he can guaranteed kill this, or looking, second guessing, is there a better play? The instinct is maybe to kill it, but is there a better play?
You don't get to top 4 not second guessing your options and your choices, right?
Null shock reached for. Slowly moving it to the table, obviously understands the importance of this.
Yeah, I mean, finally goes for that null sock. At least he already showed the card, and yeah, he's going
Shock
for it.
played, pitched for the shock, thinking in response to the shock. Volzar right now would push this shock to 3, which is lethal against Swabi unless that Sawbones gets activated. Kiran having to play around that Sawbones. He will. There we go. We see another sigil being reached for, hitting the table. Almost committed. That's the third lightning card. Then Volzar gets tapped. This makes shock for 4 at Swabi. Swabi is cleaned up. No damage taken by Kiran except for that damage against the Conqueror. Swabi will get cleaned up. Paul thinking, is there anything I can do to save this? Just having a thought as well. Obviously, all these heroes or players having to be very careful, not mess up this shot at the finals of a calling.
Top four of a calling Valencia. Gabe, this is serious.
Paul saying in response to the sigil, either he's trying to understand what's happening here, making sure what stage the sigil and the Volzar were activated, or he's thinking if he wants to gravy in response. Just taking stock.
Yeah, I mean, how would you not to? Paul needs to be very sure of which is the right way to approach this before he actually commits. He's at least considering
Amulet
going for
of
the...
Echoes.
Yep.
So 2 Sigil of Brilliances had been played this turn that enables the Amulet of Echoes. Paul saying, I don't think you're gone enough flashing me anymore this game. I'm willing to just take you off this arsenal. Of course, for Kiran, the arsenal was a Sigil of Conductivity, so he will just put it out on the board, force that card out, but maybe he was worried about any offensive card that could clear this Sawbones on Kiran's turn, wanting to make sure no 0 for 4 remains so that the Sawbones can be protected. Start of turn, Sigil of Brilliance pops. We're drawing 1 card. Can it do something?
What a power move from
He
Paul.
just peeks at it and he doesn't show us at all. It's a fry that will clean up the Sawbones if he wants to throw it. Otherwise, he can arsenal it and try to get one last big turn.
There we
Fry
go.
on the table, points at Sawbones. Sawbones gone.
Sawbones fried.
Unless there is a Fearless Confrontation in hand, Paul cannot protect this. He would need the Fearless Confrontation and to activate the Sawbones, meaning it can't be attacked with on his own turn. Taking a peek at the top of the deck just in case and saying, yep, my Sawbones can die. He still has 4 allies in the graveyard and, of course, lots of cards in hand. Paul needs to deal 3 damage to Oscilio in order to lock up his place in the Calling Valencia finals. Murderous Rebel, the first card played. Blue revealed. That's 3, already presenting lethal against Kiran Lee's hand, which has not a lot of block in it. There's 3 block on the Etchings, and I believe 3 block on a Consign to Cosmos. 2 non-blocks in the middle right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Oscilio's life,
That
right?
is the Oscilio life. 3 block reached for against this Murderous Rabble. Committed. Etchings of Arcana. No damage.
Still an Avastia and a Sunken Treasure in Paul's hand.
Still a lot of resources. And of course, I think that might be a leftover Conqueror of the High Seas in the arsenal from the turn where he drew those 2 and he only played 1. That was last turn.
It is.
Reaching
It
for
is
2
a
blue
Conqueror.
cards together into the pitch zone. That's Conquer the High Seas coming out for 8.
There you go.
Again. Immediately, Kiran activating Oscilio, looking for some card draw to try to draw some block. He does not. He draws an Electrostatic Discharge, puts forward his fist, and Paul locks up his place in the Valencia finals in the unfavored matchup. Gravy against Oscilio. Paul is our winner with that absolute beatdown, starting the game on the Amulet of Echoes that made Kiran play uncomfortable the whole game. It changed his math of how he was going to do that. No combo turn can be found despite the Gone in a Flash living in Arsenal for so much of that game. Thanks to that Amulet of Echoes, punishes Kiran for that early decision to Arsenal and eventually gets it with the Conqueror, and then just too much damage from this Gravy side against a deck that doesn't block so well on Oscilio.
Yeah, I mean, feeling sorry for Kiran, but you are so pumped.
Oh, I'm so
Aren't
pumped
you?
for Paul. I'm so pumped because it was a great game, and I just love watching great games of Flesh and Blood. We have one more to see this day. Let's see what it is. It's Samo Planinc from Slovenia on -IO in 4th seed against Paul van Gijssel from the Netherlands. Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter. This will be one for the ages. We saw this matchup in the semifinals. Samo was able to take it down. Can Paul navigate that matchup, that unfavored matchup, just like he did against Oscilio, and find a way to be the champion of Calling Valencia against this -IO? Or will Samo say, I'm the -IO, I've had a great bracket this whole way through, this is my day, I'm the higher seed, I've got this going. Samo versus Paul in the finals. I couldn't be more excited for how this is going to go.
Incredible. I mean, yeah, I can feel your energy.
So much energy. Let's take a look at how we can express some of our more energy in Flesh and Blood. Next time, I'll be at a tournament. I'll be playing at least, so I won't be able to get this hyped up in the booth, but I will be hyped up because we're playing with some brand new cards in the Compendium of Wraith World Premiere, February 6th to 8th, happening in London, this brand new Silver Age format.
I am going to be there as well, Gabe. Yeah, of course. I mean, how to miss this? This is Compendium of Wraith. I mean, another opportunity to go back to London after that Pro Tour that was amazing last year. This is Silver Age, guys. This is the first time that we are going to actually have a look at these cards. And I'm so excited about this new opportunity to take another look of our beloved heroes.
Absolutely. The first look at Silver Age with its full first set committed to it, Compendium of Wraith, that will happen at the World Premiere London. Tickets are on sale now. Of course, if you don't just want to come for the World Premiere and you want more than that, after that Friday where we play with those pre-constructed decks, you will also have a full calling, the first, I was about to say classic constructed, Silver Age constructed calling ever in history, Saturday the 7th to Sunday the 8th. Of February 2026. The Compendium Wraith set, which we will be launching in pre-release mode that weekend, will be legal and will be changing up this format.
It's a great opportunity for everyone to get ready for the best of Flesh and Blood in a shorter format, in a very fun format. I had a blast yesterday with some getting some reps from my beloved Azalea. Everyone knows that already, but here we have some other goodies that come with that World Premiere entry. We have this beautiful playmat. I cannot highlight it enough. We have some hot stamped heroes that will be also part of this incredibly cheap and affordable decks coming from Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 of Silver Age, and that gold foil token of Compendium of Wraith.
Of course, the most exciting piece there, the Antiquity Pack, one with the World Premiere entry. If you're not just attending the World Premiere and you want to play the calling, you can get a premium package with a whole bunch of new goodies from Compendium of Wraith, all these elemental cards. We've got the new E-Strike, Elemental Strike available, as well as in the Marvel format, as well as the Frosthaven, Lyath, and Stormwind Sheaths. 3 defense reactions available to these elemental heroes. Of course, Colors of Aria as well, that new exciting 3-for-7 available in Elemental, maybe going to be a hint of what might come forward. That gets obviously your calling entry and some side event vouchers to play as much Silver Age on the World Premiere weekend as you can.
I can tell you guys, there's no way of getting enough of Silver Age. So I had 4 games yesterday after the whole day casting, and I could still play some more games. So yeah, give it a try.
Absolutely in the same boat as you. I played a bunch of Scurv Pleiades Silver Age last night, and those games were banging. If you want to get the cards from that new set in February, and you will be at London, then you can buy a collection package that gets you access to a box or 2 of Compendium of Wraith on the Friday, meaning you can boost up your decks more easily for that calling come Saturday when you're ready for the competition. Of course, this will be the launch of the tournament pack, an all-new participation pack for major events. You will get this at the start of the event, at the start of the calling, I believe. When you participate, there'll be a whole bunch of goodies in that pack that we'll be seeing leaked or revealed over the coming months and in London when they start. If you want to be there, if you want to play Silver Age when it launches, Compendium of Wraith launches in the World Premiere, London, February 6th to 8th. Coming your way. Oh man, what a semifinals. We watched both of them. That was really exciting to be able to watch both semifinals in this calling. I really enjoyed that. But of course, we have the most important match of the weekend still coming. Paul van Gijssel versus Samo Planinc on Dash.io against Paul's Gravy Bones. Coming to you after the break.
2 whole days of competition and over 420 players. It all boils down to this. Welcome back to the final here in the calling in Valencia. Scott Mines, Gabe Sher. You have some personal investment in this one, don't you?
I do have a bit of personal investment. I do love Paul van Gijssel with all of my heart. He's a very good friend. We've played together for a very long time, and he's been due his flowers. He's got those 2 big top 8s, but on the cusp of possibly a win. But I've become Samo's fan this weekend too. I cost an incredible game of his in the semifinals earlier, and of course I played against him in a side event on Friday. New friend of mine. I'd love to see how this game goes.
That's delightful. I'm happy to hear it's been such a wonderful experience for all 3 of you together. Let's take one more look at the bracket that got us here in the first place. Wonderful showing by a variety of heroes and incredible names across the weekend. Walk me through the story so far.
Well, we saw 2 of these Gravy Bones Oscilio matchups in that quarterfinals. It looked like it was a Oscilio favorite in the Swiss when we watched it on stream. I think generally it is, but Kuba showed that Gravy can win against Martin Holík. He was able to put something together. Juan Chacon was not able to do the same thing. He did fall to Kiran Lee, our eventual semi-finalist. In the other semifinals, we saw Samo and Bartosz play. Samo took that down in fashion, and Paul and Jacob play in that calling Florence rematch from last year. 1 year later, that was a very long game. I believe I've heard they even had to play 2 games.
Yeah, there was some questions about when you can or can't take game actions. Wish I had the full story on that one, but I'm sure it will come to fruition at some point. Needless to say, it was a bit of a marathon, and Paul van Gijssel did manage to make the way through there. And then, of course, through the semi-final, you just watched through Kiran Lee and Oscilio. Again, another upset in what is typically meant to be a bit of a problematic matchup.
Yeah, he drew that Amulet of Echoes on turn 1 and made Kiran play uncomfortable for the rest of the game. Paul navigating it exactly the way he needed. He had such a great open to the game to make his way into the finals. Of course, Samo on the other side, we were also able to watch him play that game as Dash.io against the Gravy Bones. He got a lot of those items at the right moments against a chum, and a lot of those offense at the right moments against an open board. He was able to piece everything together perfectly, come into the grand finals for a rematch against Gravy Bones. Once again, the higher seed. Once again, he will be able to pick to go. Last time he picked to go first, so I imagine it'll be first again.
What I'd expect as well. Definitely a matchup. Dash is looking to establish those items before anything really gets particularly messy. From a helicopter view of this matchup, what are the big things that we're looking for if we're spectating along?
I think Dash.io is the general favorite, is how we maybe would come into it expecting. I'd say you want to look at the speed of how this game can go. Obviously, Dash.io, very fast deck, but Gravy Bones, the way it's built these days, is also quite fast. If you see those Conquerors at the right moment, they can deal quite a lot of damage. So Paul able to keep up with those numbers from Dash.io and maybe prevent some of those chums like we saw in the semifinals that almost got Kuba back into the deck. So I think chum speed, Conqueror speed, and things like that will matter for Paul, and also understanding where to block and how to block to make sure Samo doesn't run him over too quick. The last card I'll call out is Blood in the Water, which we did see Paul run in the semifinals, and I don't think we saw Kuba run. So maybe he has a bit more of a defensive build, able to block through those boom grenades that we might see off the top of Samo's deck.
Some marquee cards to look out for as this finals gets underway. Of course, plenty of things happening on screen. There's also one thing kind of happening in the background off screen. We mentioned earlier during the broadcast that we do have a giveaway during this finals for a sealed box of Super Slam. All you need to do to be in with a chance of winning that one is to be active in the chat during the finals. I'm reliably informed by production that you increase your chances of winning that box if you're really funny. So by all means, do try and be hilarious. I'm always down for funny comments. If I laugh in the middle of the cast, it is probably your fault. So best of luck. If you're interested in winning that box, just stay active in chat during the finals. Build some hype. Make this a game to remember. I would certainly appreciate that.
I think this will be a game to remember no matter what, whether this is excitement in the chat or not, though it definitely will be. We've seen some great games throughout this weekend. Honestly, banger after banger. We saw a banger in this matchup in the semifinals with Gravy and Dash.io. We're having the same matchup in the finals. Very exciting. I think it's going to be a good one.
I am very excited to see how this plays out. As you allude to, Dash typically slightly ahead in this matchup as things go. Will that be the tail of the tape when the sand finally settles? There is only one way to find out. Let's make our way down to the feature match area one final time this weekend. It is the finals of the calling here in Valencia. Samo Planinc on Dash.io. Paul van Gijssel on Gravy Bones. Ship direct looter. Now, we got to take a look at who's going first here. It is rather important. Dash.io will get the choice, does choose to go first. Let's look at how Paul got here throughout this journey of the weekend. Can't help but notice day 1, 2 losses. Day 2, no such thing.
No such thing. Paul went on a run on this day 2, winning 5 in a row today, and then winning another 2 in the top 8. 7 in a row wins so far, maybe more if you won the last round of yesterday, to end up 10-2 in this calling, beating a whole variety of heroes. You can look at the same thing for Samo. Also came in on 10-2, took his second loss on day 2. He was 6-1 coming in. His only loss on day 1 was against the Dorinthia, otherwise played a lot of Cindras. Couple other heroes, and of course coming through against the Arachnes on day 2, falling to one of them in Brody Spurlock, but otherwise beating these Arachnes and making it through in that Oscilio match in round 12. Choosing to go first, understandably, as we talked about. Players had a little bit of a cordial moment just before the game, sharing some hand cream, getting ready, and Samo is kicking off the game, having gone first with a 0-60.
Not too surprising to see aggressive stance from Samo on the first turn of the game here. Couple of things to keep in mind: looking for items, want to be boosting away those top cards, looking at additional cards to find them. More importantly, sometimes Gravy's hand is a bit junk, sometimes full of a few too many allies, so damage on the first turn of the game certainly not impossible either.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also see a couple blues in this hand for Samo, probably wanting to just play out some of these hands to make sure that his first hand, when he actually does play cards, will be good. Is lucky enough to see an item off the top, chooses not to crank it, leave that counter, in order to make sure he can leave that item for his second turn and buff up things as much as possible.
Got to note a huge hitter in the hand here for Samo Planinc, starting off with maximum velocity available. Will no doubt be parked in the arsenal as this turn continues. Samo here not interested in Heist being the top card of the deck heading into a max velocity turn, and thus expending that Sprocket Rocket, despite having already found an item on top of the deck, push a little more damage potentially, but filter through those cards and find something a little bit more applicable for that big turn.
Calling it out perfectly. It's a 2 cost there. He'd rather have these 0 costs come into his hand next turn off of the top of the deck in order to pair with his maximum velocity. Willing to use that Symbiosis shot on turn 0, I guess, to take some damage, or ask Paul if he's willing to continue to block. It does take a counter off, but Sam was able to chip some early damage there.
So Paul falling to 38, but keeping hold of both Loan Shark and Call to the Grave, and thus these allies will be joining us before you know it. Loan Shark here in play. Multiple gold tokens being made.
Of course, holding onto that Loan Shark, prioritizing keeping it from turn 0, because that's the best thing you can do on your first turn, especially in these Balance of Justice matchups where you don't start with that gold from counter Dominion. So very prioritizing getting that gold online. That's why he was willing to take that Symbiosis shot. Also held on to this Call to the Grave, recognizing it's his way in. If he draws 2 dud cards along with it, or if he had blocked with it and then draws 3 dud cards, then Loan Shark pass or Loan Shark attack for a little bit is not enough. Call to the Grave ensures he can get an ally directly into the graveyard on this first turn, and in this case, it's the best one. It's Chum. It continues to get him space in this game.
Talked about it during the pre-game. Chum, the friendly first mate, definitely very guilty of blunting the assault of Dash.io. 2 cards left in hand for Van Gijssel. Portside Exchange and a copy of Loot the Hold left remaining.
Of course, with Dead Threads, this Chum is playable by just pitching one of those. He could hold on to the other as a blue starter for his next turn if he wants to. He could also play that Loot the Hold to give an on-hit to this Chum, but it is early and there's a lot of equipment still available for Dash.io, so Dead Threads and the pitch of the Portside Exchange.
Goldbait Hook activation fairly free here on account of Loan Shark footing the bill. And we will see Chum coming across the line for 4 points of offense, unlikely to cause much stress for Samo.
Yeah, we saw this in the semifinals as well. These Chums, just a 4-block weapon, or a 4-power weapon early on. It doesn't feel like it's that threatening, but it's the fact that they will eat up so much damage from your opponent later on that makes them such high value as well.
And thus, we go back to Dash.io. Backup Protocol Red ticking down to start the turn will be available on demand as we progress. It's going to be Zipper Hit, the start of the red variety, boosting away a maximum velocity. Not ideal, but we have got one of those to spare right now.
This one going to face. It's the first action of the turn with no triggers at the start of Samo's turn, which means he has freedom to choose where he directs it, and Paul can only Chum in response to this, meaning the next attacks would have to face down at the Chum. So, of course, Samo giving himself flexibility and guaranteeing a little bit of damage goes to the face this way. think that was 2 0-cost boosts in Samo's hand, which means this Max V is online even through clearing the chum if he wants to.
The patented compass check from Paul Van Gijssel. Besides, a defensive stance is the way to go. Blocking 5 here with Saltwall as well and a blue copy of Golden Tipple.
Yeah, a bunch of blues that aren't doing anything in Paul's hand, so probably that's the reason that he took that defensive stance. No allies to activate chum, of course, but also, you know, cards that don't do much together.
No grenade in sight as things stand right now. Players realizing they are not mic'd up. I want to hear their funny comments too. Let's sort that out.
That is good. Okay.
Paul says this can resolve.
I'll activate Tackle Foundry Heart.
Foundry Heart activation bins a few more cards into the banish, provides additional resources for Samo to work with. We see Fast and Furious coming off the top of the deck here, coming in for 3.
Samo intending to target chum on his own accord because he doesn't want to get got by a chum after this one that'll stop him from max Ving face. So this is 3 into chum and 3 into chum. The only way through this would be Fearless Confrontation, of course.
And I'll send a max V
Foot down, gas up, maximum velocity will do the job here. 10 points of damage come roaring across the combat chain for Dash.io. The last 2 cards in the hand earned pretty quickly here for Paul. Understands this is one of the more powerful turns in the suite for Dash.io. Better off saving that life buffer for later on when those Conquerors or similar have been found.
And of course, one of those maximum velocities went to the banish zone as well. So recognizing that this is number 1 to the banish zone. We've already seen 1 back at Protocol Red. Paul may be thinking, if I take a defensive stance here and I live through a couple of these max Vs, I'm a lot more careful or comfortable to go into ally development mode later in the game.
We see Samo gesture towards the backup Protocol Red, will immediately cash it out to rebuy maximum velocity. Understands this is going to be a game of haymakers. It's going to have to send ridiculous damage each and every turn where possible, and if not possible, set up to do it on the following turn instead.
Paul takes an additional 2 to the tax of that Lone Shark at the end of his turn when he does nothing, so takes 2 damage down to 32 even, and gives Samo a full 4-card play, one of those cards being that max velocity that was fetched off of the backup Protocol.
0 to 64. We're going to see that compass check once more, taking a peek at the top card of the deck. Pops it back directly on top. Better informed to make these decisions with that knowledge in mind. We see Oyston, Fearless Confrontation, Avarsky, and Sunken Treasure in the hand here for Van Gijssel. Again, a bit of a mishmash of tools that aren't exactly designed to function together.
No, and unfortunately, Oyston, not the ally he wants to be seeing. Of course, any ally is good. It does get on board and it presents damage, but Oyston, it's not what he wants. He'd rather have something big like a Swabby or disruptive like a chum.
Sunken Treasure on defense will flip that yellow 0 to 60 up and over to generate a 4th gold for Van Gijssel. Definitely some riches available, some riches for both players. Samo, Planinc finding that copy of Boom Grenade from the top of the deck. Debating cranking this one. Decides not to do so to play around the risk of additional defense reactions.
Fearless Confrontation, I think, was available there if you wanted to turn this into a block, but giving up 1 card to block 4 when he could have more flexibility with it as a pitch card, so it's only losing 1 point of value versus just blocking with it normal, and of course on his turn it can do offense. So Paul deciding he didn't want to use that Fearless Confrontation as a defensive card there, and instead let that Boom Grenade die, dealing some damage to the face, and then keeping 3 cards to go on his go.
Teklo Core deployed to wrap the turn up for Samo. We will see that Confrontation pitched away to start swimming in treasure. Gold tokens being broken. We'll find Portside Exchange, discards the Oyston we knew about to find another fresh card, and rebuy that gold. It is Chart the High Seas that comes on top of the deck there. Pretty premium wants to go digging a little bit further.
No deck knowledge right now, unfortunately.
Yep.
It's like Avasti traded for an Avasti and an additional resource off of that gold.
Feels bad. I hate to be there, but 1 card closer to the things that matter. Van Gijssel now debating exactly how much gold needs to disappear to perform a worthwhile magic trick. It will be another gold token. Fresh card found. It is Blood in the Water. That one not great on offense, but does have some pretty powerful implications on defense. Chart the High Seas will find Tip the Barkeep and Prismatic Leyline. That is a gold token, but not in the way you were hoping for.
It is a gold token. It's not an ally available offensively. It lets you keep going with gold for maybe less cost to you if you want to. Looks like what he's going to do. Looks like what he's going to do. He's hoping to draw something a little bit more offensively potent than the Oyster. We're chuckling because he draws another Blood Underwater, which is, you know, good card. It's 4 value and it does block out Dio like you want to, but when you're trying to do something and he's getting rid of all these golds to just deal damage, and he's drawing cards that do nothing. Chuckles as he goes to the venue, to the casino one last time and draws the worst card for the scenario. Another card that deals a grand total of 0 damage off of what, 5, 6 gold that turn?
All I can say is that it's reassuring to know that players that are of the caliber of Paul Van Gijssel occasionally play games on Gravy Bones and draw the same way that I do every time I pick up this hero. Spinning through a whole bank vault of currency and finding a fearless confrontation. Loot the Hold will be deployed as Oyston makes their way out of the depths. This one, of course, will align somewhat with that Loot the Hold.
Did create a gold this turn off of the chart, so he's able to get a free gold-baited hook activation here. Can attack with Oyston for 3, on-hit discard, and create 2 gold.
No go again. Very carefully vocalized to earn some fridge respect.
4 cards and doing nothing for Paul, unfortunately. Discards Fearless just to get rid of it. Moves to Arsenal. He's been him all day, but unfortunately not able to piece it together very well. Only buys equipment there with his disruptive attack for 3. Samo has a full hand and full tempo.
Something very morbid about attacking for 3, earning 2 equipment and going, joke's on you, you only needed 1 piece of equipment. In a fitness confrontation, my own attack. Expedite, 3 go again, somehow better than Van Gijssel's entire previous turn to kick things off here.
This one has go again.
This one even has an on-hit. And there are, well, actually, I believe a pair of boom grenades lurking in the hand here for Samo, which is less than ideal. You don't really want to be drawing those.
No, but in this case, it is fine. This will get met with a 3 block, of course, but there is an on-hit that does create an action point. And of course, if he can't get the attack through, he can just play one of these, maybe find a way to hold on to, or play the other one at the end of the turn so it sticks around for next turn. He's going to be asking for some additional defense with one of these boom grenades here. Samo had kind of not a lot of options when it came to blocking. Maybe that's why we saw those equipment blocks. Of course, Oyston being for 3 was quite easy to cover.
Foundry Heart goes looking for additional value. It is Zipper Hit. We'll be following this. 2 resources remaining, another peek at the top to find some extra juice from Dash. Van Gijssel working with multiple copies of Blood in the Water, unlikely to be much phased by this one. Will destroy a saltwater swell, just for flavor reasons, but no additional allies to be found on top of the deck.
Yeah, just fishing further into the deck, wanting to get to those good cards. Teklo-Core off the top. Not able to find the 3rd boost card for that maximum velocity this turn.
Samo here preferring to keep the Arsenal card that we know, I believe, is a maximum velocity, tucked away later for on. And so one of these red boom grenades will be forced to kind of just expire of its own accord. Maybe it gets paired with adaptive plating with a little bit of luck to kind of get some value out of that. The other one, not cranked, will be locked and loaded for the next wave of assault. But 2 fairly lackluster turns back-to-back for both of our players here.
Yeah, Samo just not wanting to be left with that boom grenade in hand, of course, so he plays out the first one and has to crank it to get the action point back. Paul having at least unattacked here with the Murderous Rabble. This will be coming in for 3, but no allies in grave, and of course we know that 1 Blood in the Water left in his hand that will be hitting the Arsenal at the end of the turn, I imagine. So not so much into it's looking like not so much as well. Of course, Tip the Barkeep available, Oyston available.
Well, the reveal there from Murderous Rabble was a call to the grave on top of the deck. Gold token is available if Paul Van Gijssel looking for some way to continue this turn. Not impossible. We'd rather just lean on Oyston while it's on board and save that Blood in the Water. Play a smaller turn that is better set up to address these boom grenades.
Good read there, of course. He could create this Gold Kiss Rum if he thinks that's his way, but he could draw that Call to the Grave, leave one float, and with Dead Threads, he will be able to play a Rigor Mortis if that's his search. So there is lines available with this gold token if Paul wants to go down that route. Holding onto the tip of the barkeep, which is either being pitched or played depending on these lines. So, of course, hasn't told us yet what he's going for.
You can tell this is a tough decision tree for Van Gijssel. Will be former here. Tip the barkeep. No donation of gold this time. Gold Kiss Rum generated for a much bigger, impactful turn later down the line. It will be Oyston. 4-3.
Yeah, I think Paul wanting to prioritize holding on to that gold token is the key thing. In order to go for the Rigor Mortis line, he would lose the gold token, and then that means going into future turns with no gold. If he draws an unfortunate non-block full ally hand, he's not able to fix it. So making sure to prioritize keeping at least one gold is Paul's priority here.
Pulse Wave Harpoon, Spark of Genius, Heist in hand for Samo. More than happy. Take 3 damage to keep all those cards intact. Teklo Cores going to do some work here. No doubt footing the bill to make this turn come together.
Oh my gosh. 3 items go away, 4 resources at the start of the turn. I believe we got no blocks the whole way for Samo. I feel like a genius.
It's not just no blocks for Samo. It is no blocks for Van Gijssel. There are 3 allies in hand. 1 can be removed courtesy of that gold token, but all those friends that were nowhere to be found in the early turns, well, much like my friends, they arrived late to the party.
Definitely rewarded for holding on to that gold token is possibly the only way we can say that here. Taking a peek at the top of the deck because, of course, he wants to know what he would draw if he does activate Gravy with that gold token. Pulse Wave Harpoon, not doing much as the first boost, but...
Blood in the water, found on top of the deck. So maybe not Van Gijssel's blood in the water here. Does have multiple defensive options to deal with this rather mutinous crew.
And of course, we can't forget the quick dodge flexors, which are there to be able to deal with a turn like this. You have these yellows that do not block in the allies, and of course you can quick dodge flexor to block with for 4 sort of with each of them. Of course, that's split over multiple links.
Rigor Mortis discarded away to draw that blood on the water we saw on top of the deck. Will give some defensive reprieve here for Van Gijssel. Needs to navigate this turn very carefully. Red Boom Grenade sits in play, threatens additional damage. It is multiple cards in hand, 3 resources floating, and if I'm not mistaken, a maximum velocity in the arsenal to really put the foot down.
Yeah, my instinct says also that that's that back speed we got back off the backup protocol. Haven't seen it in a while, so not quite sure, but I believe that's the case. Pulse Wave Harpoon, 4. One of those cards, I believe, is a Spark of Genius, but with so many resources floating, you can just play Spark to get an item and fetch another card for yourself. Turn it into another boost card.
We will see Van Gijssel committing Balance of Justice here and activating those quick dodge flexors. A incredible piece of equipment. It's backup protocol red off the top to continue to provide options for Samo, punishing Van Gijssel for those non-Marvel quick dodge flexors. Not interested in letting you fix that one, friend.
No, Samo wants to be the owner of those Marvel quick dodge flexors at the end of this game. Paul would love to upgrade his deck. With all those non-Marvel allies, make it really stunt on you just with the cool boots.
That will happen.
I think I found the new life goal. Chain will close, Balance of Justice, of course, reprieved. Those quick dodge flexors still available as this turn progresses. It's Spark of Genius as the follow-up. Will Samo reach for Cerebellum Processor, or is it another grenade? Backup Protocol Red making its way to the front of the deck here. One of those already in play, being considered to extend the turn even further, thumbing through that red boom grenade just enough of a pause to showcase it as a consideration.
He also did a very minor pause over the Cerebellum Processor as well. Of course, he does have this extra action point from the earlier Dash.io activation. If he cranks the item that comes through, he will keep that extra action point.
Floating, 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal.
Reassessing the situation and going through the yard. Maximum information required for this choice. And can you blame Samo, Planinc? We are in the finals of calling. It is a statement of intent. That final red boom grenade joins the arena and threatens to take away the dreams of Paul Van Gijssel.
There's still so much damage to come through. I think this is absolutely the right call. We have chest not activated. We need a third resource this turn. And of course, we will be drawing a card.
Draw for a spark.
Ah, it just disappeared. Hint of blue in the corner. Was a T-bone, I believe, by the looks of it.
This is the first card I've drawn this turn, yes.
Players just confirming only one card has been drawn this turn. Balance of Justice not currently available.
T-bone.
It will be that T-bone that comes roaring through. Single point of damage here. Of course, on hit, take the house.
On hit 8. Of course, the other important part of this is he needs 3 boost cards, and we only saw the 1 earlier in the turn off that Pulse Wave Harpoon, so...
It is Heist as the follow-up. Cerebellum Processor disappears into the banish zone to provide a target for the on-hit, and all of a sudden, Heist goes from an afterthought to on-hit, steal, take your life total, take your friends, build a machine, draw some cards, take your hopes and dreams. What a monstrous attack.
And on top of all that stuff, deal 8 damage. Don't forget about that. This Heist is a must block for Paul. It would require either this D-React or the gold-baited hook and the Call to the Grave out of hand plus pitching for another quick dodge flexors. We say no blocks reactions, blood in the water. Destroy Rigor Mortis, 6 block out of the arsenal here.
Yes.
Rigor Mortis found, Heist prevented, no theft this time around. It will be Teklo Foundry Heart that goes digging. Max velocity disappearing as the chain is closed once more. This is 4 resources for a reason. There is a backup protocol red in play, a maximum velocity coming for the skull. 10 points of damage. On hit, 8 more.
And off the back, we've seen all 3 maximum velocities. 2 of them are in the banish zone. This first one that's being played here is the first one that got played several turns ago. It got refreshed off a backup protocol red. Oh boy, still some resources available, of course, to Samo. And that backup protocol means he can get an attack. He still has an action point as well to play another attack.
Now Van Gijssel can deny this 10 damage by committing all of their available resources, but he's in a bind. With 2 resources floating, Samo can achieve one of the following. This either connects, and we pick back up the maximum velocity. We park it, and we do it again. But if it doesn't, that action point is still there. 2 resources spent grabs any 0-cost attack, and with no cards remaining after defending this, those grenades, they're going to connect somehow.
Paul, of course, will be able to block 2 on the second link, but if there's a red or yellow 0 to 60, that's just a bit too much. You can block 10 here with Dead Threads, gold-baited hook, quick dodge flexors, Call to the Grave, and this blood in the water. And then have a float to block another 2 with the quick dodge flexors on the final link. If he was able to know that this blood in the water would hit for 6, it changes the math, of course, but not necessarily able to know that without discarding the Swabby out of hand, which disallows him from pitching for the quick dodge flexors. He can prevent the 10, but like you said, I don't think he can prevent the 8 from the boom grenades, because a card can be fetched, can be boosted, and still more damage can come after this.
Deliberation from Paul Van Gijssel as their dreams of becoming a calling champion hand in the balance. He has options available, but the window is closing as the assault from Samo Planinc continues alongside Dash.io. The finals of Calling Valencia here. Do remember to breathe, folks. Van Gijssel apologizing for taking a moment here, and that's, again, entirely understandable. Not many players fortunate enough to ever find themselves in this position.
Paul's first trip to the finals, though, is not unfamiliar in a top 8, but having to take his time here and make sure no wrong step. Calculating, I think he knows he's taking damage. The question is how much of it does he want to take? What line does he want to force Samo to take with this backup protocol and this extra action point?
It will be that call to the grave that lingers in the right hand of our Gravy Bones player, shuffled back in. The judge just offering a polite reminder. We do need to make plays in a timely manner, and thus Paul will need to make a decision. Call to the grave. Committed on defense.
I'll block 2. Yeah.
2 block declared. Go to reactions. That blood in the water will come on out of the hand.
Blood in the water.
The question here.
Now he says, I'm still thinking.
Do you destroy the top card of the deck in the dark and hope to hold on to 2 more resources for quick dodge flexes? Or do you destroy the ally in the hand? It's in the dark! It's rigor mortis!
So what he gains here is that he's now able to block out another link using the equipment because Dead Threads is live. Dead Threads creates a resource to be able to pitch for quick dodge flexors here. That blocks 10 on this link, 2, 6, and 2 is 10. And then, of course, the cards in his hand can still convert to block another 4 on a 0 to 60 that gets found. Look at Samo's face. He's like, this was it.
Paul Van Gijssel finds the line. The deliberation comes through. The breath is taken. The thoughts are had and the hopes had to be placed that the top card of the deck was another ally. And this time around it is 0 to 60 as the follow-up from backup protocol. And Paul Van Gijssel can save themselves from every red boom grenade in the deck.
All red boom grenades gone. All max V's gone except 1 is engraved for the 3rd backup protocol. If it's going to come, he can pitch for this quick dodge here and block with 2 block on equipment. That's 4. Covers up the 0 to 60. No damage to the boom grenades off of that gamble off the top of his deck. He'll take 2 to the symbiosis shot, but no real... he can pitch for it with the quick remaining from the quick dodge flexors. No damage comes through on this entire turn.
A turn that could have taken the entire health pool of Paul Van Gijssel leaves them at 28. He has found the line. The gun was blocked. At the start of the turn, there were 3 allies in the hand of Gravy Bones, and yet not a single piece leaked through. Those boom grenades remain untriggered.
They say that it takes a lot of skill to win games in Flesh and Blood and in card games, and it takes a little bit of luck to make it to the top and to trounce one of these days. Paul had to rely on that, recognizing the state he was in. I think he thinks, I don't win if this misses either way. Don't go for the safe plan and take all the damage, the 12 damage to the 0 to 60, because that is not a winning play. This was a winning play, and Samo looks sad. Paul lived through all of that damage, and now Oystein still comes in for 3 with rigors aplenty in the graveyard for the future.
99.5% of Flesh and Blood players do not win this game on Gravy Bones. Is Paul Van Gijssel one of the small margin who can claw this back? Oystein, 3 damage. Samo having to reevaluate all their choices, their life choices that led to this moment. Maximum velocities expended. Grenades are over. What combination of cards needs to come together to complete this game? It is multiple 0 to 60, a T-Bone and a Teklo Pounder available. It will be Crown of Providence reached for to try and fix the grip.
Yeah, this hand was just 2 blue, didn't deal a lot of damage. Of course, that Teklo Pounder is nice, but it has to be set up at the end, and he wants to present something real before that Teklo Pounder comes in. So, oh boy.
Start of my turn.
Teklo Core ticking down, resources generated as the grenades disappear. Without the smoke Planinc was hoping for, but 1 more can be found on top of the deck, and so the questions begin once more. Dash.io finds the grenade. Samo choosing not to crank, understands every grenade that remains might need to connect. You cannot take the risk of allowing Van Gijssel to stop you once again.
If I'm tracking this right, this is the 2nd of 3 yellow boom grenades, so there's still a couple more, or 1 more boom in the deck after this. Chooses not to crank because that's also a Teklo Pounder in hand, so he's going to go for a mediocre turn here. try to deal some damage and basically not really deal damage. He's trying to ask for blocks because of this Boom Grenade being on the board. And then there will be a Tekla Pounder played out at the end of the turn, setting up for a big follow-up with the Boom Grenade on the board and Tekla Pounder providing +2, making it almost impossible for Paul to avoid the damage next turn. So Samo has found a line that sort of continues to play in spite of this. He knows he can still win this game. He still has full tempo. He just needs to make sure every point of damage comes through.
To go again is the question. The hand for Paul van Gijssel contains Sunken Treasure. Will succeed in blocking, looks for a yellow to turn face down, generate some gold for the trouble. Goodbye. Spark of Genius and or Zipper Hit. Grenades in there as well. A few options to flip over here. Will be the Zipper Hit. Disappears into the depths for a little bit of treasure.
I don't mind.
I reordered the graveyard.
Paul just checking here. I just reordered my opponent's graveyard. Is that all fair game? No problems at all.
You are allowed these days to reorder in categories such as items and decks where it matters, so or colors.
0 to 60 red. 4 go again.
2 on hit.
Lucius Sawbones in the hand here for Van Gijssel. And 6 points of defense on Prismatic Leyline. It is not going to be a defensive turn. It is time to flip the switch. The yellow grenade connects. The Foundry Heart will be activated for 2 more resources to establish that Tekla Pounder. Setup complete. Samo Planinc understands the assignment. Paul van Gijssel disagrees. It is 3 cards to work with. Prismatic Leyline in hand. And a wealth of allies ready to answer the call.
On the topic of understanding the assignment, I think Paul does as well there. He recognizes that that Boom Grenade is sticking around an extra turn, so he's not going to be able to block it next turn, he doesn't think, or he doesn't want to at least. He wants to be able to do something offensively, and he knows that Samo's heading towards a 5-card hand, so he chooses to just take this damage now, also in effect denying the extra Symbiosis shot that Samo could have gotten with that extra action point. So saying, okay, you took the gamble on I'm going to block you, and I'm going to say, no, it's coming through anyways, but you don't get the extra damage from getting that action point.
Compass will peak. It's Chum on top, and thus Jittery Bones established here. 2 with go again to start the turn for Van Gijssel. Prismatic Leyline likely being saved in this case to align with a more impressive turn.
Of course, can Gravy to get that Sawbones into the graveyard and possibly find some resources off the top card of the deck, or he can just play it safe, hold on to that last gold, and develop out the Chum, which is his line here. Chum over Rigor, prioritizing the defensive disruption in effect here. He still doesn't want to die against this Tekla Pounder 5-card hand, so still respecting, despite that amazing staunch defense earlier, really has to still respect Samo's ability to string together a lot of damage, having seen none of the Cerebellum processors, and still having 1 Boom Grenade in deck, which I'm looking at Samo's hand, and I think it's in hand right now.
The amount of self-control required to place one of your most powerful cards at the bottom of your deck in a scenario like this, not easily found. It will be a red T-bone from Samo here. Demands a free equipment block. Not going to be super impactful at this point in the game, but 5 points of offense thanks to that Tekla Pounder. We will do that patented compass check. More information before blocks are declared.
Ally in hand, several blues. They're the good blues, though. They're the ones that actually do something. So some of these will give go again, some will give an on hit. And of course, Chart can just power up any major turn. I think Paul pretty happy with this hand, just making sure he doesn't die to the offensive Samo. On 21, he's not in the safest position against a Dash.io having a 5-card hand.
Of course, Paul doesn't know there are 3 items and a Spark of Genius in the hand here for Samo. The turn will extend, but it isn't a relentless assault as things stand. He needs to make an informed decision about how much this T-bone matters. No blocks declared, no reactions found. 5 damage comes through from the T-bone, bringing Van Gijssel to 16. The Chum will be activated and Sawbones discarded. No more damage heading the way of Gravy Bones for now.
Samo has a way to play around this Chum, of course. This Spark of Genius is now online, having boosted with the T-bone, saying X equals 0, getting a card out of his deck. It's going to be the backup protocol.
I'll crank it.
He will crank it. He has a bunch of extra resources available, so he can also turn this into a card if he wants. course, he also has Cerebellum Processor, which can be cranked and still left a counter on, and he can end his turn on that Boom Grenade if he'd like to, giving him a lot of options, basically not having to attack into this chum, leaving the backup on board to use next turn during Paul's turn, and then having a couple items that are offensively potent to go into Samo's follow-up turn.
Spark of Genius drawing a card, not impossible that it will be used right now with the backup protocol. Wouldn't shock me to see Maximum Velocity reached for and parked in that arsenal one more time.
I think it was a null time zone. I didn't get a long look, just a quick look at Samo's hand. A null time zone representing an extra blue drawn off of it, which does indeed represent a backup protocol break.
Did you draw from Spark already? Or?
I don't believe
No, I
Sam has drawn from Spark. This is
Oh,
a
the
3
null time
items
zone
that
was
were
already in
hand,
there.
And I want to commend the sportsmanship of Paul Van Hysel. Did you draw from Spark? I did not. That's not how a game like this deserves to end. And
Paul talking about how his second round he played against teammate Gary White on stream, and Gary forgot to draw off of Savage Feast on the effect on Rhinar. So Paul not wanting to do that twice to someone on stream, letting Samo have that draw.
I'll crank it.
null time zone.
I'll
Crank.
say, what is the 8th attack that destroys the arsenal?
So
Conqueror of the High Seas.
Conqueror of the High Seas. It's been
Conqueror
a
of the
long
High
time.
Seas declared,
I'm
names
cranking that
given,
Conqueror of the High
making
Seas.
sure that we understand what's being prevented. Both players understand that Conqueror of the High Seas at this point is definitely the most impactful card we could see on the other side of the table. Null time zone. Going to look to shut that one down. Going to pen and paper it just to make sure none of us forget either. And so a zipper hit was found, courtesy of that Spark draw. It will be Cerebellum Processor played next. Samo reaching for the dice. Is going to crank this one. And a yellow boom grenade to follow. So that zipper hit likely being cashed in here with the backup protocol red. Will rebuy the arsenal. And I have to think maximum velocity.
Samo planning one final assault. Is quite lucky, or fortunate I should say, to have items that actually do something before this boom grenade. Of course, Cerebellum Processor able to keep, it comes in with 2 counters along with a null time zone. So both of these cards sticking around and enabling the boom grenade to be the last action of the turn.
And so the question returns to Paul Van Hysel, who is looking at Chart the High Seas, Loot the Hold, and Avasti.
There's options here. There's a couple things I want to talk about. First of all, he knows that he has to live through Samo's turn. He knows that Samo's deck is very thin, fanning through it. I think there's about 8, maybe 10 cards left in there, plus the cards in hand and arsenal. He knows that Samo has a heck of a lot of damage available with a Teklo Pounder, a Boom Grenade, a Max V, and of course the possible draw if an item is found off the top of the deck with this Cerebellum Processor. Paul has 2 ways to disrupt his opponent. The first one, Chum. It will be untapped at the end of this turn, and that means some of the damage on Samo's turn, if Paul can draw a Watery Grave card, will be going towards the Chum and not to face, giving Paul effectively more life than 16. The second one, of course, this Loot the Hold that is in hand. If it's not blocked, whatever ally comes after it, that will be 1 card taken out of Samo's hand, 1 card harder to be able to fire off that maximum velocity. So Paul is able to actually disrupt his opponent, which is exactly the spot he needs to be in. And if Samo can't kill him here, or can't get him to 1 or 2 on this turn, I'm worried that he might not be able to have enough damage left in deck to kill him at all.
Gold token is broken. It's Conqueror of the High Seas that is drawn from that token. It is currently locked out thanks to that null time zone, but if it can make its way into the arsenal, it will be a lethal weapon in finishing this game. It is Loot the Hold. Sawbones established, gold baited hook activated. As Sawbones makes its way in, it is 6 on hit. Discard a card, make 2 gold.
Traded the gold for an arsenal card. Unfortunate it's the Conqueror, so it's not a card that's playable here, of course, thanks to the null time zone, but it will go into arsenal. And one downside, the risk of doing this is no gold on his turn, or his opponent's turn, I should say, to fish deeper for a Watery Grave for that Chum activation. If this doesn't come through and hit, meaning no gold created, then Paul has to rely on drawing a Watery Grave in these next 4 cards in order to send some of the damage towards Chum and eat up some of the offense that Samo is able to put together. Samo has 4 block available on equipment, so he can 1 card block this Sawbones if he needs to. That would require giving up one of these items. I imagine it would be the null time zone with the galvanize of the adaptive plating.
And so the pressure swings back to Samo, Planinc, staring at a hand that needs to be good enough to provide this final assault. It is Zipper Hit, T-Bone, Throttle, and Pulse Wave Harpoon. If this entire hand could be kept, we'd be living in a perfect world. But Loot the Hold says no. Give me something.
Have to give me something. And unfortunately, the red attacks there are quite costly, meaning he's not going to be able to pay for all of them and the maximum velocity unless he can find an item off the top and turn that into a draw card with his Cerebellum Processor. Chooses to give up one of the blues, meaning maybe that's his plan. Maybe he already knows an item is on top, blocking 6 with blue and adaptive plating here.
So the Sawbones is covered. Loot the Hold fails to connect. And we'll make our way back to Dash.io. It is 4 cards to work with. Teklo Pounder, Cerebellum Processor, offering additional fuel as this turn continues.
Paul has, wow, okay, so Paul draws the Watery Grave, meaning Chum is online at some point in this turn. Paul has used all 3 of his defense reactions. The Blood on the Water are gone, but Sawbones on board does represent 1 breakpoint prevention if he needs it. He can tap that to block a 4 with just 1 card, 3 from hand, and 1 prevention from Sawbones, as he is a pirate hero himself. 7 cards in deck, Samo clarifies, 3 in hand, 1 in arsenal. That is 11 cards available, plus the items on the board. Throttle leading us off for 8.
Down to 10 cards remaining. Those 10 cards are all that stands between Paul Van Gijssel and a calling victory. It is Throttle for 8 with Go Again. On hit, yellow, boom, grenade to start this sequence.
With only 1 card left here for Samo, Paul could feel somewhat safe if he can block 9 against this and activate Chum. That remaining card would have to come into Chum. And then that Max V is most likely not coming to the board unless... Can't think of a way, actually, that it would hit the board. Cerebellum Processor could draw a card, but that card would have to be both played and pitched, which, of course, can't happen.
Worth noting, of course, Sawbones in play. Extra point of damage prevention. If a later breakpoint is the pain point, we know it's Pulse Wave Harpoon in the hand for Samo. And this will be Paul's opportunity to study the graveyard, study that Banish Zone, attempt to analyze exactly what options remain for Dash.io.
Maybe counting 0-cost boosts as well. Of course, that 1 cost in Samo's hand is providing some of a buffer for Paul, in that if he does activate Chum, it does protect him against this Max V, regardless of Cerebellum Processor draw, possible Cerebellum Processor draw. Paul probably thinking how many items are left that you can get off the top to get the action point, and how many 0-cost boosts or 1-cost boosts are left to evaluate whether this Max V is likely to be fired or not. Whether he should invest in Chum, or can he block out this turn without losing it.
We can see that information being processed in real time. Every single card counts. That is the mythos of Flesh and Blood. It is on full display in our finals here at the Calling in Valencia. Every inch, every pitch, every piece of equipment has played a role in deciding how this story ends. It is a block of 3 cards for 8 points of value here on the Throttle, looking to deny that grenade, and we'll see the Chum activated, discarding the final card from the hand. Sawbones disappears into the depths, and Van Gijssel says, please, let this be enough.
Samo debating whether he can afford the cards out of deck to play this Pulse Wave Harpoon and the Symbiosis shot. That would kill Chum, but it means Pulse Wave gone, a card off the top of the deck gone. It means less damage in for next turn. But of course, if he doesn't do that, this can happen again next turn, and Chum can disrupt the following turn as well. So he's debating, does he have to do it? Does he have to commit to killing this Chum here?
The problem, Sawbones Dock Hand. If only 6 points of damage are presented to Chum, it is not a guarantee. Paul Van Gijssel can choose to utilize another ally to save his first mate. Players here realizing the gold-baited hook at some point was supposed to disappear. I don't believe it's been activated ever since that was the case. And so just cleaning up things, making sure the board is represented in the way that it should be.
It was this most recent turn with the Sawbones. He activated it on the Sawbones loot the hold when it came in for 6, which was blocked because of the loot the hold effect, of course. So Paul saying, yep, that's supposed to be gone at the end of last turn. We're all good.
And you can see the stress. And the pass is declared from Samo. Planinc says, I cannot take the risk. I cannot take care of Chum. I need these final 9 cards to enable maximum velocity and finish the game. It is Oyston that swings with no resources available. 1 point of block on the Teklo Foundry Heart will allow Samo to fall down to 18.
It's 17.
Down to 17, my apologies. That's what I get for believing the players. The hand for Samo sees these items expire. I believe it is Teklo Core, Cerebellum Processor, 0 to 60, and a Pulse Wave Harpoon. Alone, this will not be enough to enable maximum velocity.
0 to 60, of course, being a blue there, not even presenting that much damage. But with the Cerebellum in hand, will he be able to find? I think one went to Banish Zone earlier, banished off of a heist, so that's none in deck. Can't find one off the top of the deck to draw a card here.
And we know that card in Arsenal for Van Gijssel is Conqueror of the High Seas. There's another one lurking in the water alongside Prismatic Leyline on the other side of the table.
Paul, of course, winning by fatigue a little bit, but if Samo tries to do one last setup turn, play out the Cerebellum and play out the Teklo Core and pass, Paul has the punish with the double Conqueror of the High Seas.
4 cards. It is Teklo Core and pass as Samo Planinc sets up one more time, and it will be over to Paul Van Gijssel, who has a board full of friends, a compass activation, and 2 of the largest ships in Wraith to ride this final turn home. It's a look of dissatisfaction, a head shake from Van Gijssel at that compass look.
I think maybe he's just giving a chuckle about what to do here. Debating on this Prismatic Leyline in hand, of course, he could get 3 value out of it, playing it, and then going Conqueror into one of these allies attacking. Alternatively, of course, can Conqueror twice with that yellow pitch in hand.
What an apt way to seal the calling, declaring yourself a Conqueror twice. It will be the Leyline. Starts the turn. It is Saltwater Swell to start the turn here. Blue pitching blue finds back alley break line on top of the deck. It was not dissatisfaction. It was a smile of joy. It is 3 resources, bonus action points, extra allies, and all of the value for Paul Van Gijssel.
The game decided that Paul Van Gijssel is him today. He chuckles when he looks at the top of his deck because after the top deck earlier in the game that saved him, this top deck deals so much damage. Prismatic Leyline now representing 6 with Saltwater Swell into Conqueror of the High Seas and any ally swing. Fist bump goes forward and Paul Van Gijssel wins the Calling Valencia here in 2025 on Gravy Bones Shipwrecked Looter.
The undead Buccaneer will not be stelled. It will be Paul Van Gijssel. Took 2 losses on the first day of competition. Decided, no, that is it. No more losses to be found. And as a result, they find themselves as the winner here in Valencia.
8 wins in a row today, all game in the Swiss, all 3 in the top 8. We even had to play 2 in the quarterfinals, and he managed to make it through that. He's taken down some titans throughout this tournament in Jacob Clements. He's taken down some new names on the block that we have to respect in Samo in this finals. Perfectly played. Playing to his outs is the only way you can describe that, understanding that in that position he was losing, unfortunately, in the middle of the game until he found that blessing off the top of his deck. History made in Flesh and Blood with that win right there.
I cannot think of a better prize card than Quick Dodge Flexes. After that game and that moment came to fruition, I am reliably informed that Paul's dad is in the chat right now. You're very proud already. congratulations. Your son is a calling champion. Let's look at how he got there with one final look at this bracket. Gabe, walk me through it.
From the start, he had to play against Jacob Clements, an incredible player on Arachne Marionette, this new deck that's been popping up in the last couple weeks. They had to go through a slog, multiple games played to get to the resolution of finding a winner because of how it played out. Made it through at the end of that hour to 2 hour slugfest. Then we saw him playing against Kiran Lee. He had some luck with that Amulet of Echoes in the very first turn, and then he piloted perfectly, putting Oscilio consistently in an uncomfortable position. And of course, he plays against Samo in this grand finals that we just watched. One for the ages. You looked at me yesterday, Scott, and you said, I think we're going to get a great grand finals, and weren't you right?
Oh, I love being right. It's like the best. Gabe, I love Flesh and Blood.
I love Flesh and Blood so much. This was an amazing top 8 from the start. We watched 2 semifinals, both great games.
Well,
wow.
We love Flesh and Blood. Hopefully someone in the chat loves Flesh and Blood, because I've got a Super Slam box to give away to someone who made the funniest comment, or maybe the most poetic one throughout the course of that. Let's see who it is. 3, 2, 1. Ben from 2668. Details there are going to be going in the chat for you, so keep your eye open for those. Congratulations. Enjoy your free box of Super Slam. What a phenomenal final. The calling here in Valencia. Gabe, thank you for joining me for that. That was a masterpiece that will live on in my heart forever. I cannot wait to hear from Paul Van Gijssel. It will be an interview coming for you next. Welcome back, everyone. I am joined in the booth by our newly crowned calling champion, Paul van Gijssel. Congratulations on not only the victory, but one of the best games of Flesh and Blood I have ever seen.
It was, I feel embarrassed. How lucky I got, that is. I feel disgusted.
No, you can't feel bad in a moment like this. I think that was an incredible game. I think it was masterfully played by both players and a lot to enjoy, I think, from going back there. How was your tournament in general? Did you have an easy road here, or was it a bit of a rough run?
It was a bit of a rough run, but it feels weird to say, but like playing this tournament and how the games went, I actually felt like I'm getting so lucky. This is the time I should win a calling, but day one I actually made 2 mistakes. I went to time 1 round and I misplayed against the Cindra. So I had 2 losses, so I had to win everything on day 2 to even make top 8. The first round of day 2, my opponent forgot his deck. It's like the weirdest stuff you'll see.
Sometimes it's just your day, I guess.
Yeah, and he said he couldn't get it in time, so he would give me the win. And then I somehow won 4 in a row. And now I'm here.
Now you're here. No better way for it to be. Is there anyone in particular you want to thank? Playtesting teams, any friends, family back home?
Oh my God, a lot of people. I want to thank my family back home for supporting me, because this is not the easiest.
I want you to know your dad's been in the chat.
Okay.
And is very, very proud of you.
Okay, well, that's great to hear. That's good. Yeah, my family, friends, TNG, Toxic, in particular Kashi, who have been playing testing a lot with, like hanging within Discord. So great thanks to him. Yeah, all the guys from Team Toxic, all the guys from Team Niet Goed, way too many to.
They know who they are.
They know who they are.
That's the important part, one way or the other.
Yeah.
Well, so Gravy Bones, the hero of choice this weekend.
Yeah.
I'm sure after that performance, there's going to be a lot of people looking to pick that hero up for Road to National season. Have you got any big surface level tips you want to give those people that might be interested in the hero?
Don't gamble too much at the start, which sounds crazy with the way I played, but you have to know when you should go for the lucky play, essentially. And at the start, what I would do, like in tournaments, you can go for the lucky play not too many times. How I would start playing Gravy was just gambling every time and getting a feel for how unlucky you would get and how bad it would punish you, but also getting lucky and then essentially getting a feel for when you should go for it and when you shouldn't. Yeah.
I'll keep that in mind. So I need to fix some of my draws. My hands look like some of yours with all the allies, but it doesn't quite work out that way for me. So I got some things to work on. It is my honor to present you with your prizes for this weekend.
Oh my.
First of all, calling champion in Valencia.
So
brand new trophy for you there.
Thank you so much.
And perhaps the more important upgrade for you, the card might have saved you significantly in that feature match area.
Yeah, you're right.
And now, a Marvel gold foil quick dodge flexes. And now if you haven't seen the back of this, I will take it out just for
No way.
Calling champion. Across the back of this Marvel.
Crazy.
Beautiful stuff. And that is yours.
Can I just say something?
Of course.
As much as I love this card, want to sell. Hit me up, people. Paulos TCG on Twitter.
I appreciate the honesty.
But that's only because it's so good looking, right? Everyone wants to have it. And I'm broke, Scott. So. But it is
I respect the graft. No, that's okay. I'll put this back in the case. I'll even close the lid. No, get it. Enjoy your prize card. I'm very, very happy for you, Paul. Congratulations on taking down a call.
Thanks so much.
Is there anything else you want to say to the folks at home or anyone that's watching?
Thanks again to everyone supporting me. You know who you are. And wow, I've never thought I'd actually win a calling. Was a goal of mine since last year. I got second to Jacob Clements, and I finally did it. So believe in your dreams. It sounds corny, but it's true.
You got there in the rematch. That's the thing that matters. Yeah. Well, it has been an incredible event here in Valencia. It has been myself, Howling Minds in the booth. I want to take a quick thank you for Carlota and Gabe Sher as well, who've done a fantastic job of bringing you the show in the weekend. Show your love in the chat for all of the team. Show your love for Paul van Gijssel. Congratulations on winning the calling.
Thanks, Scott.
I've been Howling Minds. You've been amazing. Take care. We'll see you soon.